Good morning. We are back on the record. The time is 8 a.m. The date is the 12th of May, 2025, June 2025. The commission and staff are again appearing from the Commissioner's Bollinger Room in Helena, Montana. This is day 4 of the scheduled public hearing in docket 2024.05.053 involving the application of Northwestern Energy for authority to increase retail electric and natural gas utility service rates and for approval of service schedules, cost allocation, and rate design. To begin the day, I will first ask for public comment. Please note that this session is being recorded and all comments received will be public records. So please do not include confidential or private information in your comments. To ensure we get to witnesses who have traveled to be here today, we will need to impose time limits on public comment. We have 4 commenters who are registered to speak in person and 9 commenters who are registered to speak online. By show of hands, how many people do we have in person who would like to provide public comment today? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. So apparently everybody is here. We have 1 hour reserved for public comment this morning, so each commenter will have 4 minutes to speak. If I say you're out of time, please summarize very quickly. We will begin with any commenters in the room and then move to commenters online. For commenters in the room, I will call on those who are registered first, so we're going to take it in order. I will read everybody's name, so get in line so we don't spend a lot of time walking back and forth. So that would be commenter number 1 is Scott Kuglund. Number 2 is Jacob Rosson, then Shelby D. Mars, Courtney Smith, and that is it for the people who are here. Once you get done with those, I'll read the people online. Please figure out how to have yourself unmuted before, and we'll all get through this with a little time to spare if somebody gets a little long-winded. So, sir, please state your name and the town where you live. We do not need your physical address, just the town. If you are speaking on behalf of an organization, please identify the organization. If you have written comments, please submit them online through the Commission's Ready portal or by emailing pschelp@mt.gov. Sure.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Scott Klungland, SCOTTKLUNGLAND. I'm the Business Manager, Financial Secretary of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local Union 44 out of Butte. I currently represent over 400 Northwestern Energy employees and 600 power construction members that work on Northwestern Energy property daily. These individuals I represent are the most highly skilled, highly trained workers in the workforce in the industry today. I'm here to provide supporting comments for Northwestern Energy's rate increase. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your succinctness. Next, please. Easy for me to say.
Good morning, Commissioners. Whoa, you have to speak really close to that. They said close. Okay. Hi, my name is Jacob Rosen, Jacob. Last name Rosen. Thank you for being here today and listening to us speak up. These rate hikes have gotten out of hand. I understand that as a business, Northwestern relies on making money to fuel its operations, but their attitude and tactics have become overly aggressive and dismissive to us. It reminds me of a recent and years-long experience I've had with Spectrum Internet. I'm sure you're all aware of how Spectrum can be. 2 years ago, I called Spectrum and asked why my bills kept going up. They told me, too bad, that's just what business is. The rep even laughed at me and said, good luck finding somebody else. They were right. I didn't find anybody else. But last year, I called again, complaining of the exact same thing, and this time, they were more than happy to help me because TDS had moved into Helena, and all of a sudden, their company had given them a directive to save accounts as quick as they can. This is the power of competition to benefit the consumer. Northwestern doesn't have any competition. That's why we rely on and need this commission to regulate their appetite for more money with the needs and desires of ratepayers. No other company to come in and push back against them They have no incentive to be competitive and to make investments that'll make more sustainability. Our bills, as I'm sure everyone on the committee is aware of, are still going up. And while I'm keenly aware that there are limits on what the PSC can do, I'm urging you all to see Northwestern Energy as needing to be held accountable and do not grant them yet another rate increase that's only going to negatively affect ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh man, I don't know if that adjusts low enough for me. I might have to stand on my tiptoes.
The other guy was complaining the opposite direction. You guys are hard to please, I'll tell you.
I know. Well, commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment today. My name's Shelby DeMars, and I'm here representing the Montana Association of Oil, Gas, and Coal Counties. Our membership includes 33 of our 56 counties, and all but a few of our members have oil, gas, or coal production in their counties. Our association represents those places in our state where energy isn't just consumed, it's produced. The families and businesses in our counties, just like those in every corner of our state, rely on stable, affordable supplies of energy. The industries operating in our counties, from oil fields to coal mines to gas processing facilities, are major consumers of power. Without dependable and reasonably priced electricity, their operations and the jobs that they support in our communities are at risk. What's more, I would be remiss to not point out that our member counties are home to much of our state's agriculture industry, and it cannot be overstated how critical, reliable, and affordable energy is to those in production agriculture. The coal, oil, and gas produced from the industries within our counties has made Montana an energy leader, but that position is only sustainable if we invest in the infrastructure that delivers that energy safely and reliably. Northwestern Energy's request is about more than dollars and cents. It's about whether Montana will control its own energy future, and it's about whether people across our state will have the energy they need when they need it most. We support this rate adjustment because it allows Northwestern to invest in critical generation, transmission, and system upgrades that ensure long-term reliability and ensure that we are producing that energy here to meet our local energy demands when it's needed most. Without these investments, we risk blackouts, price hikes, and increased reliance on volatile out-of-state markets that don't share Montana's priorities, and we've seen that play out in many other states when energy needs are at their highest. Our counties support the rate adjustment and stand behind Northwestern's efforts to build a more resilient and reliable energy system here in Montana. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Nick, did you register?
Yes, I did.
Okay, please state your name and where you live.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Courtney Smith, Courtney Smith, and I am here on behalf of Forward Montana. Forward Montana is a nonpartisan nonprofit organization that advocates on behalf of young people across the state. And every year we speak to hundreds of young people who consistently name the cost of housing and the rising cost of living as their top concerns. Young Montanans are feeling the crunch of our current economy given the rising cost of rent, groceries, and everyday expenses. The Public Service Commission has the opportunity to protect Montanans from these rising rates of Northwestern Energy. Another top concern for young Montanans is the future of our climate. We need Northwestern Energy to invest in a reliable energy future, not a gas plant whose fuel supply could be disrupted or a coal plant that often goes offline when Montana needs power the most. As commissioners, you have the responsibility of ensuring energy resources continue for the next generation of young people. Please don't raise the rates again, and please make sure that Northwestern Energy invests in a secure future. Thank you for your time, and I urge you to deny the Northwestern Energy rate increase.
Thank you for your participation, Courtney. Now we'll go to online. Speaking of online, is Commissioner Fielder online?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I've been asked to go back one step here and announce that we are joined today by Commissioner Fielder. We have Commissioner Bukacek, myself, of course, and Commissioner Wellborn. Commissioner Pinochi told me last night that he might be a little late and he hasn't joined us yet. So with that in mind, moving on, same time limit, in order of when they signed up, we have Pat Barkey, Kelly Sullivan, Brent Bennett, Audrey LaBear, Joan Kaischitz, Edward Barta, and Katie Harrison in that order. Pat Barkey, are you online?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, please proceed. We can hear you loud and clear.
My name is Pat Barkey. I'm from Potomac, Montana. I offer these comments as someone who's analyzed the economy and the power industry in Montana for the last 18 years. These are big picture comments. The first is that electric power industry is clearly a capital intensive business, and the capital to make investments comes from the global investment community. Those investors seek a rate of return on their investment. And when that rate of return cannot be satisfied by their investments in Montana, those dollars flow elsewhere. So this is a time when investment is needed to head off threats from system reliability, from wildfire mitigation, hardened systems from cyber attacks, and to support the load growth that a growing economy will generate. And events like these hearings are closely watched by the investment community, as you know, and that community has other places it can invest. My second big picture point is that our energy infrastructure is critical to our economy. We have growth challenges in the economy throughout the state. And when the power needs of companies who would invest in Montana can't be served, the growth that can sustain the viability of communities across the states can't happen. So we must do more than simply replace retiring capacity. We have to anticipate and plan for what will be needed in the future. And a power company that can't do much more than replace retiring capacity can't be part of that growth if it has to resort to going to the outside market to purchase power to meet new growth. My third broad point is something that's not really always very well understood, and that is, why are utilities big? And of course, as you know, Northwestern Energy is not a particularly large utility, but in the scale of Montana, is a very big company. It's big for a reason, because there's economies of scale. There are cheaper ways to provide power at the scale of a Northwestern than by us producing power in our backyards. The oversight by this commission is a check on that monopoly power. Investments are needed to serve customers, both future and present, throughout the state. And those investments do raise rates. Yes, they do. But our status, the status of the electric grid and our growth is changing. We're no longer the electricity exporter that we used to be. Investments are needed, and we have the benefit of starting from a point where here in Montana, electricity prices have not grown any faster than inflation for more than a decade and are among the lowest in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Barkey. Second is Kelly Sullivan. After that is Brent Bennett. Are you online, Kelly?
Yes, good morning. My name is Kelly Sullivan, KELLYSULLIVAN. I'm the Executive Director of the Butte Local Development Corporation, which is Butte's lead economic development organization. And I'm here today to speak in favor of Northwestern Energy's request for a regulatory rate review. Northwestern is requesting the review so that they can ensure that their rates accurately reflect the cost to serve their Montana customers. Northwestern's job is to deliver reliable energy service 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, while also keeping bills as low as possible. They work to do that while also meeting their commitment to ensure that lights and heat come on when needed, and they make significant investments in their Montana system every year to provide that reliable service. Northwestern worked in good faith with the U of M for a proposed standby tariff and with the Northern Cheyenne Tribe in defining the tribe's role in transition planning for the Colstrip plant. Additionally, they worked in good faith with numerous other entities, including but not limited to the PSC, the Montana Large Customer Group, and Walmart Inc., to reach a fair and balanced agreement to implement updated interim rates that would be effective May 1st, 2025. When a decision on the motions was not made by the May 1st deadline, as required under the terms of the settlement agreement, the PSC staff then proposed an alternate calculation of interim rates on May 16th that would not allow for full cost recovery, which risks Northwestern's ability to invest in infrastructure. As a result, Northwestern withdrew their motion for revised rates, and the higher rates initially proposed then took effect on May 23, 2025. If the PSC's final ruling results in lower electric rates than those that took effect on May 23rd, customers will receive a refund plus interest for the difference. In the natural gas rate review, the interim rates in effect are in line with the settlement agreement, and as such, customer rates will remain the same until the final outcome of the proceeding. Northwestern knows that bill increases are hard, with other costs of living rising too, and they're ready to help those who may be struggling with their bills. At the same time, they need to cover their costs in a fair manner in order to maintain existing and add new infrastructure to best serve their customers. In closing, I would ask the Montana PSC once again to please consider Northwestern's request for a fair regulatory rate review. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Next is Brent Bennett.
Oh. Hi, Brent Bennett here. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Brent Bennett, and I'm representing the Texas Public Policy Foundation. I'm in Austin, Texas. I'm speaking here because I was asked by some friends in Montana to share what I call the cautionary tale of the Texas electric grid, some of the lessons we've learned, and how those lessons can be applied to the rate case that's before you right now. Before I'll start, I'll note that the Texas Public Policy Foundation is a nonprofit think tank, primarily representing donors who, in the electricity space, are small residential and commercial consumers, not major corporations or utilities. And we try to be advocates for that class of consumers when we get involved in electric utility issues. So that's the perspective I bring to the table today. And the important lesson that I want to convey, and again, the cautionary tale of the Texas grid, really was manifested during Winter Storm Uri in February 2021. And the outages and failures that we had during that storm were really the result of more of a decade of malinvestment. And it really underscores the importance of these investment decisions in a long-term context. More than $100 billion in capital, including $20+ billion of state and federal subsidies, were invested in wind and solar infrastructure in Texas in the 15 years prior to the storm. And if we had spent just a quarter of that amount, say $25 billion, on the reliability measures needed to ensure against the storm, weatherizing our power plants, shoring up our gas supply, and so on, the storm would not have been a major problem. Instead, we had outages that lasted for 4 days. We had hundreds of people died, and billions of dollars in economic losses. So that was really a result, again, of just decade plus of misaligned investment. And the reason our system failed was not because our gas and coal power plants are fragile. You had 30 below zero temperatures in eastern Montana during that week, and your power stayed online. It was only in the single digits above zero across most of Texas during that storm. Our power plants failed because they were not built and maintained to handle that kind of weather, and they weren't maintained because they've been losing money for years to subsidize wind and solar. Despite the fact that we had a lot of power plant failures, our gas, coal, and nuclear fleet still performed above 60% of its installed capacity for the duration of the storm. And meanwhile, wind and solar produced less than 20% of their installed capacity and bottomed out at 2% during the peak of the storm. So the lesson from that is to be careful to consider the full range of costs and risks when you're evaluating new resources, and to consider and to not do what Texas is doing, which is to overvalue the low operating cost of wind and solar while undervaluing the reliability attributes and the things you have to do to back them up. So one thing that people avoid considering, and you probably have seen a lot of people say, well, there's a lot of ways you can use wind and solar and storage to replace these new assets that Northwestern's considering. One way that people avoid considering reliability costs is to play a game of what I call reliability chicken. Because there's not really a way to cost effectively build enough energy storage to fully support a new wind or solar build, such that it can operate with the same amount of uptime like the Yellowstone County station that's under consideration here. So what they do instead is you can use models to kind of draw upon existing reserves, or you import power from some other utility. So that's always what we see when we see these types of integrated resource plans that add a lot of wind and solar. They're basically trying to draw on some kind of existing resource. But what if those reserves exist, and what if someone else is doing the same thing? That's kind of what happened in Texas. We had everyone was counting on everyone else to have reserve power, and nobody did. And I do a lot of resource adequacy modeling in my work, and one thing that's really hard for those models to do is to capture the tail risks involved with extreme weather, especially when you're relying on too much intermittent energy. So, and the other thing too, there were a lot of entities in Texas, including my utility in Austin Energy, that did have sufficient reserve margins and had their power plants fully operating during the storm. They had made the right investments. And those entities, while they still had to suffer rolling outages, they made money during the storm. They came out okay. Entities that were short of power lost billions of dollars. And that's what happens when you fail to ensure you have a fully resilient system. You might get away with 5, even 10 years of paying less for your system, but then one event will wipe you out. And that's what we had happen here. We had a lot of years of low energy costs, low gas prices, but then that 1 year we incurred, all those gains were wiped out in just that one event.
Brent,
so what I can
summarize, time is up.
Okay. So while we don't have a firm position on Northwestern Energy's investments and rate requests, what I can say definitively is that Northwestern should do everything it can to maintain a healthy reserve margin of firm dispatchable generation, and not rely on rosy forecasts, to really be careful in what it's doing and to take those risks and costs into account. Thank you.
Thank you, Brent. Next online, we have Audrey LeBray and then Joan Kreisich. Sorry, Joan, I murdered your name the first time through. I didn't have an R on here. Followed by Ed Barta and then Katie Harrison. Aubrey, are you on? Aubrey LeBray, are you on? We'll circle back. Joan Kreisich, are you on? Joan Kreisich, are you online?
My name is Joan Kresich.
I'm sorry.
Kresich from Livingston. Thank you so much, commissioners, for your commitment to reliable, affordable energy, and to us, the customers who pay our electric bills without fail. I asked the PSC to refuse to add 2 expensive and polluting projects to our escalating utility bills. I'll speak to one of those. The Yellowstone County Generating Facility was planned, it was built, and it was fired up without any public input, the pillar that supports vibrant democracies. Now Northwestern Energy wants us, whose utility payments they rely on, to pay for that plant. We all remember the historical American cry, no taxation without representation. Since monopoly utility customers who cannot buy energy elsewhere had no chance to give feedback on the methane plant, we should not be billed for it. We ratepayers are getting hit with a volley of energy cost increases. Why are Northwestern Wall Street investors guaranteed a 10% plus ROE when the market benchmark average is 5.8 to 6.8%? Why special treatment? Bailing out Northwestern Energy from a costly investment decision will benefit these particular investors at our expense. Please help Northwestern honor their responsibility to us and refuse to greenlight charges for the methane plant. Please work to bring their ROE in line with benchmark averages. While corporate profits are at an all-time high, thousands of Montanans are living paycheck to paycheck, and others are budgeting diligently to support the well-being of their families and communities. I appreciate your service, and I trust that you'll restore the balance between the legitimate requirements of the utility and the rights and needs of the customers who fund them. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Is Edward Barta online? Is Edward, sir?
Okay, good. President Mulder and other members of the Public Service Commission, good morning. My name is Edward Barta, that's spelled B-A-R-T-A. I'm from Billings, and I'm a member of the Northern Plains Resource Council. I speak here today in opposition to the rate hike request from Northwestern Energy. One of Northwestern Energy's main arguments in support of the cost for sourcing much of their energy from coal strips 3 and 4 and the new Laurel methane-fired plant is that these plants are very reliable. However, we all know the aging coal strip plant seems to regularly be down for expensive repairs, and we can be certain that these breakdowns will be even more regular as it gets older. The Laurel plant, which runs in a simple cycle gas turbines, usually has about a 10 to 15% forced outage rates, and Northwest Energy's IRP shows it running only 8 to 15% of the year. Yet customers pay 100% of the carrying cost for a plant that sits idle a big chunk of the time. There are more reliable tools that have a higher degree of reliability, such as battery storage fleets. As our own Montana Consumer Council said, ratepayers should not be a backstop for utilities that make needlessly risky and questionable decisions. The role of regulation is not to protect utility companies from the consequences of bad decisions. I'd like to add that Northwest Energy tries to put out a positive public spin towards renewables by highlighting that they are included in their overall energy portfolio. We all know, however, that Northwest Energy does everything it can to limit renewables, not only in their portfolios, but also by actively undermining any legislation that might favor clean energy projects. In short, Northwest's policy of short-term profits over responsible long-term investments in less expensive, more reliable, clean source of energy shows that they do not take their ratepayers' pocketbooks or the ratepayers' overall health very seriously. I urge you to reject or at least significantly reduce the amount of rate hikes requested. Thank you for your good work, commissioners, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Barta. Okay, next is Katie Harrison, and then we'll circle back to Aubrey.
Hi there. This is Katie Harrison. I'm in Billings, Montana. Did you need me to spell my last name?
Couldn't hurt.
Okay, it's Harrison.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you so much for hearing us today. I am also asking you, imploring you, please, to reject this new request for the rate hike. I am, of course, a ratepayer. I am a newer homeowner, just struggling to keep my home, and keep up with all my bills. And I'm also a small business owner as well. I'm trying every day to make ends meet. And I was just looking up how much Brian Bird makes, the chief CEO of Northwestern Energy. According to salary.com, $2.7 million. I can't even explain to you what I would do with $2.7 million, but I'll tell you one thing. I wouldn't be applying for the low income home energy assistance program, which I'm sure you guys are all familiar with, which I unfortunately did have to apply for last month just to get my electricity turned back on in my home. And that program is a gamble. You don't know if you'll qualify for it. But meanwhile, Northwestern Energy had already turned off my power in my home. And I have animals to care for and, food in my refrigerator that meanwhile is potentially getting spoiled. So the last thing that I, as, just a regular person and a business owner, is to literally have to worry month to month about whether I can, either feed myself or keep my energy, my electricity on in my home. This is preposterous. I think that had Northwestern Energy used the last energy hike or rate hike to perhaps build clean energy for our state, that would have been a much better investment. Instead, as one of the previous speakers said, they're just blatantly going forward with, projects that many of us think are harmful to the planet, harmful to Montanans' health, and haven't even been approved yet. And they're just investing in risky and very overly expensive projects that, of course, we have to pay for while their salaries are going up. If that doesn't sound corrupt to you, I don't know what is. I don't know.
30
It's
seconds.
very upsetting. So I just am begging you to please reject this rate hike. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Aubrey has contacted us, said she'll come on a different day, but we do have a new commenter, and this will be our last commenter. Online, we have Susan Evans. Susan, are you online?
I am.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. I'm Susan Evans, EVANS. I live in Polson, Montana. Thank you, Chairman and members of the Commission, for making this meeting available to the public. Like many older Americans, I live on a fixed Social Security income. I get a very small cost of living adjustment that is nowhere near the rate increase that Northwestern Energy is asking. There is no excuse for Northwestern Energy's executive decisions to choose to invest in the most costly energy forms and then expect their customers to pay for it. The new innovations in combined wind, solar, and battery storage are a much smarter investment and much less expensive for customers and more reliable than cold strip. Cautionary tales aside, there are leaps and bounds in the effectiveness and the efficiency of wind, solar, and combined battery storage. Again, there's no excuse for making bad decisions and expecting customers to pay. Most of us are already struggling to make ends meet. People like me are agonizing over how to survive. You are our only defense against this requested rate hike. Please protect me and others like me and vote no to this rate increase and encourage Northwestern Energy to choose better, less expensive investments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Susan. That was our final public commenter for the day. We will adjourn until 9 a.m., which will be in a little under half an hour from now. 9 a.m., we are back in session. Are there any public announcements? Seeing none. Ms. Norcott, would you like to call your next witness?
Thank you, Mr. President. Northwestern calls Brandy Hellwinkle, and Ms. Hellwinkle is appearing via Zoom and needs to be sworn in.
Ms. Hellwinkle, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Ms. Hellwinkle, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and to do so without purpose of aversion?
Yes, I do.
Please continue.
Ms. Hellwinkle, thank you for taking time this morning to be here on your vacation in Rome. We really appreciate that. Ms. Hellwinkle, would you please state your name, spelling your last name, and your business address for the record?
Sure. Brandy Hellwinkle, last name Hellwinkel, business address 121 East Griffin Drive, Bozeman, Montana 59715.
By whom are you employed?
Northwestern Energy,
And would you provide the commission with your title at Northwestern Energy?
Manager System Assets.
Ms. Hellwinkle, did you submit direct testimony in this docket?
Yes, I did.
And do you have a document in front of you marked Exhibit NWE 49?
Yes, I have reviewed that.
And is NWE 49 a true and correct copy of your direct testimony?
Yes, it is.
And if I were to ask you here today under oath the same questions that are set forth in that exhibit, would your answers be the same except for any corrections or modifications?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or modifications to this exhibit?
I do not.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, with that, I move for the admission of Exhibit NWE 49.
Without exception, admitted.
Thank you. With that, Mr. President, Ms. Hellwinkle is available for cross-examination and questioning.
Do any interveners have any cross-examination of this witness?
Mr. President, the joint parties will have some questions.
Please continue.
Good morning, Ms. Hellwinkle.
Good morning.
Or should I say buongiorno? You're familiar with Northwestern Energy's wildfire mitigation plan, which is attached to your pre-filed direct testimony as BLH1, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you reviewed it?
I have.
And did you have a hand in drafting it?
I did.
The wildfire mitigation plan includes enhanced activities that are now over and above what Northwestern Energy has historically done to address wildfires, correct?
That's correct. And the reason we're calling them enhanced is prior to the wildfire mitigation plan, Northwestern had invested in its infrastructure more from a reliability perspective, which runs a parallel path with mitigating wildfire.
Thank you for that. The costs of these enhanced activities for wildfire preparedness are significant, aren't they, Ms. Hellwinkle?
I guess significant is relative, but they are costs that are important to ensuring that we continue to serve our customers safely and reliably.
Fair enough. Ms. Hellwinkle, do you have a copy of your pre-filed direct testimony in front of you?
I do not.
Okay. Are you familiar with a table that you included at the end of your pre-filed direct testimony that included costs associated with wildfire mitigation? Do you recall that?
Yeah, I do recall the table.
Okay. Thank you. And subject to check, would you agree with me that the costs over the 5-year plan for enhanced wildfire mitigation preparedness are approximately $300 million? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you qualify $300 million as significant costs?
Again, I think that's a relative term.
Okay. Fair enough. And the activities that are embraced within these costs are to address the quote unquote growing concern of wildfire risk, right?
The activities that encompass that cost really meet all four objectives of the wildfire mitigation plan, which is to reduce ignition potential, improve our system and environmental monitoring, enhance our vegetation management, and enrich our communication and outreach.
Ms. Hellwinkle, would you agree with me that in your pre-filed direct testimony on page BLH7, line 2, you say that the enhanced activities associated with the wildfire mitigation plan are quote unquote to address the growing concern of wildfire risk. Is that right?
Mr. President, if I may ask counsel to pull up her testimony on the screen so that she can review that before answering the question.
I'd like to pause.
Just a second, Ms. Hellwinkle, did you hear the request?
I did hear the request.
Can you do that?
No, I'm sorry. Ask counsel to pull that up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I have it on my screen. I don't believe that I can share with Ms. Hellwinkle. Is that how? Could someone send me the Zoom link?
We can pull it.
It's shernandez@earthjustice.org. I apologize for this.
So where are we at in this request?
I'm happy to pull it up and put it before the witness. It will save us some time in the long run as I get to my next 5 lines of questioning. Just kidding. The Zoom link was sent from Philip English, is that right? Okay, give me just one moment. Okay. Sarah, while I'm waiting for the email to arrive and for my computer to load the Zoom link, it might be easier just for the sake of this question if you could share your screen with Ms. Hellwinkle's testimony or Ms. Hill.
Ms. Hellwinkle, can you see the screen?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Okay. And I'd like to direct your attention and in there, if you could, to page BLH7, line 2. And let me know when you're there, Ms. Hellwinkle.
Recording in progress.
Yes, I can see that.
Okay. And in line 2, you mentioned that these enhanced activities are, quote, to address the growing concern of wildfire risk. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm on, so I should be able to share from here. All right. I'm not going to keep you long, I promise. And Ms. Hellwinkle, in fact, Northwestern's wildfire mitigation plan projects a 600% increase in the wildfire season in Montana. Is that right?
In the plan, we reference a study that was done to understand over the next 50 years how fire season, so weeks that you could anticipate a very large fire, could increase. in certain parts of Montana relevant to this plan, that is correct.
And that's the certain parts of Montana are really the majority of Montana, right?
I believe it's the western half without looking at that document. I believe it's mostly the western half, but yes, most of Montana does have an increase, according to this study, in wildfire weeks where you could anticipate a very large fire.
And that increase is 600%.
Yes, up to 600%.
Okay. And that increase is due to global warming caused by greenhouse gas emissions, right?
Northwestern nor myself did any study on the causation of that increase. We were using that to inform our wildfire mitigation plan and what appropriate strategies the utility could put in place to mitigate wildfire risk.
Okay, fair enough. Ms. Hellwinkle, I'd like to direct your attention to the wildfire mitigation plan, which is attached as an exhibit BLH1 to your pre-filed direct testimony. I'm going to pull it up on my computer and show it to you. Can I, Philip, do I have authority to share my screen? Oh, okay, great, thank you very much. Right. Ms. Hellwinkle, please let me know if you can see this.
I can see the text is fairly small.
Let me try to magnify that a little bit. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Now, under item 1.3, it says understanding a changing environment. Stepping back, this is part of the wildfire mitigation plan that you helped prepare, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And now, in the first paragraph here, it says, midway through the paragraph, that in an article published by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Agency titled "The Risk of Very Large Fires Could Increase Sixfold by Mid-Century in the U.S., the author included a map in Figure 2 stating, quote, "This map shows the projected increase in the number of, quote, very large fire weeks, end quote, in which conditions are favorable to the occurrence of very large fire by mid-century 2041 to 2070 compared to the recent past, 1971 to 2000. Period, end quote, footnote 1. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay. And if I scroll down to the footnote cites an article. That article is entitled, Caitlin Kennedy, Risk of Very Large Fires Could Increase Sixfold by Mid-Century in the U.S. NOAA, climate.gov, August 20, 2015, and then there's a hyperlink. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Ms. Hellwinkle, are you familiar with that article?
I am familiar with that article. I have not reviewed it in detail in quite some time.
Okay. And do you know if that article attributes this 600% projection in increased wildfire risk to anything in particular?
Again, when we use that information, we did not use it for causation, so we were not specifically looking at causation. We were more looking at, from a wildfire mitigation perspective, what should we anticipate into our future for potential increased wildfire risk.
All right. I'd like to mark an exhibit that I've marked as Exhibit MEIC 9. Is there a court reporter to whom I could pass this? Got a copy for each of the commissioners. Permission to approach the commission to distribute this exhibit,
Certainly.
President? Okay. And I'll pass one to Ann. Thanks. All right, I'm going to attempt another share screen, Ms. Hellwinkle, so give me just one moment. And Mr. President, I guess I'd request to approach the witness via Zoom, if that's a thing.
If that's a thing, you may.
Thank you.
And Mr. President, as Mr. Hernandez pulls this up onto the Zoom, I just have a question. I do not believe this exhibit was identified in the joint parties pre-hearing memo, and so I'm asking for clarity on the purpose of this exhibit since it wasn't identified.
This exhibit is being presented as an impeachment exhibit, which does not have to be presented in a pretrial memo for obvious reasons.
Just a moment. Okay, you may continue, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Currently, I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty with the screen share. I was wondering, since this exhibit has already been produced in response to a data request, Sarah, I was wondering if you might be able to pull this up or if you have another copy on anyone else that anyone else has. Okay. Okay, or hold everything. Maybe my computer's alive after all. Yeah, okay, here, never mind. I think this is working. Ms. Hellwinkle, can you see the title of this article? Risk of very large fires could increase sixfold.
Yes.
Does this appear to be the article by Caitlin Kennedy that was cited in Northwestern Energy's wildfire mitigation plan?
It appears that is the image that we used. Without seeing the whole article, it's hard for me to confirm.
Okay, and I'd direct your attention to the first sentence of the article. Would you review that sentence for a second?
Yep.
It says, warming due to increased greenhouse gas emissions will likely increase the potential for, quote, very large fires, end quote, the top 10% of fires, which account for a majority of burned areas in many regions of the United States. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And you've read that sentence before, right?
As previously mentioned, I have not read this article in a while. So likely I have read it. I don't remember that particular sentence, however.
Okay. And you, as you sit here today, you don't dispute that this increase in wildfires is due, as the article says, to increased greenhouse gas emissions.
Objection asked and answered. Ms. Hellwinkle was already asked if the article contributes to 600-fold to anything in particular, and she indicated that we did not use this for causation. We anticipate the increase in, we used it for anticipating the fire risk into the future?
Objection sustained.
Your Honor, Mr. President, this is just for impeachment purposes. She said she didn't recall. I'm asking her if this, if in light of having read the sentence, she disputes the sentence.
If you want to pursue this, you may rephrase the question, but
Okay.
I have sustained the objection.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll rephrase. Ms. Hellwinkle, you have no reason to dispute this sentence, right?
I am not a climate expert, so I cannot dispute or undispute this sentence.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. I'm going to stop the sharing, and I think I have just a few other questions. Now, Ms. Hellwinkle, are you aware that liability insurance premiums have increased significantly for Northwestern Energy in the past 5 years?
I am not involved with insurance costs, so I cannot confirm that number.
Okay, fair enough. I ask for no more. Ms. Hellwinkle, do you know how many times Northwestern Energy has been sued in the past 5 years for damages due to wildfires?
No, I do not.
Okay. Ms. Hellwinkle, do you agree that very large fires pose a risk to Northwestern?
I believe that very large fires pose a risk to our entire state.
Including Northwestern?
Sure.
And ratepayers?
Yes.
And regular Montanans?
Objection asked and answered. She already said that she thought it would impact the state.
This is just seeking additional specificity. She made a general assertion. Now I'm seeking specifics.
Answered.
I think the general answer was very specific. It affects all Montanans, so please move on.
All right, that's fine. Ms. Hellwinkle, do you believe that the cause of this increased prevalence of wildfires is relevant to Northwestern Energy's decision making?
Can you re-ask that question?
Yes. The article that we cited attributed this 600% increase in wildfires to a cause. Do you believe that knowing about that cause is relevant to Northwestern Energy's decision making?
Again, the purposes of this study was not causation. I am not a climate expert. I cannot make decisions based on causation. We use that in the context to understand the risk that Northwestern faces, the risk that our customers face in the state of Montana from a wildfire perspective, and what strategies we should employ to mitigate that risk.
All right. And the cause of that risk, you're unable to speak to.
That's correct.
And you don't think that cause is actually relevant?
Objection that misstates the witness's testimony.
It was a question that she can answer and deny if she thinks.
Objection overruled.
Can you re-ask the question?
Could the court reporter please read back the question?
The court reporter does not have a microphone, so if you could repeat what she said.
I will. Apologies. Ms. Hellwinkle, you don't believe the cause of that increase is relevant?
I didn't say that.
But do you agree that it's relevant or not relevant?
For the purposes of the wildfire mitigation plan, we did not look at causation as part of the overall mitigation strategies that are proposed within the plan.
I appreciate that response, Ms. Hellwinkle. Would you please answer my question?
What is your question?
Do you believe that the cause of this increase in wildfires is relevant or not relevant?
To the context of what?
To your wildfire mitigation efforts.
No.
Thank you. No further questions. I appreciate your time.
Are there other interveners that'd like to cross-examine this witness? Seeing none, do any of my fellow commissioners wish to cross-examine this witness? Commissioner Bukacek?
Yes, please.
Good.
Ms. Hellwinkle, referring to new MEIC Exhibit 9, in general, is it reasonable to accept data from climate model predictions from a study without accepting the article's causation of the predictions?
Objection. Lack of expertise. She said she doesn't have expertise with respect to climate.
I don't think the question went to that. It went to, is it common to accept an article? So I will allow the question.
When Northwestern, excuse me. Commissioner, when Northwestern developed our wildfire mitigation plan, similar to with most utilities in the industry, we used a number of different publicly available data sources to try to understand how risk could be changing for the state of Montana to inform the decision making and the strategies that are laid out within the plan.
Thank you.
Further questions, Commissioner? Commissioner Bukacek?
Yeah.
Did you have further? Okay. Commissioner Fielder, did you have any questions to cross-examine? Would you care to cross-examine this witness?
I do. I would. Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Hellwinkle, I'm curious about the line of questioning that Earth Justice Council was just asking you regarding causation, and I just want to try to understand this better. Did you say that Northwestern didn't consider causation of wildfires in its wildfire risk planning?
Commissioner Fielder, no, we did look at historical fires and causation of those fires. When I was speaking to causation, I was directly referring to any weather changes or environmental condition changes. We did not study the causation of long-term weather changes.
Okay, so you did look at what has historically caused wildfires related to your system in the past, correct?
Commissioner, I would say that we looked at, in general, all fires in Montana over the last several decades and tried to study, as laid out in the plan, I believe there's a figure that shows that, tried to understand the location of those fires and the size of those fires. Sometimes the cause of fires was available. We did look at that. Relevant to our system, we did also do some analysis on any outages that were in conjunction with a fire. That did help inform certain parts of our plan.
Okay, thank you. So can you just describe for me or list different causes of fires that you were able to identify? What caused fires? Like, was it a storm? Was it an animal outage? Was it, what were the different kinds of causes of fires that you were able to identify?
Specific to utility caused fires or just in general?
Fires that you considered and assessed in your wildfire mitigation planning.
Thank you for the clarification. I would say in general, for the fires that we looked at, a number of them are some type of weather event. Very, very few are utility caused as far as an overall nation metrics. So I would say that majority of them would be weather caused, with obviously some human caused fires in there. However, I wouldn't say I'm a fire expert, so I don't know if I could go into much more detail than that as far as fire causes.
Okay. Well, I would like some specifics, like, what ignited the fires. Do you have, I didn't see that data in your testimony, but do you have that data as in terms of point of ignition? Was it a match, kids playing with matches? Was it two animals on a power line that touched, or a bird eating a fish on a power line? I mean, do you have that level of data? Did you assess that level of data in your wildfire planning?
No, we did not.
Okay, so you've got a wildfire plan to reduce wildfire risk, but you didn't identify what those risks are?
The wildfire plan that we have is for utility caused wildfires. So the objectives of our wildfire plan are four. First is to reduce the ignition potential, to increase system and environmental monitoring, to enrich our vegetation efforts, and to increase our communication to our stakeholders and customers. We developed those four objectives based on industry standards, what a lot of other utilities were doing, peers were doing, kind of best practices. But we also looked at what we considered outages, which an ignition usually follows an outage. So we looked at historical outages to try to inform specific strategies within those four objectives. For example, if we were concerned about failing components on a line or vegetation, that is why we included things in our wildfire mitigation plan, such as additional ground assessments and additional vegetation management practices.
Okay, so at one point when you were speaking with Mr. Hernandez, I believe it is, you mentioned that I think a large proportion of the concern was in Western Montana. Did I get that right?
I believe that all of Montana on that map that we were speaking to did show an increase in fire weeks. What I recall without seeing the image is I believe that darker red was more on the western side of the state, but without having that in front of me, I would need to verify that. But from a utility perspective, we certainly are looking at the entire state. We have hired a consultant that does risk modeling, consequence modeling, and really gets us down to every span of wire and what the risk is along our facilities. So while the risk between Western Montana and Eastern Montana could be different, there still is present risk with owning and operating an overhead utility.
Okay, sure, I understand that. Does that risk in Western Montana relate to the amount of forested land there is in Western Montana versus Eastern Montana, which is less forested?
I would say available fuels certainly could impact risk and does impact risk. But as weather conditions change, that present risk at that time does change. So that is why Northwestern has invested in, and part of our wildfire plan, situational awareness to develop tools and technologies to monitor real-time weather conditions to make the appropriate operational defense strategies decisions, such as a EPSS, which is changing the settings on our protective devices, PSPS, and most extreme cases, which is a public safety power shutoff. So I would say based on current conditions, that profile could change regardless if you are in Eastern Montana or Western Montana.
Okay, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about that public safety power shutoff that is in your testimony. I believe your written testimony said that that is something that would be implemented after a fire, or excuse me, before a fire is started rather than after. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. So a public safety power shutoff is a proactive measure in the most extreme cases where you would proactively de-energize an overhead facility to reduce that ignition potential when the environmental conditions warrant that type of proactive measure.
Okay. And in layman's terms for us, you had mentioned that, or let me ask you this. You had mentioned that weather could cause fires, I believe, or some fires are weather caused. Can you just drill down on that for me a little bit in layman's terms? And what does that mean? I mean, does that mean wind blowing power lines together, or precipitation, causing an arc between lines, or what is a weather caused fire?
Sure. In the context of a utility ignition, really what you're looking at from a weather perspective is both winds, but also the moisture content and the fuels present. So there's a number of different factors that would go into that decision making. The tool that we have in place to help with that decision making would include weather factors such as wind speed, temperature, moisture content, etc. Because you're really worried about what the conditions are on the ground, but also that wind that could cause that ignition.
Okay. And what you're referring to is wind that could cause ignition, cause the electrical system to ignite. It's not the wind that causes the fire, it's the wind that does something to the system that then ignites a fire, correct?
That could be one factor, yes.
Okay, and I just want to go back to this because it's perplexing me a little bit. So did you say that Northwestern did not review the types of causation on your fire ignition causation on your system when it was developing its mitigation plan?
What Northwestern looked at and what is in our plan as far as historical outages, records that we have outages on. So again, remember that outage is typically the cause of that first ignition. We looked at all outage causes. So whether that be wind or vegetation, whether that be an animal contact, we did look at all outage records that we had that had the mention of fire. So not necessarily caused a fire, but might have caused a situation that could have a fire, or there was a fire caused by something else near the line. We did look at that. We just didn't have a substantial amount of records over the long term to really make a lot of decisions. So we supplemented that with SME knowledge, talking to local area linemen, kind of what they understand as far as concerning components that could cause that ignition potential. And in our risk modeling that ultimately prioritizes where we do these strategies, we do look at both probability and consequence. When we look at probability, we look at every segment of line, and we look at things such as, have we had any repairs on that line? Have we had any outages on that line? So we are looking at more at that micro level. We are looking at segment by segment specific potential probability for ignition. But what I would say, we looked historical to the best of our record keeping.
Okay, good. I appreciate that, and I'm glad you clarified that for me because I was concerned by what I thought I heard earlier. Okay, so of those different types of ignitions that occurred, and you listed a few for me, could you just name those again and any others that you can recall?
I can't recall specific events, but what I would say in general, what we're looking for when measuring probability of an ignition are things like an outage. So that could be an outage from lines slapping together for wind, a failing piece of equipment, vegetation contact. those are the type of outages that we would be really focusing in on and trying to mitigate against with our strategies. But we are also looking at those other factors to really understand the asset condition of every single pull and span on our system to really target the mitigation strategies within our plan.
Okay. And were some of those ignitions caused by animals?
I can't recall the event caused by an animal, but you could assume that that is possible, yes.
Okay, so physical things contacting the line, tree branches, animals, things like that have been a source of ignition that you've identified.
Yes.
Has climate change ever been a source of ignition that you've identified?
I would not say that we have identified.
Objection, if I may. She testified that she doesn't have expertise on climate change, so I don't think she can testify on whether or not climate change is the cause of fire ignition.
Mr. President, the witness, I'm not asking the witness to testify if she's an expert on climate change. I'm asking her to testify as to what types of things have caused ignitions. And she has listed several, and I'm asking if she's ever seen or identified climate change as a cause of ignition.
The question was as restated, not asking for a question on climate change, is asking for has climate change been identified. So the objection is overruled. The witness will answer the question.
No, have not identified climate change as an ignition source.
Thank you. I think that's all, Mr. President.
Commissioner Wellborn, do you have any questions?
Yeah, one. Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Hellwinkle, you made the comment that fires, I believe the way you put it is fires typically follow an outage, and that I think the way I'm looking at this, I mean, I can appreciate that, and I think that's where the point you were getting at was in how to prepare for that, which we can all appreciate. You alluded to that in your response to Commissioner Felder, but would you also agree that fire itself, regardless of the cause, regardless of the ignition, of the type of ignition or the fuel load or the type of fuel, or be what it is, that the fire itself also causes risk of outages? So it would be kind of the reverse of what you say, but the fire would cause an outage. That, I mean, do you guys come from it at that angle at all? I think that maybe an oversimplistic way of looking at what Commissioner Felder was trying to get at, but I guess I'm just curious of your response.
Commissioner, what I would say is that the wildfire mitigation plan that is in front of you is for utility caused wildfires. Typically that first ignition point does cause some type of either momentary or sustained outage. Relevant to fires outside of utility cause, so outside of the right of way, there is potential that could cause an outage as that fire comes through the line. But that wildfire mitigation plan in front of you is very specific to utility caused or utility mitigation.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, I have a follow-up question.
Commissioner Bukacek has a follow-up question.
Thank you, sir. So I appreciate the discussion back and forth with Vice President Fielder, and made it pretty clear that your mitigation plan is based in large part on causation of wildfires, in particular utility-caused fires. So back to that new MEIC Exhibit 9, based on Earth Justice Attorney's reference to increasing greenhouse gas emissions as causation. My recollection is that was what you were referring to when you said you didn't look at causation. It was for greenhouse gas emissions in particular that you didn't look at?
Commissioner, we didn't look at causation of the climate change that he was referring to. We looked at causation and causation in the context of informing how can we improve our system to mitigate what utility caused wildfires.
Excellent, thank you.
Ms. Elwinkle, I have several questions. Some of these might seem duplicative, but I'm not getting the answer to this granularity that I need. So, first of all, in your studies of causation in Montana, in your service area, how many fires in the last, you said you went back 10 to 20 years, whatever time frame you would like to use, how many fires were started by transmission issues and how many were started by distribution issues of your system?
I do not have that number in front of me. What we looked at was outages that had commentary in the outage record of a fire present, whether that was caused by a power line or just a separate fire in the area. I do not have that level of granularity or that level of detail.
Ms. Elwinkle, would you agree that before the commission charges ratepayers $300 million in 5 years to reduce the number of transmission or distribution caused fires, we should know what that number is? And so we can at least track to see if we're getting a better result or not?
We have started tracking wildfire, utility caused wildfires. We've started that process. In our history, we did not track that to that level of detail that I am aware of. But what I would say is based on all of the risk modeling we've done and to continue to serve our customers and our communities safely and reliably, it is paramount that we move forward with the wildfire mitigation plan to reduce that ignition potential for our customers to reduce that risk.
Thank you. You don't have my binder number, but when you listed your system preparedness, number 4 was vegetation management, which so far as not causation goes, but outcome. That's very important. No significant changes in these activities. Yet in your detail as to how much money that is, that's $47.7 million. So are you currently on a spending track to spend that $47 million, or is that $47 million in your exhibit new expenditures?
I believe what you're referring to in the exhibit, again, without having that in front of me, is where we were comparing and contrasting the 2022 enhanced wildfire plan to the 2024 wildfire mitigation plan. So what we were saying is for vegetation management activities between those two plans, there was not substantial changes either in scope or cost. However, that 47 number that you're referring to would be the enhanced component of our wildfire mitigation plan on top of what we've historically done, which is referred to as our established activities for vegetation management.
And so that 47.7 million would be an additional expenditure in vegetation management.
Subject to check, yes, without that number in front of me and having a hard time verifying.
Okay. And number 5 in the list of projects you were working on was communication and outreach. No significant changes in activities, but an increased cost of $2.1 million. what would you spend 2.1 million on in communication and outreach?
Again, I think that no significant changes is in my testimony comparing the enhanced wildfire mitigation plan from 22 to the 2024 wildfire mitigation plan. So there is an enhanced component within our plan, and it's really around educating our customers before, during, and after an event, reaching out and working with other agencies, whether that be public or private agencies in our communities, so they understand what Northwestern perceives as our wildfire risk, what we're doing about that risk, so they understand things like what a public safety power shutoff is, so they can be prepared for that type of event. So within the wildfire mitigation plan, there's a number of communication and outreach strategies, including different types of media to communicate with our customers, whether that be paid advertising, radio, mail inserts, etc., bill inserts, excuse me. So I believe that's what that cost is referring to.
Okay. Under what is the reason for this difference between the two plans? This goes back to your 2022 versus 2024. Sub 2 is under objectives of the 2024 Wildlife Management Plan, alignment to Edison Electric Institute and utility industry standard of care for wildfire mitigation. I asked NARUC if there was a standard industry, an industry standard of care for wildfire mitigation, and they said no. They told me to contact California, which is working on one. What is the Edison Electric Institute and utility industry standard of care, and where can I find that?
Commissioner, as we develop the plan and as we continue to do, we are watching the industry. It's a rapid moving topic in our industry, working with peer utilities, part of a number of utility working groups to really understand, as an industry, what do we do about this issue? The EEI document that you're referring to lays out the components that are typically found in a wildfire mitigation plan, which very closely aligns to the components within our plan. It also guides for terminology, so defining what is a public safety power shutoff, so that different states are using the same terminology, so that we are all educating the public at the same time with the same terminology. So it is more of a guideline of what to expect as far as categories within a plan, but it is important that each utility, and particularly what Northwestern did, is try to take those concepts and apply it to what makes sense for Montana and what makes sense for our customers.
Okay, I understand that, but at $2.1 million, defining and how to implement a shutoff and notifying people as to what an evacuation plan might be, and working with the sheriff's office to reach people that don't have internet. I'm not sure if that's a lot or not. So as this goes forward, we're going to need more specificity on just about all these numbers. With that in mind, I thank you for your time. You're testifying from where, and I'm testifying from where? You're the expert. So thank you very much. Are there any staff questions of this witness?
Mr. President, before we go to that, may I ask one more of this witness?
Of course.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, this is Vice President Jennifer Fielder. And thank you for taking time out of your vacation for us. I really appreciate that, and sorry to disrupt your day, but hopefully we can get through this and you can go back to enjoying time with on your trip. But I noticed in your testimony that on page 8, starting on 7, you talked about a internally built dynamic dashboard using Esri GIS technology, system asset information, and a third-party environmental consequence model overlaid with the U.S. Forest Service Severe Fire Danger Index to determine forecasted wildfire risk zones. And I was just wondering if these millions of dollars that are included in your matrix for work on vegetation management and risk reduction. How far does that extend into cooperating with the U.S. Forest Service in reducing fuel loads in these identified wildfire risk zones? Is Northwestern proactively engaging with and working with the Forest Service or with state, local, or other federal officials to try to reduce fuel loads in these high-risk areas?
Thanks for the question, Vice President Fielder. What I was speaking to is the information that we're using within our risk models to prioritize those strategies. There are partnerships that I'm aware of for working with different agencies. I cannot speak to the specifics of those. I would have to defer to Mr. Merkel on that.
All right. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. President, for the follow-up.
Thank you. Does staff have any questions? Do staff have any questions?
I do have a few questions on behalf of staff. Good morning, Ms. Hellwinkle. My name is Amanda Webster. I'm a staff attorney with the commission. I have about 10 questions for you regarding the wildfire mitigation balancing account, which I'll call the WMBA, and the mitigation plan. So first, for clarity, is Northwestern proposing to continue using the 2024 wildfire mitigation plan provided as Exhibit BLH1 to your direct testimony for costs eligible to be recouped in the WMBA?
I am not the correct expert to speak to the balancing account. I would have to defer that to Ms. Rich.
Okay, thank you. And if any of my questions at any time would be better answered by another witness, please feel free to let me know. I'd appreciate that. Can you explain to me how you form estimates in the wildfire mitigation plan?
Certainly. So the 2024 wildfire mitigation plan lays out about 5 years worth of investments. So what you'll see in the 24 plan is we trued up the actuals from 2023. We included the budget for 2024, which the 24 budget would be kind of known and measurable values of what we expect. So what type of resource we're putting at that particular strategy, how many units we're doing. So it's a more detailed cost. The future years, so in this plan, 25 and beyond, would be an estimate based on historicals. And this is the reason why we are doing currently an annual update and have committed to a regular update of our plan. As we continue to employ these strategies, costs are changing, and we continue to evaluate what makes the most sense, what's the highest value for our customers while reducing the most risk. So we will continually update the cost and true them up to actuals for historical cost.
Thank you. Can you tell me what costs, if any, were transferred from Northwestern's other plans into the wildfire mitigation plan? For example, did regular maintenance costs or vegetation maintenance management costs transfer to the wildfire mitigation plan?
In the 2024 plan, you'll see that there's an established cost section and an enhanced cost section. Established is activities we have always done, typically for reliability and safety purposes, but that run a parallel path with mitigating wildfire risk. So those are separated in the cost. The enhanced costs are specific to wildfire mitigation. And on the flip side, they also do benefit reliability, but they are pulled out as specific enhanced wildfire costs. That is the reason for the two separate costs that you see in the plan.
Okay, so some established costs were factored into the stipulation amount. Is that correct?
Again, I can't speak to the stipulation in the balancing account.
So if I have another question about the established costs and where they're included in the balancing account, it sounds like those would all be best for Ms. Rich.
That is correct.
Okay. Can you tell me what internal controls Northwestern has to ensure prudent wildfire mitigation activities and subsequent costs?
I'm going to defer that to Mr. Merkel as he is managing the current budget where I'm involved with the forward-looking planning. I think he's more appropriate to answer that.
Okay, great. Thank you. A couple of my further questions might be for Mr. Merkel as well, so just let me know. We heard from Ms. Lael a couple days ago that there is no proposed cap for increasing costs in the WMBA. Can you tell me, or would another witness be more appropriate to answer how ratepayers are protected with no caps and potentially increasing forecasted costs in the WMBA?
I believe that's for a different witness.
Would that be Rich as well?
Yes.
Just two more questions. And again, feel free to defer if appropriate. Can you explain how Northwestern balances risk mitigation and benefits of the wildfire mitigation plan and costs to ratepayers?
I believe that's more appropriate for Mr. Merkel.
Okay, and it sounds like Merkel could probably explain the cost benefit analysis and planning. Is that your understanding?
If you're talking cost benefit analysis as far as how we decide which strategies, I can speak to that. If it's kind of that controls piece, I would defer to him.
Okay. The second part of my question I wanted to ask there was, can you explain how Northwestern includes cost benefit analysis in its planning?
Sure. So we're constantly evaluating what is the appropriate mitigation for each particular area. So what I mean by that is across the 5 categories within our plan. So those are situational awareness, operational practices, system preparedness, vegetation management, and communication and outreach. Those are the 5 categories within our plan. There are certain strategies within those categories that we're looking at. So, for example, we look at hardening our system to reduce that ignition potential. When we look at that, we are prioritizing those based on that probability and consequence. After doing that, we're sending a field engineer out there to really evaluate what is the appropriate mitigation for that particular area. At that point in time, they will lay out all of the mitigations that are an option and choose the least cost for the highest reduction. So we are constantly, within all of the strategies of our plan, thinking about what is the highest value with the most risk mitigation.
Thank you. My last question at this time is, we've discussed a little bit about the $300 million that Northwestern estimates for the wildfire mitigation plan for the 2024 to 2028 time period. Can you tell me whether Northwestern considered affordability to customers when creating the plan?
I believe whenever Northwestern puts forth a plan, affordability to our customers is always a piece of the decision making. But ensuring that we continue to serve these customers both safely and reliably is really paramount to the wildfire mitigation plan.
I have one follow-up question. Can you tell me how Northwestern assesses affordability of the plan?
I'm going to defer that question to Mr. Merkel.
Okay, thank you for your time. I have no further questions.
The commission and staff having used up their opportunities and possibly brought forward more questions, would any interveners wish to recross this this witness?
Briefly, Mr. President, the joint parties have a couple follow-ups.
Please.
Ms. Hellwinkle, in your earlier colloquy with Vice President Fielder, you talked about Northwestern's plan involving hardening your system and assets, which involved an assessment of probability and consequences. And then you later said in response to questions, I believe in response to staff, that you're involved in forward-looking planning. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. If you learned that there was a condition that would increase the probability of fire or fire conditions by 600%, would it be prudent to assess that condition?
When I was speaking to evaluating probability, what we do is look at all of our assets to understand what is the probability of an ignition. That is the probability in which we study and continue to study.
And probability of ignition involves, in part, the conditions on the land, fire conditions.
We look at probability as far as that failure or that outage on our facilities that would cause that ignition, where consequence would be if that ignition falls onto the ground, what would be the overall consequence? So the environmental conditions, either long-term or short-term, would be put in that consequence bucket. That is the way we do our risk modeling and our prioritization models.
Okay, and if a cause of ignition, the probability of a cause of ignition were to increase 600%, would you consider that cause? Would that be important?
Objection asked and answered.
With respect, she didn't answer this question.
I believe she did when you asked her about the conditions that would cause a fire by 600%, whether or not it was prudent to consider that.
And Mr. President, the response wasn't quite responsive. If she would just answer that question, if it would be prudent to assess a condition that will increase the likelihood of fire 600%, yes or no?
Can the witness please give greater specificity to her answer, if possible?
And I can repeat, Ms. Hellwinkle, if it would be helpful.
Yeah, please.
If a condition were to increase the likelihood of an ignition 600%, would it be prudent to assess that condition?
We will continue to evaluate conditions on our lines to our facilities that could increase that probability of ignition.
So was that a yes?
Yes.
No. Yes. Great, thank you. And briefly, do you know, and if you don't know, that's fine, if increased temperatures cause transmission lines to droop?
That could be one component that could cause what we call sag, yes.
Okay. And do you know if ignition is more likely when conditions are hotter and drier?
Objection outside the scope of commission questions, so inappropriate for recross.
The response is that there was a significant question about the causes of ignition.
You're drilling down into the weeds of a specific.
I agree that that's outside the scope of recross.
Ms. Hellwinkle, do you know if you mentioned earlier in your colloquy with Vice President Fielder you talked about some causes of ignition from transmission and distribution lines, and you mentioned that trees could cause that. Do you know if extreme weather can increase the likelihood that trees will fall on power lines and cause an ignition?
No, I cannot speak to how trees behave in weather conditions.
And if you know, can you speak to whether more extreme weather can cause the likelihood that power lines themselves may be blown over?
Mr. President, I'm going to object again. Ms. Hellwinkle has already indicated she is not a climate scientist, expert, or studied this area.
Response, if I may, Mr. President. She did testify that she had looked at causes of specific ignitions from transmission and distribution systems, and this is just asking her to follow up on what she'd said with respect to causes.
I'll allow the question.
Can you restate the question, please?
Yeah, I'll do my best. Do you know if extreme weather can increase the likelihood that power lines themselves will be toppled?
Weather, especially, let me rephrase this. Wind is definitely a consideration. Extreme weather, that's too broad to really drill down to a yes or no answer.
Okay, more severe storms. Is that sufficiently clear?
More severe storms could. However, our lines are designed for the weather conditions per the code within the state of Montana.
Thank you, Ms. Hellwinkle. And I just want to clarify something. I believe in a response to questioning by Commissioner Bukacek and Vice President Fielder, you said that while you've assessed some causes of ignitions from transmission and distribution lines, you have not assessed whether climate change is causing wildfires. Did I recall that testimony correctly?
We did not assess climate change as causation to historical fires.
Okay, nor future fires.
What I was answering to is how we used historical information to inform the strategies within our plan.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Hellwinkle. I guess I'll say ciao.
Are there any further questions for recross from interveners? Seeing none, Mr. Norcross, you may call. Wait. Did you wish to excuse this witness?
Mr. President, before I do that, I do have a handful of redirect questions, if I may.
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. Hellwinkle, going back to your conversation with Mr. Hernandez, you were looking at table 13 or page 13. I mean, you had a table in your testimony and the reference to $300 million for wildfire mitigation capital and expenses. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And to clarify, that $300 million, is that capital and expense or just expense?
That is both capital and expense.
And what is the time period over which Northwestern at this point expects to incur those costs?
The 2024 plan include 23 through 29, I believe.
Okay. And the $300 million is associated with the estimated cost, correct?
Yes, that is an estimate. As discussed, we will true up actuals on a regular basis.
Okay, and I believe you testified that the estimates started for 2025. Was that right?
Yes.
And President Molnar was asking you some questions about specific costs, specifically for the communication and outreach in $2.1 million. Do you understand that Northwestern is asking for a wildfire mitigation balancing account that would recover actual expenses incurred in a given year and come before the commission and ask for that recovery?
Yes.
So Mr. Hernandez was asking you several questions and you kept making the statement about the causation and what you reviewed for causation and purposes of developing the plan. Why has Northwestern created a wildfire plan?
Northwestern has created a wildfire plan because although the state of Montana and Northwestern has dealt with wildfire for many years, and we've done a lot on our system to improve our reliability and in fact have top quartile compared to our peers' reliability to our customers, we felt like with the changing conditions, whether that be environmental conditions or people moving into what we call the WUI, it was prudent to continue to serve our customers and our communities safely and move forward with a wildfire mitigation plan that is right for our state, understands and quantifies the risk for our facilities, and has direct strategies to mitigate those risks.
Thank you, Ms. Hellwinkle. And finally, it was mentioned that you are not a climate scientist, correct?
That is correct.
And did Northwestern have a climate scientist review its wildfire plan?
Northwestern did not have a climate expert review its wildfire plan. Per industry standard, most utilities are using this wealth of publicly available information that's out there. That is also what we did. In fact, some of the best consultants, including the consultant that we use to quantify wildfire consequence, use open source data. So we felt it was prudent to use the resources available, allow the experts within our utility experts to interpret that data and understand how we can use that data to inform appropriate mitigation strategies while keeping in mind the cost to our customers and ratepayers.
Thank you, Ms. Hellwinkle. And with that, Mr. President, I would ask that this witness be permanently excused. And we really do appreciate your time this morning, Ms. Hellwinkle. I know we've been doing this for about an hour and 15 and we indicated 15 minutes. So we appreciate you taking your time out of your vacation.
Any objection to this witness being permanently excused? Seeing none, I also thank you for interrupting your vacation. When I vacation in the south of France, you can interrupt me.
Thank you.
Before we move on to the next witness, you're permanently excused. We have a brief announcement.
For everyone's awareness in the room, I know it's getting very warm up in this part. Unfortunately, our thermostat is broken and by extension, our air conditioning, and we plan to get that fixed on the lunch break. But until then, we're stuck with the current environmental conditions. So thank you for your putting up with that.
Ms. Norcott, please call your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. President. Northwestern calls Mr. Joe Steinmetz, and I'm not sure if he needs to be. He does need to be sworn in.
Mr. Steinmetz, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and to do so without purpose of aversion? Thank you. Please be seated.
Good morning. Please state your name and business address for the record.
Good morning. My name is Joe Steinmetz, S-T-I-M-A-T-Z, and my business address is 11 East Park Street, Butte, Montana, 59701.
On whose behalf are you testifying?
Northwestern Energy.
What is your job with Northwestern?
I am the Director of Marketing Operations.
You have before you the direct and rebuttal testimonies filed in this docket, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your direct testimony?
Yes, I don't have any material changes. However, I do have some minor corrections to a table in Exhibit 4 to my direct testimony. This exhibit is in relation to the unit's most likely methodology, and it's part of the jurisdictional cost of service study process as it relates to ancillary services. On tab 4 of Exhibit 4, column F lists percentages for Schedule 11. Those percentages were off by minimal amounts, ranging from nearly 0 to 0.1%. And so I have those percentages corrected, and I have a table to supplement my testimony that shows those changes.
And I'm going to ask you to speak very closely to the microphone because we're getting a little fuzziness when you speak. And we circulated that table of what you're describing as not material changes around to the parties this morning. And commissioners, do you have any changes to your rebuttal testimony?
No, I don't.
So if I were to ask you the questions today under oath for this direct and rebuttal, would your responses be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. President, I move to admit the direct testimony of Mr. Steinmetz with his corrections as Exhibit NWE 21.
Without objection, admitted.
I move to admit, Mr. President, Mr. Steinmetz's rebuttal testimony as Exhibit NWE 22.
Without objection, Exhibit 22 is admitted.
I tender this witness for cross-examination.
Do any of the interveners have cross-examination of this witness?
Mr. President, the joint parties have crossed.
Proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Steinmetz.
Good morning.
You are Northwestern's witness who's responsible for preparing the PCAM base component of this rate case review. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What is the purpose of establishing a PCAM base?
The PCAM base is really an estimate of the costs that Northwestern expects to incur that will be included as part of our power costs and credits adjustment mechanism. We need an estimate or a base because we have sharing between customers and shareholders. If actual costs turn out to be higher, the shareholders are responsible for 10% of that cost. And so we need a base that is a reasonable estimate of what our costs will be in order to have a way to calculate that sharing component.
Okay, so to summarize, the primary purpose of the PCAM base is to establish a benchmark against which the 90-10 sharing mechanism is applied.
Yes, I think that's right, an estimate or a benchmark.
Okay. And you're aware that the commission approved interim rates that include a PCAM base that went into effect on December 1st of last year, are you?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
How do the supply charges that Northwestern Electric customers currently pay relate to that interim PCAM base?
I can speak generally to that. I'm not responsible for the administering rates to customers or calculating rates, but generally, I believe those rates reflect an amount calculated based on that interim PCAM base that was implemented in December.
And is it your understanding that customers' current supply charges are derived directly from that base? I can re-ask the question. That was not very coherent. Are the supply charges adjusted periodically?
Yes, I believe there's a quarterly adjustment to those rates.
Do you have enough familiarity with that process to describe it for us, the quarterly adjustment process?
I can't really describe the process part of that in terms of the mechanism for changing the rates or how that is calculated. I'm familiar with the underlying costs that credits.
Okay. And I'll ask you about those then, but can you let me know who I should ask questions of related to the customer costs associated with the changing PCAM rates?
Yes, I think so. That would be somebody in our regulatory affairs group or finance group. So I'll mention a few possibilities. Probably Glenda Gibson, Elaine Rich, possibly Charlie Lynn.
Okay. Is it true generally that customer supply charges currently are based on a quarterly adjustment that went into effect on April 1st of this year?
I can't speak to the exact timing of when that quarterly change was made.
Okay. And are you aware that Northwestern has recently made a new filing proposing a quarterly adjustment?
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay. And generally, is it your understanding that that quarterly filing trues up the estimates that informed the PCAM base with actual costs and credits?
I'm not sure if it's exactly a true up. My understanding is that quarterly adjustment does reflect the actual costs that have been incurred up to that point. I'm not sure if true up is the right description of that or not.
Okay, so you're understanding that when that quarterly adjustment goes into effect, it changes customer supply rates?
That's my understanding. Yes.
Okay, and that change is based on actual costs and credits rather than the estimate that informed the PCAM base?
That's my understanding.
Okay, subject to the 90-10 sharing mechanism, however.
I'm not sure if the 90-10 sharing mechanism is applied in the quarterly updates or not, or
Okay.
if that's a part of the annual process.
Okay, fair enough. You responded to data request MEIC-265 in this case, is that right?
I believe that's right.
And you were asked to provide actual PCAM PCAM costs and volumes for the period of July 2024 through the most current month in 2025 for which data is available?
Yes.
Okay, and you did so, correct?
Yes.
And you updated that exhibit last evening?
Yes.
And I'm very appreciative of that. Thank you. We now have actual costs and credits and volumes through the end of March. Is that right?
I believe it's March. I thought it might be April,
Okay.
but I could be wrong about that. I'd have to look at the document.
Ms. Hill had the good suggestion that I share my screen,
That would
which
be
I will
great.
do. Mr. English, can I have permissions to share my screen, Jenny Harbine?
Of course.
I'm sharing with you MEIC 265 as updated on June 11th. And I'm going to ask you to also refer to your exhibit JMS-1. Sorry. Okay, and I'm actually going to refer to the costs and credits tab here first. First, I see on MEIC-265 as updated a column labeled estimate for April 2025. Can you clarify whether that's an estimate or actual?
Yeah, I think that explains our slight confusion a minute ago. This was updated through April, and those are estimates because I don't believe every detail has been finalized, but it is, it's my understanding, a close estimate of what the actuals are for that month.
Okay, and that explains why it changed from your modeled estimates in JMS-1.
Yes.
Okay, great. I won't ask you to go through every month here, but I do want to look at just a few months from the period in which Yellowstone County Generating Station has been operating. So starting with December 2024, can you tell me the volume of market sales reflected in JMS-1?
For the month of December?
Yes.
That's 209,954 megawatt hours.
Okay, and what does that, if we're looking at the costs and credits tab, sorry, I referenced the volume, but what is the credit associated with those market sales in December 2024?
That was 19,957,708.
Okay, and I'm looking at the actuals here. So your estimate was $19 million and the actual is $3.3 million roughly?
That's correct.
Okay, let's look at January. What was the estimate provided in JMS-1?
It was about 29.4 million.
Okay, and your actuals are around 3.1 million?
That's correct.
Okay, so tenfold less, roughly?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the total difference is in the projections through that were reflected in JMS-1 through April 2025 with the actuals? So I'm going to restate that. Do you know the difference between your estimates and the actuals through the period in which we have actual information through April 25?
I don't have the specific number in front of me. I believe it's on the order of around 80 million in market sales. There's a difference. Market purchases are much lower. Our fuel costs are much lower, but our market sales are also much lower.
Okay, and is that a factor both of a lower than projected price and lower than projected volumes?
Yeah, and those things are really closely related. We saw a very large change in the market price. We were seeing a year ago when I prepared this exhibit, we were seeing forward prices for the Mid-Columbia at high levels. I think they averaged for the July through April period over $80 a megawatt hour. What we've actually seen in the delivery of something much lower than that, under $50 a megawatt hour. And so that has a few effects. It makes our purchases come at a lower cost. That's good. But it makes any sales we have come at a lower revenue or credit, in this case, in the power cost and credit mechanism. But the other thing that happens is because we dispatch our gas-fired generation, such as Yellowstone and Dave Gates, economically, that means we only dispatch them when their variable cost is lower than the market price. So we have enough energy to serve customers from other sources, but the market price of electricity is still very high. We'll go ahead and generate with Yellowstone and Dave Gates, sell that energy into the market, and the revenue will come back as a credit to customers in this mechanism. But since that market price of electricity is so much lower, Dave Gates and Yellowstone and other plants have been in the money less often. So we are generating less volume and also selling at a lower price. And that combination is what explains the difference in market sales that you're seeing.
And in terms of purchases, it's been a little more variable, right? From month to month, sometimes you're lower than your projection, sometimes you're higher.
Yeah, so the price has been lower on average, but because our generation is running less often, we are buying more in the market, but we're buying at a lower price. So sometimes the dollar amount of market purchases are higher than what was in the forecast. But that's because the generation is lower, not because of outages, but because of that.
Okay. And then generally speaking, what is reflected in this quarterly adjustment filing is an increase in the PCAM, if you will, an increase in the total amount that will be reflected in customer supply charges. Is that right?
I think that's right. So as we've been talking about in a lot of cases over the last few days, the electricity market can be volatile. It can be high priced, but those prices go up and down, and that's why we have a tracking mechanism like this. In this particular period, because we had a position now where on average we have energy to sell a lot of times, these lower prices have net lower sales into the market, therefore a lower credit back to customers. So that has been the case in this particular PCAM period.
I can certainly appreciate that the markets are volatile. And it sounds like that makes it difficult to take the PCAM base to the bank, if you will, and count on that for the durability of the period that it's in effect.
Yeah, I'd say it this way. I think it's a necessity that we calculate it with the current structure because we have to calculate a sharing mechanism. All right, we need it to calculate the sharing component. But it is challenging to accurately set that base level, and there is going to be variability around that any year. You know, this is something we're trying to set and have in place, but conditions in the market change, supply and demand conditions change, and so we will see some variability in component of rates.
On a percentage basis, do you know how much the PCAM has increased between the April 1st, between the last quarterly adjustment and Northwestern's current proposed quarterly adjustment?
I don't know that percentage. I know that the prior PCAM base was about 208 million. Our proposal was to lower it to around 119 million. And we're going to come in somewhere between the two.
Are you familiar with the quarterly adjustment filing?
Again, not the filing itself, but as we've been discussing, I'm familiar with the drivers on the cost and credit side.
Have you reviewed the attachments to that filing?
I'm going to interrupt real quick. Joe, can you try to speak up a little bit?
Sure, sorry.
Have you reviewed the attachments to the quarterly filing?
I don't think so. But
okay.
You're speaking of the most current filing? I have not.
So if I have questions about those, I can direct them to Mr. Lane, Ms. Gibson, or Ms. Rich.
Yes, I think the numbers we were just looking at, I can speak to the filing itself and the process and the rates. They'd be better suited for that.
Okay. But it's based on what we've discussed here. It sounds like it's your understanding that current customer rates are relate to the PCAM base only to the extent that base establishes the benchmark for the 90-10 sharing mechanism.
I can't speak to exactly how the base relates to the adjustments that are made to the rate. That's a better question for the others we talked about.
Okay. Is it based on your understanding of how the PCAM base and changes to the costs and credits work, is it fair to say that customers, when they open their bills, are not seeing the benefit reflected in that PCAM base that the commission put into rates and in interim rates?
Objection. Just, I believe the confusion here is Mr. Steinmetz said he doesn't testify to bill impact. I think that's the disconnect here.
I'll save these questions for Mr. Lane.
Thank you.
Northwestern's rebuttal testimony updated some operation and maintenance expenses for YCGS. I asked Mr. Klapfelter about those changes. I'm not going to direct those questions to you. What I do want to know is, are those changes to the operation and maintenance expenses that are in the rebuttal income statement exclusive of the PCAM?
I think what you're asking let me make sure I understand what you're asking. You're asking if any of the operations and maintenance costs related to Yellowstone are recovered by Northwestern in the P.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. My understanding is they're not. The only items related to Yellowstone, I guess there's one exception to that potentially, which I'll mention. Fuel and transportation of fuel are included in the PCAM. And also we include the recovery of costs of ammonia for Yellowstone.
Okay.
In the PCAM, because that's tied very closely to the run hours of the plant.
Okay. And you responded to a data request about those run hours, correct?
Yes, I believe I did.
Are you aware that you responded to a data request related to Northwestern's change in its rebuttal testimony to increase YCGS's anticipated hours of operation to 6,000 hours per year per unit? Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Are you aware that that's more than double the original estimate?
I am. The original estimate came from back at the period when we made the determination to build Yellowstone, and actually maybe even in the modeling of the RFP responses we talked about yesterday. So that was an estimate based on what market prices and market conditions looked like at that time. And so that was included in the original operations and maintenance agreement. As we've gone through the last several years and seen the significant price changes, we now anticipate running that plant quite a bit more than what was indicated in that earlier modeling and in the earlier contract, and that's why we needed to make that increase.
But as we've just discussed, that increase in run hours hasn't been realized in the period since Yellowstone has been in operation. Is that correct?
Sure, that's right. A few month period on a 30-year asset, though, is what we're talking about there. If you look at the market prices, we expect to run that plant quite a bit. I think that the operations and maintenance agreement changes reflect that.
Okay, and that's based on your modeling?
It's based on observation of the forward markets.
Okay, and are those the same observations that inform the development of the PCAM base estimates?
They're current observations that I'm relating now, but
okay,
of the same markets, yes.
Okay, and in Northwestern's March 11th rebuttal testimony, the projection of runtime for YCGS was increased to more than double based on more recent information. Is that your testimony?
More recent than 2020, yes. So that, again, the earlier estimates were based on information from when we initiated the development of the plant.
Okay, but those were the estimates you used when you filed this rate Northwestern used when Northwestern filed this rate case in July 2024, correct?
Are you talking about the contract or the PCAM or both?
I'm talking about the O&M costs for YCGS that were included in the income statement.
Yeah, I can't speak to what was included in the statement.
Okay, although the purpose of the rebuttal testimony and the data request that you responded to was to probe an increase in the estimate from the original application to the rebuttal proposal, correct?
I can speak to the reason for the change in expected run hours. I can't speak to what was included in the rates.
Okay. On April 14th, you responded to a data request, did you not, stating that YCGS will not meet the 6,000 hour mark this year?
I believe I did, yes.
And in fact, it's operating about half of that level. Is that correct?
That's right. As we just discussed, we saw quite a large decrease in market prices, and that has meant less dispatch of Yellowstone in the last several months than what we originally anticipated.
Okay, in the last several months, meaning the entire lifetime of the plant so far.
Yes, that's right. Yes, since October or so.
Okay. And because of those increased hours, Northwestern has updated its proposed base rates to reflect increased cost, correct?
I believe that's correct. I can't speak to the details of that.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Kloppfelder's testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So did you hear his testimony that the proposed increase in O&M costs for YCGS are based on projections, not actual costs incurred?
I don't recall hearing him say that, but he may have said that.
Okay. Because Northwestern proposes to include these O&M costs in base rates, they're not adjustable in the same way that the PCAM is. Is that right?
Again, I can't speak to how base rates are treated.
Okay, I'll direct that to Mr. Lane as well. Northwestern proposes adding to the PCAM base projected market purchase costs associated with extreme weather events. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you testified that the premium is in line with the average market purchase cost for the past 2 years. Is that correct?
Yes, for the last two PCAM periods prior to the current one.
How was the addition of YCGS since those last two PCAM periods factored in to that scarcity premium pricing?
So YCGS was modeled as part of the base, the PCAM base with the dispatch modeling using PowerSim. It wasn't factored in explicitly to the estimate of purchases during the extreme weather events. That was estimated outside of PowerSim.
Okay, and you made those estimates based on Northwestern's experience over the past 2 years before YCGS was operating?
Based on that experience, but also observing the conditions around us and the market conditions. I think in the one of the discovery questions asked for times that we had paid more than $500 a megawatt hour and define the events kind of using that price level. In, excuse me, in the last PCAM period, we had about a little over $40 million of those kinds of purchases. In the period before that, it was around 24 million, I think. So we saw an increase each year in those events and the amount we were paying for them, and arrived at an estimate based on that.
Okay. And how did you account for the addition of YCGS on your system, which has been identified as an important resource to reduce market purchases during such extreme weather events?
As I mentioned, I didn't explicitly include that in the calculation. I estimated what I thought were reasonable quantities and durations and prices of those events, and they are well within the range of what we've seen in the last several PCAM periods.
Okay, and so you performed those estimates based on what you thought was reasonable?
That's right.
Okay. How many days in the 2024 to 2025 PCAM tracking period did Northwestern actually incur market purchase costs over that scarcity threshold?
In the current PCAM period?
Yes.
I don't remember the number of days. It's been very few in this period. As I mentioned, the market really has dropped in this PCAM period.
Okay, let's take a look at PSC-229. How many days in your response to that data request did you say that Northwestern incurred market purchase costs above that threshold you set for capacity premium pricing, capacity scarcity pricing?
In Part B, I indicate there were 3 days that the price was above $500 a megawatt hour.
Okay, that was 3 days in July.
Correct.
And no winter days?
No winter days this year.
If conditions aren't satisfied, if the projected conditions aren't satisfied in a particular quarter, customers get some refund for Northwestern's, sorry, let me try to phrase this in a way that makes sense. Are customers refunded for the capacity scarcity premium if those costs aren't actually incurred in a particular quarter?
So they're treated very similar to what we were discussing earlier. In this case, our costs were lower than expected. What we were talking about earlier was the opposite direction that you were pointing out. So in this case, our costs are lower, and so those costs will be reflected that customers pay.
Okay.
So it'll be part of that same process.
So there's an increase because of decrease in market sales, but there was a decrease because of the failure to incur these capacity scarcity premiums.
That's right. Again, we're trying to get a reasonable estimate of that base. There are a lot of components. There's a lot of things that can move. We're trying to make a reasonable estimate of that. As you're pointing out, in one case, you're pointing out an area where credits are lower or therefore costs are higher. You're pointing out another one where actual costs are lower. So that's the kind of thing that happens in trackers and in the PCAM.
Okay. And in both cases, I think we're discussing projections that just never materialized in this period.
Again, the PCAM base is going to be in place for multiple years, not just 1 year. But yes, we're talking about the period from last July through now.
Okay. When is the PCAM base reset?
When Northwestern does rate reviews, we reset the base.
Let's talk about capacity contracts just briefly. You responded to MEIC-023. There's a confidential version of this. I'll refer to the public version.
Okay.
Describing capacity contracts that Northwestern has executed over the past 5 years, correct? And I'm
Yes.
projecting this just so that we can all reference it as well.
Okay, that's the attachment, correct? 023? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Is it fair to say that Northwestern has successfully imported capacity from these contracts in the past?
Yes, we contracted with the parties on this list and used firm transmission to import into our service territory to serve load. Yes.
Okay. I don't see on this list the 100 megawatt Morgan Stanley contract that was part of the portfolio that included YCGS and the Beartooth battery, which came out of the 2020 RFP. Is that?
That actually was correct. That was a PowerX contract.
A PowerX contract. Okay. And where is it reflected here? Is it line 10?
That's in line 10, yes.
Okay. Has Northwestern entered into any new capacity contracts at this time? Or since this time?
I'm looking at the date. This was October. I don't believe we have.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't believe we have.
And it looks to me like there are just 3 capacity contracts that have future expiration dates. And I'm going to note, the first one indicates a 1931 expiration date. I believe that was updated through data responses to the correct date of 2031. So with that correction, do you agree that there's only 3 with future expiration dates?
Yes.
Okay. And so those are the only 3 currently operative capacity contracts that Northwestern maintains?
Yes, that's right. I should mention too that some of the QF or PERPA contracts include payments for the capacity that those resources provide. Also, they were just not included in this category.
Okay, so these are the contracts except for whatever QF contracts might include capacity payments.
That's right.
Okay. Can you say, as you sit here today, whether any of these operative contracts will be extended?
I can't say as of today. We will look at our portfolio and our needs at the time that those contracts are nearing expiration and potentially extend them or negotiate. They don't have extension provisions directly, but I think we have the potential to extend them if we need them.
And for the PowerX contract that expires at the end of this year, has Northwestern begun any conversations regarding renewal?
We did discuss that a bit. I think with our current portfolio, we are probably not going to renew that. That's actually an operating reserves contract, and I don't believe we're going to need to do that.
Can you explain how your current portfolio affects that decision?
So we now have, with the addition of Yellowstone and the anticipated addition of the Avista and Puget shares of Colstrip, we have more capacity than we previously had. And so we'll be able to cover our capacity needs and our, specific to that contract, our operating reserves needs from our own portfolio, and we won't continue to buy those on the market.
Okay. Are you, well, I won't ask you about the price of these contracts. We can rely on the confidential information provided in post-hearing briefing. And your testimony today about this PowerX contract is similar to your response to MEIC 022, where you stated that Northwestern did not pursue extension of 2 Morgan Stanley contracts as they were not anticipated to be needed due to the expected completion of YCGS. Is that correct?
That's correct. That, I believe that's the 2 that are in rows 7 and 8.
Okay. Earlier, one of your colleagues had a colloquy with Commissioner Bukacek about the impact of YCGS on the need for market purchases during some of these extreme weather events. Were you present for that? If not, that's okay.
Could you name the colleague name?
Oh, don't remember. I believe it was Mr. Lefebvre.
I was here for Mr. Lefebvre's testimony.
Okay. And in your rebuttal testimony at JMS-8 to 9, do you have that in front of you? Okay. I think this goes to the same point. I'm going to just read it to you and you can tell me if I get it right. From January 12th through January 15th, 2024, Northwestern averaged nearly 500 megawatts of market purchases. Even if YCGS had been available at that time, we would still have needed to purchase well over 300 megawatts on average over those 4 days. Is that accurate?
Yes.
That's still your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Yet, in response to MEIC 22, you stated that Northwestern didn't pursue extension of capacity contracts because they were not anticipated to be needed?
That's right. If you see the end date of those Morgan Stanley contracts of 3/31/2024, that was the end of the winter period for 2024. So those contracts were in place through then. We anticipated Yellowstone coming online for the summer season 2024. And so we did not extend the Morgan Stanley contracts beyond that end of the previous winter.
Okay, and is it fair to say that Northwestern's approach to contracts is to, is it fair to say that Northwestern's approach is to rely on owned generation in lieu of firm capacity market purchases?
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say for long-term resources, whether they are owned or long-term power purchase agreements or capacity agreements, we typically acquire those through an RFP process like the one we talked about yesterday. My part of the business is to fill in the holes or the gaps or make market purchases to cover the areas where those longer term contracts don't cover our needs. And so I think what we're doing is trying not to have additional expense for customers when we have that capacity coming from somewhere else. So I didn't want to extend the Morgan Stanley contracts and be paying for that capacity when I didn't anticipate needing it.
Okay. So is it fair to say that because of Northwestern's acquisition of thermal generation, both new shares of Colstrip and YCGS, you don't anticipate any new capacity contracts at this time?
I think certainly not in the short term. That will depend on what our portfolio looks like and what our load looks like over the coming years, whether we will need to add capacity contracts.
Okay. And do you know, as at a high level, how the cost to Northwestern of these specific capacity contracts compare with the cost to customers of the Yellowstone County Generating Station?
I don't have that comparison in mind, though.
Okay. You're not aware of whether they are lower cost?
I would say the capacity payment on those contracts was lower than the fixed costs of Yellowstone, but the characteristics are different, and the value is different based on those characteristics as well.
Okay. That's all I have at this time. Thank you, Mr. Steinmetz.
Is there any further cross-examination by interveners?
Yes, President Molnar, we have some questions for Mr. Steinmetz.
Would it be possible to take a quick break?
That is your call, President Molnar.
I take that as an affirmative. We are going to adjourn. It's 11:07 until 11:25. 11:25. We are back in session on the requested rate review. The attorney for the intervener may continue her recross examination.
Good morning, Mr. Steinmetz.
Morning.
My name is Barbara Chilcott. I'm an attorney with the Western Environmental Law Center here in Helena, and I represent Renewable Northwest in this docket. I'm going to talk with you briefly about kind of the similar to joint parties questions about kind of market sales. And you responded to a data request from Renewable Northwest, RNW 005, where you responded to a question about the excess of energy on Northwestern's system and the benefits of market sales to customers. Do you recall that?
I generally recall that, and I believe I'll have it in front of me here in a minute.
Great. It's pretty basic. So it's true, right, that Northwestern's portfolio has excess of energy, correct?
Yes, at times we have excess energy and are able to sell that on the market for customer benefit.
And you were just talking with Ms. Harbine about kind of the benefit to customers from the sales of that excess of energy to the market, right?
Yes.
And do the revenues from sales of excess energy to the market directly offset customer bills?
Yes. Putting aside the sharing component of the PCAM, energy sales flow back as a credit in that power cost and credits adjustment mechanism.
Okay, thanks. And so did those benefits to customers from market sales like diminish as sales increase? Or do they kind of, is it a one-to-one?
It's a dollar for dollar, one-to-one.
Yeah.
All goes through the PCAM.
Okay. So revenues from the sale of excessive energy to the market, that energy that's generated by wind and solar directly offset customer bills too, right?
Any sales that we make into the market, the revenue from those sales come back as a credit in the PCAM. So yes, that lowers customer bills.
And do those transfers of energy generated by wind and solar to the market also generate transmission revenue for Northwestern?
They may. It depends on the details of the sales and whether a party is using that energy to serve other load in Montana on our system, or if the energy is being moved on point-to-point transmission. But potentially they can provide or drive transmission revenue also.
Okay. Can you provide a bit more information about the circumstances in which transmission revenue is realized from the movement or the export of wind and solar generated energy to the market?
Sure. So if we are long energy, we have excess energy, and we sell it to a party that plans to serve load in, let's say, in Washington, that party will need to buy point-to-point transmission on Northwestern system, make transmission reservations on Northwestern system under our open access transmission tariff. And so they would pay, they would make that payment to the transmission group at Northwestern.
And how, so in those revenues that are paid to the transmission group, how are they factored into Northwestern's kind of budget, I guess, broadly speaking?
That's really outside my scope. I don't work on the transmission side of the business.
Okay, that's fine. So I assume you're aware of their concerns regarding transmission constraints that may limit Northwestern's ability to reliably import electricity to serve customers when needed, right?
Yes.
And those transmission constraints not only affect imports, but also exports. Is that true?
Yes, we can see transmission constraints at different times depending on the weather patterns and the generation patterns. There might be restrictions on what can flow out. There might be restrictions on what can flow in. It depends on the timing.
Can those transmission constraints result in curtailment of wind and solar generation on Northwestern system?
I think they potentially could if there was enough excess wind and solar generation and not enough transmission. That could result in curtailment.
Okay. In those circumstances, when wind and solar generation is curtailed and it can't be sold to the market to generate revenues for Northwestern's customers, right?
That's right. And let's just understand what circumstance that would be. So that would be when all of Northwestern, I assume you're talking about wind and solar controlled by Northwestern in this case.
Yeah.
So the circumstance would have to be that all of our load was being served by hydro and wind, solar, or must take contracts, that all of our thermal generation was back down as low as it could go and turned off, and we still had excess. In that case, we may need to curtail wind and solar. We also have the ability to do that based on price. Price is often an indication of availability in a specific location. So in those circumstances, yes, we would potentially curtail some of that generation.
Okay. And Mr. Steinmetz, did you happen to listen to Ms. Lale's testimony a couple days ago?
I heard most of it, not all of it.
Okay. See if you recall, Ms. Lael had a conversation with Commissioner Pinocci about the importance to customers of Northwestern of being able to move excess energy generated by wind and solar to markets where there's a demand for clean energy, as opposed to energy generated from burning coal, like is the case in Washington and Oregon. Do you recall that conversation?
I don't recall that specific conversation.
Okay. Would you agree with me that when wind and solar generation is curtailed due to transmission constraints or otherwise, and that clean energy is not available for sale to the market where there is demand, there could be an opportunity cost for Northwestern and its customers?
Objection, speculation.
I can rephrase the question.
Thank you. Please rephrase.
When wind and solar generation is curtailed, is there an opportunity cost for Northwestern and its customers from the inability to be able to sell that energy to the market?
I think opportunity cost is one way to think about that. Really in any time that there isn't enough transmission to move all the available generation to a higher price market, there's an effect from that. And I guess one way of thinking about that would be an opportunity cost, but that would apply to other forms of generation as well.
Right. So when you testified in response to a few questions from joint parties that I believe that Northwestern purchases and imports electricity from the market when the marginal cost of imports is less than the marginal production cost of its own generation. Is that right?
That's right. And I should say, to be clear, in addition, if we don't have enough of our own generation, import.
Great.
Regardless of cost, yes.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. And so would you generally agree that that is sound utility practice to purchase power from the market when it's cheaper?
Yes, I think it's sound practice to dispatch generation economically. That's best for customers if we do that.
Okay. Are you aware of any circumstances in which Northwestern nonetheless uses its own generation when the marginal cost of imports is less than the marginal production cost of its own generators?
The only time I can think when that might occur is when there are operating constraints on the generation and that we're not able to take it offline or move it quickly enough to take advantage of those price differences. But our approach is that if we can economically purchase rather than dispatching, that's what we do.
Okay, thanks. Isn't it the case that, and maybe this is what you were just speaking to as far as operating constraints, but isn't it the case that there are times when coal strip generation is utilized even when the cost of imports would be lower than the marginal cost of operating coal strip?
So again, what we do is we dispatch coal strip economically. So if the market price is lower than coal strip, for a short time, we can reduce the amount that comes out of the coal strip unit without taking the unit offline. So we will do that all the way down to the minimum operating capability and buy in the market. It's a different decision and with much longer term consequences, meaning many hours or days to take a unit offline, a full unit offline. And so for a given period, for a number of hours, coal strip might be at its minimum, when for those hours, it could have been cheaper to buy in the market, but it isn't an option because of the operating constraints.
Okay, so to summarize, in those cases, it would be impractical to take coal strip offline or to take it all the way down to the minimum in order to purchase cheaper electricity from the market?
Just the former, just to take it offline. We are able to move it within its operating range with it. So,
okay,
based on the ramp rate. But it isn't just a convenience thing. It's also thinking about what the market will be like in 6 hours or 12 hours. Can't take plant offline and turn it back on that quickly.
Okay.
So there might be a few hours in there that you're at the minimum when the market price is actually below that.
Okay, thanks. Northwestern is a participant in the Western Energy Imbalance Market, correct?
Yes.
And would you say that Northwestern's participation in the Western Energy Imbalance Market has been beneficial to customers?
Yes, I think it has.
Is it fair to say that Northwestern's ability to efficiently import cheaper electricity when available and sell excess generation when available constitutes a large part of the millions of dollars in savings from Northwestern's participation in that market?
Yes, I think that's right. I think what the energy imbalance market is intended to do is efficiently dispatch generation in order to meet the load of the participants. And so that means we have access to cheaper generation at times and can import it. It also means we can make sales where other parties have higher demand. It facilitates that process on a very short-term basis within the hour.
Okay, thanks. So just to summarize, you'd agree that increased transfer capability benefits Montana customers both from facilitating access to cheaper energy at relevant times and also allowing Northwestern to sell excess energy to the market. Would you agree with that?
Are you talking about additional transmission transfer capability, or are you talking about markets?
Transmission, yeah.
Would you mind repeating that?
Sure, yeah.
That makes for the clarification.
Yeah, of course. So kind of going back to the beginning of our questions or our conversation about transmission. So, you've agreed that there are constraints on transmission that prevent or can prevent movement of energy into and out of Montana.
Yes.
So if those transmission constraints are reduced, wouldn't that benefit Montana customers because that would facilitate both Northwestern's access to cheaper energy at relevant times and also allow Northwestern to sell excess energy to the market when available?
Sure, I think that's true. That's only one part of the equation. You'd also have to think about the cost and the impacts of adding that capacity, but there would be a benefit. It's depending on the specific project and the specific transfer capability that it added and what it cost, it may or may not be an overall benefit. Generally, more transmission capability and connectivity helps efficient dispatch, whether that's buying or selling.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Are there any other cross from any of the other interveners? Seeing none, do any of the commissioners have questions of this witness?
Yes, Mr. President.
Please.
Hello, Mr. Steinmetz. This is Vice President Fielder. I'm on your original testimony, JMS-8, and at the bottom of the page and then the top of page 9. Could you please turn to that? Starts at line 19 on JMS-8.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So the question asked there is, how does the addition of Yellowstone County generating station to Northwestern's portfolio affect the PCAM base? And you've given a fairly succinct answer there, I believe in 2 sentences, and I'd like to have you paraphrase or elaborate on your answer there, because I think it's a really important topic, and I know this subject has been parsed by the prior questioning here, but I'd just like to have you bring us back to this response that you gave and then just flesh it out and perhaps add more context to it, if you would, please.
Sure, I'd be happy to. And I do think this dovetails well with my earlier responses. So when we think about the PCAM base, again, what we're trying to do is estimate the costs and credits that Northwestern will incur, costs related to market purchases and fuel credits related to market sales, and there are some others in both of those categories. So we're trying to estimate that on a forward-looking basis. And I talked earlier about dispatching generation for market sales. And the way we do that is we think about the marginal cost, or the variable cost is another word for it, of dispatching Yellowstone County Generating Station. And so we look at what the fuel costs and what other variable costs we'd incur if we ran Yellowstone. And let's say those things total $35 per megawatt hour for a given day. If we look at the market, and the market price for electricity is $40 per megawatt hour, we know that we can generate that electricity for $35, and we know we can sell it in the market for $40. And so we will go ahead and do that. We will dispatch Yellowstone. We will incur those variable costs, and we will sell the energy in the market for $40. What will come back to customers is the $40 credit on the sale, and also the fuel costs that were incurred to run the plant for that day. And so that benefit to the customers is the difference between the market price we sold at and the cost to generate.
Okay, and given the changes in the projected hours of operation of YCGS, does that affect your response here, where specifically you are talking about generating dispatchable power when that cost is lower than the market price, and then the net effect is a significant reduction in the PCAM base? How is that affected by the projected increase in hours that you'll be operating YCGS, or can you put a finger on that?
So I think that the increase in projected hours is actually reflected in the numbers that I talked about in my testimony. So we did forward modeling of Yellowstone and our other resources using PowerSim and the forward market prices for electricity and natural gas. And that modeling indicated that Yellowstone would dispatch, I don't remember the exact number, but 65% of the time or something like that, in that given period that we modeled. And so that's just an indication that we expect to run the plant more than the original 2,600 hours that were anticipated. And it isn't just the modeling related to the PCAM, it's the other indication we're seeing in the market and the difference between power prices and gas prices as we look out into the forward markets. So they're in line with each other, and the dispatch of Yellowstone at that higher number of hours is reflected in the PCAM base that I provided in my testimony.
Okay, thank you for that. And so I'm just trying to also understand the introduction that your counsel gave to the commission in its opening remarks, and that was that I think because of this PCAM reduction of some $90 million plus, the increase cost to customers in their average electricity bills or to the average customer was proposed by the settlements or worked out through the settlements to be around 4.2% on average increase per household. Am I getting that right, or can you answer that?
Mr. President, I believe that the witness has deferred questions about customer bill impacts from the PCAM to other witnesses and would ask that Ms. Field or Commissioner Fielder also reserve her questions.
I'm not sure that's quite right. He couldn't speak to specific rate calculations and bill impacts, but he can speak in general to the effect of Yellowstone on the supply portfolio and market purchases and how that affects overall customer cost. So
I'm going to leave this up to the witness to determine if he wants to answer this question.
Sure. I can answer it to some level. I mean, I think what you described is essentially reflects my understanding of what Ms. Norcott talked about in her opening, and I think that's right. We do have, in addition to the base rates changes, we do have a substantial reduction in the PCAM base that is proposed as part of our filing here, and so I think you do need to look at both pieces of that.
Okay, thank you. So is it this PCAM reduction that makes up the bulk of getting us to that 4.2% average customer increase, or are there other significant factors? Because it seemed like that $90-something million was a big chunk of it, but I don't have that graph in front of me right now. I was just wondering if you could add context to how this savings from Yellowstone County Generating Station and the credits that it can provide and the reduction in market purchases that it can provide, what role does that play overall in the calculated 4.2% average customer increase?
Yes, and Vice President Fielder, I don't have that chart in front of me either, but I can describe a little bit of what I think is going into those numbers. I calculated in my testimony a value of Yellowstone of around $58 million. That's on page 11 of my direct testimony, and that's thinking about the effect on the PCAM of adding Yellowstone into the portfolio. And the value there is what we just talked about, the times when it's cheaper to run Yellowstone than it is to buy on the market, plus the capacity value of Yellowstone. Remember, back to yesterday's discussion, really that's why Yellowstone was added as to provide reliability, resource adequacy to our customers, to ensure that we have enough generation on those cold days and hot days to meet our load. But we also get some benefit in terms of the PCAM because we can generate cheaper than buying in the market at times. And so the total dollars in my testimony related to that were about $58 million. I think 49 million or so of that was related to the energy market, and the remainder was the capacity benefit. So I think that's, in rough terms at least, the value of Yellowstone in terms of the PCAM base.
Okay, so on page 9 of your testimony, and I'm truly just trying to sort this out and get a handle on what you're telling us here. So the question that begins on line 5, what PCAM base amount does Northwestern propose for approval in this case? And you run through some numbers there, so can you paraphrase that paragraph, that answer for me, please?
Yes, so we propose a PCAM base in total of 119 million. And that includes two pieces, one of which is subject to the 90-10 sharing we discussed earlier. That piece was about 24 million. And the other component is the QF costs, which are not subject to the 90-10 sharing. Those are about 95 million, a little less than 95 million of the total. So the two of those pieces together are 119 million. And as I mentioned earlier, the previous base we had in place was about 208 million. So we are proposing here a substantial reduction in the base, or a reduction of the base cost to include it in the PCAM.
Okay, great. That's what I was hoping to get clarification on. Thank you. That's all, Mr. President.
Do we have other commissioners that would have a question? Commissioner Bukacek.
So most of my questions have been answered robustly between the interveners and Vice President Fielder. Just have several clarifying questions, and it's probably clear through all this, but I'd like to have it maybe a little more of a summarized. So MCC data request 260 and 260B and your response have been brought up several times. And one of those provides documentation of all events in the last 5 years where Northwestern Energy at a price greater than 500 per megawatt hour. Most of them were 1,000. And then also Exhibit A that is titled $4.1 million benefit to customers. So that's another one. Now, so when I look at the graph about the 4.1 million net YCGA's benefit to customers, wondering what period of time this is referring to, because your taxes have gone up this year, your market purchases have been reduced because we had a mild winter, and so I'm just wondering what time frame this was, and does this 4.1 million net benefit, is that changed?
Commissioner Bukacek, I don't have that graph in front of me, and so I'm
May we put it in
struggling a
front
little
of
bit.
it?
If I could get it in front of me, I might be able to answer that question.
Mr. President, may we put the graph in front of him?
I'm ready. Okay. So I think the way to think about this is in terms of, you can see the Yellowstone cost of service in base rates that we're proposing in this docket. I can't speak to the property tax tracker and in detail, but I believe that's also what's proposed in this docket. The 52 million is very similar to the numbers I just went through with Vice President Fielder. They're slightly adjusted here because we only have 16 of the 18 units of Yellowstone operating. So where I mentioned 58 million, this is showing a $52 million benefit. And I believe that's what's reflected and why that number is slightly different. And then those, I believe, just sum across to the total YCGS benefit in this exhibit.
So when you said propose in this docket, that refers to your testimony back in July, and then taxes have gone up and have gone down. Does that impact this 4.1 million benefit?
I can't speak to the tax portion of that, but sorry.
Okay. My second, I think last question, public perception matters. And a public commentator on Monday mentioned the power Northwestern dispatches out of state, and the tone and tenor, it seemed derogatory regarding those out of state sales. And so with the intervener testimony today and other things that you've said. But I think Commissioner Panocci's questions on Tuesday to Ms. Lael, they really emphasize the value to Montana customers of these out-of-state market sales. And so based on JMS 1, line 10, and I'm not going to refer to numbers because these have changed. You know, these have been updated. But I think the category would still be the same, that the credit portion, the PCAM, is primarily market sales with production tax credits.
It is primarily market sales, and that is actually in two lines. You see the effect of that in JMS 1. Mainly in the market sales line, which I think was line 10 you mentioned. And actually that is where you see the benefit. So that's that has all of the market sales in that line. I have to correct myself there. You do see some production tax credits that are not related to sales. So those are related to the generation, but they are credits in this, in the PCAM. But the bulk of that is from the market sales, not necessarily out of state, by the way, but sales in general. Much of it is moved out of state, but some of it goes to serve other load in Montana as well, but non-Northwestern load.
What percentage would you say, such as to the like the co-ops?
Yeah, and I was thinking mainly the co-ops typically have their long-term supply lined up, and so we don't do a lot of shorter-term sales to them. However, that is changing, and so we are seeing some sales to some co-ops now. We also have a lot of industrial choice load in Montana, served by other suppliers, and at times we make sales to those entities that are in turn supplying those customers. Certainly the majority, probably I would guess 80 or 90% is going out of state when we make sales, but some of
90%?
80 or 90%, I think. And that's really just a really rough estimate at this point. But some does stay in Montana and serve load here.
Okay, and those out-of-state energy dispatches are credited to Montana customers. And I realize the updated, it's a lot less than the energy market sales that were predicted, actual versus estimated. So, but can you give me kind of a percent? What percent of those sales is credited to ratepayers? How that works?
So, putting aside the sharing component, all of our actual sales will flow back to customers. So, everything you see here in that line and all the other credits on here that in the actuals you see some in line 18 you'll see dollars in the imbalance and EIM costs and credits. That's typically a credit as well. All of that will flow back to customers through the PCAM. Again, putting aside for that purpose the 10% sharing relative to the base.
And you said several times, and I think the intervener said several times, if market prices of electricity are higher than operating costs, this leads to a dispatch of resources to sell power in the market. It's been said several times, if market prices of electricity are higher than operating costs at Northwestern's generating station, this leads to dispatch of resources to sell power in the market. And Northwestern customers get priority before selling outside of Montana, even though exporting makes more money for Northwestern. So my question is, what is the mechanism that ensures Montana customers get priority over the better paying market sales?
Sure. Thank you for that, Commissioner Bukacek. And first I'll say Northwestern does not make more money from out of state sales or market sales. All of the revenue from those sales is included as a credit in the PCAM. So those are customer margins, not Northwestern profit. So again, for purposes of that answer, putting aside the 10% share, but all those dollars go into the PCAM, all those sales dollars. And our customers get priority because that is our obligation to serve our firm load. That is what our business is set up to do. We serve that load first, and if we have excess, we make sales into the market. But we don't make sales if we don't have excess energy to sell. Excess meaning energy above the load requirements of our customers. We always serve customers first.
So that insurance that Montana customers get priority is based on the obligation. There's no like physical mechanism of any kind. It's based on the obligation.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
The physics, I think, are another question and not really my department.
All right, that's all. Thank you.
Commissioner Panucci, if this is going to be somewhat involved, would you be okay with breaking for lunch, or do you think it'll be a fairly short question, or what do you think?
No, let's break for lunch.
Okay.
I'm going to get my hands wrapped around this guy. So.
I could see that look in your eye. That was suspicious. Okay, we are going to break until 1:30. We are adjourned.
Thanks, sir.
It's 1:30, so we're back on the record, and we will continue. We will start with Commissioner Panucci with his cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want everyone to know I really respect the questions about did we need the generating station and how often is it going to be on? But my questions are the opposite direction because these concerns have been brought up to me for the last few months. We'll start with the Western Conference explaining to me we don't have enough energy in the Western United States. The Eastern United States has plenty because they have nuclear power plants where we have like one or two. That must have been a concern when making the decision to put in the facility at Yellowstone, wasn't it?
So I think certainly the regional resource adequacy situation is something that we're aware of, and that has some bearing on our thinking when we think about what might be available in the market otherwise, or what other generation might be able to meet the load in the region. But specifically for us, we need to have enough resources to be able to meet our own peak load plus a margin, and that's what really fed into the decision to add Yellowstone and the other resources.
Well, another meeting I've had to attend now and then is the Chamber of Commerce. And they're telling me the number one reason industry is not moving in is because of the concern they won't have power. Was that a reason why you felt that maybe we needed to put this in, because there was a demand that is growing based on industry and Montana expanding?
Certainly our load is growing, but we needed Yellowstone to meet the load that we have now. And we made that decision 5 years ago or so now to add this capacity. Our load even at that time was such that we needed to add that capacity. And when we add a resource like Yellowstone, that's a long-term resource that'll be here for 30 years serving Montana load, Montana customers, regardless of what that mix is. But I don't think Northwestern was really focused necessarily on the additional load coming later, but in meeting our needs for now and into the future.
When they closed the coal facility in Billings, you guys wound up having to struggle to meet the demand in Billings. And this helped answer that question. And it looked like you had to put some money in maybe a relay station or in some grid enhancement to make up for the power that was not available in Billings. The ratepayer probably had to pay for that, but that wasn't your fault. It was really the fault of the company who ceased and desisted to generate power, and you were left to make up for it and then you guys kind of get blamed for raising the rates because they decided to go out of business. Does that sound fair?
Commissioner Pinochi, as you mentioned, we didn't own the Correct plant in Billings. That was owned by a third party. I don't work on the transmission side of the business. I'm not familiar with the changes that were needed in that area. I do know that we've invested in our transmission and distribution systems in that area, but I don't have any detailed understanding.
But building the station there, the Yellowstone station, helped fit those needs.
It did. That's my understanding, is
That's right.
having generation in that area is helpful on the system, but I don't know. I'm familiar with the details of that from a transmission operations point of view.
Well, my point is I'm trying to explain that I think there was a real need for additional power.
That I'd agree with this.
And the other issue that I was in a meeting where we're trying to cut carbon, so we want to introduce electric semis and trucks that work on hydrogen. They tell me that to charge 50 semis in Havre at the same time will take more energy than the entire town of Havre uses, and you couldn't deliver the power to Havre based on the transmission that we have to Havre. Does that sound correct?
Not familiar with that project or that potential load. Again, I don't work on the transmission side of the business. I'm not familiar with that issue.
Sure. Mike Casual had mentioned to ask some questions about distribution. I apologize. Was that to you or to someone else I needed to ask those questions on?
Distribution would be Jason Merkel.
Right.
But Mike did mention my name a few times on other topics.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway, I do think that there's a question, should Yellowstone been bigger than it is now? Because it looks like a question you were asked is, it looks like you have it on more than you said you were going to have it on. Why should that surprise anybody with all these challenges that we have in front of us?
I wasn't involved in the details of that request for proposals back in 2020. My understanding is that RFP sought a portion of our needs, around 270 or 280 megawatts, I think. And with Yellowstone and the other resources that we selected in that portfolio, that was about the amount of capacity that we selected at that time. As for the details of Yellowstone, that was the size of project that made sense from the development group perspective, and I wasn't involved in sizing that project.
Cooperatives came up today. Bonneville Power Station supplies our cooperatives. And I was in a meeting where they said that these long-term contracts are coming to an end. And when I was in Washington, they were complaining that Bonneville was selling power to Montana too cheap to the cooperatives. And Bonneville explained they made these deals years ago when we had plenty of electricity. I think it's a real good possibility. The prices are going to go through the roof, or they're not going to get it at all, and they're going to turn to Northwestern. If you sell a cooperative power to replace what Bonneville will not sell them, or simply they won't be able to because the price could double or triple, will the ratepayer make money off you selling power to a Montana cooperative?
Commissioner, if we make a sale, we call it a wholesale sale, so to a cooperative, the same way we do to other utilities and other entities, we would sell that at the market price that was dictated by the terms of that contract. The revenue from that sale would flow back to our customers through the PCAM. So that same mechanism we talked about earlier, whether that sale was to a co-op or other entities in the market, the dollars would flow back in that same manner to our customers.
I certainly see that as a greater possibility as these contracts come to an end. Mr. President, that's all I have. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from commissioners, not counting myself? Mr. Steinmetz. You talk about joining an ISO of some sort. Specifically, you talk about Southern Power Pool. There's a couple others that are talking about forming for the Intermountain states. So far as ISOs go, there's just about the whole country's under some kind of one. What would you think would be the best model to follow of one that's currently existing? PJM, MISO, any of the others?
President Molnar, my testimony actually addressed the possibility of joining a day-ahead organized market. The options that are on the table for the West now are run by the entities that are ISOs and RTOs, but in fact, the markets they're proposing for the West are not ISOs, just to be clear about that. So the model is a little different. These two, they're two competing proposals. They're a little bit unique in the country in that they don't involve combining the balancing authorities the way an RTO or an ISO does. So if we join one of those markets, we'll continue to have a balancing authority area in Montana, and we would participate in that market. As for what model I think is best around the country, I don't really have an opinion on that. We do participate in the Southwest Power Pool for our South Dakota utility, and we've had a generally positive experience there, but I can't speak to PJM or ISO or other markets.
Well, you say here second, as far as options, is the Southwest Power Pool is developing Markets Plus. Would that be different than an ISO or an RTO?
It is.
In what way?
Markets Plus doesn't involve the combination of all the entities into one balancing authority the way an RTO or an ISO does. It doesn't involve turning over the transmission system to the operation of that market. So it's a little bit of a different entity. It tries to accomplish the same efficiency on the market side, but it doesn't include the change on the balancing authority side.
Okay. Thank you for that, because I've been studying up on these, and there's soup to nuts out there for options. In your rebuttal, you disagree with Mr. Desmukes on whether or not the portfolio model, particularly the PCAM, which is currently modeled after events and capacities 724 to 625. He says we should update that to 2627. Can you tell me what your disagreement with him is on that?
Yes. President Molnar, when we did the PCAM modeling, we included our portfolio that was in place at that time for the period of July 2024 through June of 2025, along with the market prices for fuel and for electricity. So in order to model a different period, we would have to change the underlying assumptions for all those pieces as well, not just change the prices. So it wouldn't make sense in my view to use a different set of pricing, but the resource portfolio and the load for an earlier period. So there would be a mismatch there in my view.
Would there not be an advantage just in accuracy and expenditures by customers in supporting the PCAM of changing both the generation and the fuel cost to an update? As you know, which means you have to change your power sims. Is that so expensive to do that inaccuracies would be negated by the cost of the update?
I don't think it's a question of the expense of doing that as much as a process question. I know in the past we had discussed the possibility of updating those items, and I believe we went so far as to propose that in one of the dockets, that we update on an annual basis to be more accurate and more timely. And I don't believe there was a lot of support for that at that time, if I'm recalling that correctly. I think there might be some advantages to that, but that's not what we're proposing, and I don't think other interveners are proposing that we make that kind of update on an annual basis or anything like that.
As concerns Yellowstone generating plant and their PCAM, which has been talked about here quite a bit, are you using the old information for fuel and mixture of generation, or with just a forward look, kind of an assumption, or are those pretty solid based on current time frame, because they're coming in long after the 24-25 time frame?
Could you speak a little closer to the mic, please?
Sure, sorry about that. President Molnar, I'm not sure I understand exactly what you're asking about in terms of the PCAM. The PCAM base that we proposed was set about a year ago using the forward curves at that time and the fuel cost forward curves at that time. What actually flows into the PCAM in terms of actual costs are based on the prices we actually pay for the fuel and whatever we happen to sell in the market or from our portfolio. I don't think I'm quite capturing what you were asking about, but I'm not sure exactly what you were looking for there.
I'm trying to get to the real-time accuracy of the statements of savings from the PCAM for this rate case. Are those based on the 7/24 to 6/25 time frame, or are they more set in the 26-27 time frame, which seems to be rejected?
The numbers in my testimony were for the July of 25 to June, July of 24 to June of 25 period. Of course, Yellowstone will be around for 30 years. The actual market prices are going to vary year to year and month to month, and that's, I don't think, a surprise to anybody in the room. We see periods of higher pricing, periods of lower pricing, and that's why we have a PCAM to be able to track those costs year to year. But the plan itself will be around and providing value through all those periods, whether the price in a given year is above that or below that. The price will change from year to year, but the plant will be here for decades.
So when would consumers expect to see the outcomes that you're talking about if we're not going to update it more frequently? You know, if we're going to wait, if we're not going to do it 26-27, are we going to do it 27-28 or 28-29? At some point, we have to do it. And frankly, other than there wasn't much interest, if you could address why we wouldn't want the most accurate numbers each year for the PCAM. It's a flow through. The next day, it's gone. It's flowed.
President Molnar, thanks for that question. So a few things about that. Customers are already seeing the benefit of Yellowstone because we're already dispatching it when it's economic to do that. So we're already generating energy at Yellowstone when it's cheaper to do so than it would be to buy in the market. So that's already happening. That's already flowing into our actual costs, and that will flow into the PCAM over time as it happens. The base, what we're talking about setting here in this docket, we can only change when we do a general rate review. And so that wouldn't change again until the next time we do a rate review. But I will say it's not entirely just a pass through. As I mentioned earlier, the reason we have to set a base and the reason we have, I think, a lot of the argument about what the base is due to that sharing component, because the sharing only occurs on the expenses above the base or below the base. So we draw that line in the sand, and if costs are higher than that, Northwestern shareholders paid 10% of that difference and customers pay the rest. If costs are lower than the base, then Northwestern shareholders keep 10% of that and customers get the remaining benefit. But really all of the discussion about the base is important really only because of that sharing mechanism in my view, or that's the largest driver of it. Because you're right, the bulk of it is a pass-through, but importantly, not all of it is a pass-through. And that's why there's so much discussion about how we set that base. In my view, we want to set it as a reasonable estimate of what our costs will be, recognizing that our costs will actually be something else. They'll either be higher or lower than that. But we want a reasonable approach, and that's what I think we did in this case.
Okay, I'll follow that up with Mr. Demukes, and maybe I'll recall you to rebut him. I don't know how it was going to work exactly. One of the questions that came up was renewables being sold out of our service area on the open market. So let's say that we have plenty of power. We couldn't throttle back Colstrip, and there's a lot of solar power out there, and we're using that. We've got all we can use, and we have a high wind day, and we want to sell that. So if we're paying, say, $40 per megawatt with our contracts, the QFs are larger, and we're selling it for 20 because the market's down because there's just so much energy out there. Who makes up that $20 difference?
President Molnar, if that's a QF contract, generally those have been up until recently at that fixed price, as you mentioned in your example, of $40. And we are not allowed to curtail those resources. So we have to take that power and pay for that power. If we sell it for less on the market, if we sold it for 20, then our customers would pay for that difference. In other words, they're going to pay the $40 per megawatt hour no matter what. And then whatever we can sell it for will come back as a credit for them, whether that's $20 or $100. And so they are at risk of that. And that's one of the aspects of having the long-term fixed price QF contracts. That's just a characteristic of those agreements.
You say up until recently, what are we doing with new QFs then? And not just QFs, we have Spine Cop, and I know that it's an older contract, of course, but our first wind project over by Youth Gap was they got paid almost no, even if we told them to curtail, they got paid. But in the newer ones, are we able to curtail, say, a 40 megawatt wind project or solar project out there because it would be uneconomical to sell it and we just don't need it? Or what is, you said up until recently. So recently, what are we doing?
A couple of things. First, I'll say Spine Cop in particular, Northwestern owns. So that's a different case. We aren't paying a PPA price, power purchase agreement price for that one. My understanding is, and I'm not directly involved in this area, but my understanding is the newer QFs are not priced, generally not priced on a fixed price the way the older ones were. They're priced on a variable price. So for the energy component, my understanding is they are being paid that current market price. And so we don't have that mismatch like in the example you described earlier.
Well, it's just always the current market price. If it's $40 in the market, they get 40. If it's 100, they get 100. If it's 10, they get 10.
That's my understanding.
Okay. Last but not least, and this is my new project for the week, so you're going to have to stick with me on this. Under your heading of effective new resources on FERC rates, will the inclusion of a Yellowstone County generating station change the FERC rates? Answer no. The FERC rates will not change with the addition of Yellowstone generation station or the resulting UML. So if the FERC allowable on this through their exported wind tariff, we'll say, is $50. And we get back our share of that. Northwestern gets what they get, and we get in a credit what we get. But we built a new plant for $300 million, which is serving that export with regulating product. And if that is paid for only by in-state customers, residential, large customers, whoever, commercial, lighting, and irrigation, I think I got them all. They are paying for a plant that is subsidizing or serving, Seattle will say, but they're getting nothing back for the plant. They're getting a couple of bucks back what the plant produced. Am I correct in that assumption?
President Molnar, thanks for that question. I got people actually behind me, so.
Let's learn moderation.
I think you heard Mr. Cashel mention 2 days ago now, and I think he was talking about the Clearwater wind, and that is the balancing for that facility is not handled by Northwestern, I believe is what his testimony said. So in that case, we are not providing that service to them. What we're providing in that ancillary service rate is for Montana load and generation that's used to serve Montana in the BA. Future projects that might export and take those ancillary services from us would pay based on that FERC rate. But I wanted to talk a little bit about how that rate is set. It's set as essentially a weighted average of the costs of a number of different facilities. So in our prior FERC rate case, Yellowstone didn't exist, so we used the fleet that we had at that time. And I believe Mr. Cashel also mentioned the units most likely methodology, which I described in my testimony. What that means is, and that was a method used by others at FERC, and says to do that. The way that works is the resources that can possibly provide a service are considered in a stack, effectively, or in a group, to look at the amount that is needed to serve that need is then allocated out to each of those. And actually, that goes back to the very first thing I did today when I got on the stand, the table I mentioned in the testimony. That table was a summary of the percentages of each of the resources that could hypothetically be used to provide this. So the rate winds up being essentially those percentages multiplied by the cost of each of those resources. So our customers do get compensated by the by the OAK customers for those services. Now, as I mentioned, Yellowstone wasn't included in that, but it isn't, the way the FERC rates work is not as a kind of the way I usually think about Montana rates. But the way it works on the FERC side is the rate is calculated based on that weighting of what the facilities could do, and that winds up being great. If you add a new resource into that mix, then it reduces the amount provided by each of those other plants. And so that weighted average calculation changes a bit, but it isn't like adding a cost of a new resource to that, as a lump sum dollar amount to that rate. that was kind of a long ramble, so I'm not sure if that got you what you were looking for.
No, I suffer from the same problem with you as I do Mr. Cashel. I'm not bold enough or dumb enough to argue with either one of you. But Mr. Demuke seems to. He says that there's an under collection in his testimony. Did you read his testimony?
I did.
And he says that under collection is about $5 million. Do you agree or disagree with what he's saying?
I disagree with that. Regarding the ancillary services, I think the number in question is a much smaller number. I think Glenda Gibson can talk in detail about the calculation of the costs, the rate itself, and then how that rate would translate into revenue credits. My understanding is that the difference between the current rates and the hypothetical new rates, if we propose them, including Yellowstone, if we propose that to FERC and we're successful in getting that exact rate, my understanding from Glenda Gibson's testimony is the difference would be on the order of about $900,000 or less. And so it's not I don't think it was in that same order of magnitude. Now, the other question is, could we actually get those rates at FERC or not? And that's, that's another question, because that would be a process with interveners like any other one. I think Mr. Cashel mentioned that they would not be able to do just an ancillary services rate case, but they'd have to do an entire transmission rate case with FERC. And so at the end of the day, if we wound up with more revenue credit coming from FERC or less, or more revenue from FERC customers or less, we don't know. That would be the outcome of that other process.
Tell me if I'm wrong. What Mr. Cashel said and what you alluded to was that once it crossed the bus in Townsend, then Puget was picking up the cost to get it across the bus and not have a lot of variation. But theirs, I guess, or to do it once it came across. But from Reed Point to Gray Cliff, you walk up those hills and it is wind towers as far as you can see. We have Bridger. Those are coming on the Northwestern line. Our lights aren't flickering because of this imbalance that's being caused. It's being taken out by our resources. So if you take away my original question of when it crosses the bus out by town and just say on our lines, are we providing regulation reserve for wind that will be exported on our system? Certainly the Bridger Wind Project is. Everything from the towns I just mentioned is. They're coming on our lines through their substations to our lines. Somebody has to regulate that. And from my conversations, I'm going to get beat up by her boss here pretty quick for bringing in facts not in evidence, but they're kind of in evidence because it's direct. And at 3 meetings I had on Yellowstone, all 3 said the same thing. We need these for new wind coming on the system, and we're locating it close to the CHS refinery because they are such a large user, even though they're just a transmission customer. So we are looking at hometown large generator LCGs, and we are looking at wind coming on. And even if we're not taking care of it when it crosses the bus, we have to take care of it before it goes to homes in Billings and Bozeman and everywhere else. Is that not being handled by YCGS?
President Molnar, a couple of things. First, I think we have to remember going back to 2020, 2021, when we went out with the RFP for resources and then selected Yellowstone. We did have a growing need on our system for additional wind, and we've added wind and do have contracts since that time, along with solar since then. So it is definitely helping to integrate those resources. To the extent that a party is going to be exporting and that we are handling the ancillary services for that party, they will be paying Northwestern under the OAT, and that's what we've been talking about here in terms of the revenue credit that will come back to our customers, our Montana customers for that. So to the extent we're providing that service, those FERC OAT customers will be paying for that service, providing a credit to our Montana customers.
And will that service be provided in part, large part, small part, by CGS, as opposed to Colstrip and the hydros and basically the system?
It will be provided in part by all of those things you mentioned. And all of those resources are used to provide ancillary services, and all of them are part of that calculation for the rate that I mentioned earlier.
What is the rate, sir?
I don't know the rate off the top.
My understanding, every year changes at the bottom of the FERC document covering wind export.
The rates do change, is my understanding. That's not my area of the company, so I can't answer detailed questions about that. But there are annual updates to those rates, is my understanding.
Who would I ask about that rate?
Linda Gibson.
Linda Gibson. And last but not least, if we're paying on average $68 a megawatt out of Colstrip, and Colstrip is providing this service, are those receiving the regulating service being provided by our hydros and our CU4 paying the same rate as residential?
The rate for the ancillary services is a different calculation. It's a different rate, but and Glenda Gibson can speak in more detail about this. It reflects the costs of those resources. It is based on the cost of those resources. So the portion of those resources providing ancillary services is what's used in the calculation of that rate. But Glenda can provide more detail about that.
All right, thank you. Does staff have any questions?
I do. Good afternoon, Mr. Steinmetz. I have about 25 questions to relay to you on behalf of commission staff. Yep, roughly. Yes, I'll do my best.
As will I.
My first topic involves the inclusion of YCGS in the PCAM base. The requested $119 million PCAM base reflects the availability of all 18 units of YCGS. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to me why it is appropriate to include all 18 units in the calculation when only 16 are currently online in the known and measurable change period?
I can speak generally to that. I think a regulatory witness would probably be better about the details about that in terms of how it's included in rates. But remember that we are setting a PCAM base that will be in place for multiple years until we do another rate review. And so the base was set with that entire plant available as we anticipated when we ran the numbers. And we expect that to be the case again here soon, and that the 18 units will be available in future years. In fact, later this year, we expect.
Do you have any more specific estimate to later this year?
I'm not in the generation group. I know that it's expected that those units will be installed later this year. I would say late summer, maybe as an estimate, but that's as much detail as I can get.
If I wanted a more specific estimate, do you know who I would ask about that?
Just for help, I don't think we have a better estimate to that. I think everything I've heard is late summer as well. So
sure.
I don't know who else can confirm that. How about before you issue the order in this case?
Thank you for that. Mr. Steinmetz, would you agree that including, and feel free to defer this to Mr. Lane if appropriate, including the 2 units of YCGS that are not currently online in the PCAM base would understate the PCAM base for the current PCAM period beginning July 1st?
By the current PCAM period, you mean the July 2024 through June of 2025 period?
Yeah, 2024 to 2025.
I think that's right, and I believe the commission accounted for that in the interim rate that was in place. That was, I think, around 125 million rather than beginning in December. I believe that's what that adjustment reflected.
I've also been told to relay a reminder. Sometimes we have to speak really closely into these mics for the people online to hear us all. Maybe sometimes uncomfortably close. Okay, so would you say that the figure that was included in those interim rates you just discussed would that be a more appropriate PCAM base reflecting 16 out of 18 units? Or does Northwestern have a better number?
I'm not really objecting, but I think he said Northwestern doesn't support the base being set on 16, 18 units over the long-term forecast. And this is supposed to be a long-term forecast because we can't update it until the next.
I think that makes sense. I actually am good to move along.
That would be fine with me.
I have a next couple questions about extreme weather events. According to your response to PSC 229B, Northwestern had 3 days in the 2024-2025 PCAM period when market energy prices exceeded $500 megawatt per hour. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
In data response PSC 229D, you stated that Northwestern's proposed PCAM base estimated events occurring on 8 days spread over the months of July, August, December, January, and February. Can you tell me how you forecasted 8 days of extreme market events?
Yes. So the estimate was informed by recent history. We saw extreme events in each of the 3 prior PCAM periods. And each of those years, the number and severity of those events increased. In particular, the events of December 2022 and January 2024, which we've talked about to some degree already, were longer and larger in magnitude than that. So I believe in the January event, we paid over $40 million for power over an 11-day period in the market. So that's the kind of event we were trying to capture in the PCAM base. And remember that what we're trying to do is set a reasonable estimate of what our costs will be over the long term in a given year. And some years will be higher and some years will be lower, but we're trying for a reasonable estimate. So the actual mechanics of the estimate, I believe, were 4 events of 48 hours each and 200 megawatts each. That was the actual mechanics of the math to get to the 38.4 million. And then I spread those costs over the peak winter and peak summer months. And that's how they are reflected in the PCAM base proposal.
Thank you. Moving on to some questions about scarcity premium. In the direct testimony of Mr. Krajewski on behalf of the Consumer Council, he calculated that Northwestern's purchases in extreme market events in the 5-year period from 2020 to 2024 averaged $695.78 per megawatt hour. Do you dispute the calculation of that average?
No, I don't dispute it. I believe that is in the data set of events when we had purchases for over $500 per megawatt hour. In those conditions, they averaged $695 per megawatt hour. I believe that's right.
Do you think that the estimated capacity scarcity premium exceeds actuals to date for the 2024 to 2025 tracking period?
Yes, for this period, we have been under that amount. Yes.
Can you tell me how long Northwestern, and by extension the commission, has relied on power sim modeling to estimate the PCAM base?
I believe the first time we did that was in the 2022 rate review.
In response to PSC 228D, you stated that Northwestern used $1,000 per megawatt as the average cost for premium purchases over $500 per megawatt hour, because that is the FERC soft price cap and the WECC. Can you tell me what the WECC stands for?
Yes, that's the Western Electric Coordinating Council, also called the WEC sometimes. That's the Western Interconnect, the Western region that we deal in.
Can you explain to me why Northwestern used the FERC soft price cap as its proposed average cost for premium purchases?
Yes, really what we were trying to do was get to a reasonable forecast of the total dollars and have that be in line with a reasonable expectation based on historical trends. And so the $1,000 price cap is what parties in the WEC can actually sell energy at and not have to justify that with specific costs of their own being driving something higher than that. And so in the most recent of these events, what we have seen is the price go to that level in the worst of those events. And so that's why I used the $1,000. I also used a megawatt number that was 200 megawatts on average, even though in recent events we've seen, as was mentioned earlier, for example, in that January event, we had a 4-day period where we were buying almost 500 megawatts an hour for that period. So I think you could change any of the inputs, either the number of hours that it happens, the quantity, or the price. All of those have an impact on that total dollar number. But what I was trying to do is get a reasonable estimate of what that total dollar amount might be. And based on the recent trends going from 24 million 2 years ago to over 40 million last year, 38 million is a reasonable estimate in my view.
Do you have a mathematic or model-based reason for overriding power sim results in this case?
No, not a mathematical model or reason. More an observation of the prices and magnitudes of those prices and the duration of those prices. When you see the outputs, they just don't capture events like that. I'm not a modeler myself, but I think those really extreme events are hard to capture in a model that relies on an underlying distribution. And when I look at the output, the prices that are an output of that modeling, they just don't capture those kind of events that we saw, for example, in January of 24 and December of 22.
So because the power sim result doesn't accurately capture, is that why you say it's superior to, or that your alternative scarcity premium is superior to the power sim results? It's more accurately capturing what's happened?
Yes, I wouldn't use the word superior. I would just say that it isn't capturing the full extent of those events. And if we don't account for those events in some other way, then I don't think we're estimating the PCAM base properly. We're having too low of a base if we don't capture those events that actual experience has told us happen.
Would you agree that temperature data is a primary predictor in the power sim model?
I'm not a user of the power sim model, and I'm not closely involved in the modeling with that software. My understanding is it uses historical temperature data, but I don't know to what extent.
Is there anyone you could direct me who might know more about the inputs into power sim and using that model?
Certainly Dr. Mock would.
Feel free to defer this question as well, but do you know anything about how temperature inputs are used in power sim?
I don't.
Okay. Again, feel free to defer this as well. Would you agree that temperature data from the January 2024 cold period that we've discussed is included in the input data used to model the PCAM base in this proceeding?
I don't believe I would agree with that just based on the timing of when we did this modeling. We did the modeling in the February, March, April timeframe, I think. And I don't know that the model had been updated for that reason of data at that point. So I can't agree with that, but I don't know.
Thank you. Earlier this morning in questioning from the joint parties, you indicated that the PCAM model could not be redispatched. Did I hear that right? Or rerun?
I don't recall that exact discussion.
Okay. Could the PCAM model be redispatched to include data from January 2024?
Yeah, I believe it probably could. Again, I'm not involved in power sim specifically, but I believe at some point that will be done when 2024 data is included in our models. I don't know at what point that would happen.
Another follow-up question. As always, feel free to defer. Can Northwestern rerun the power sim model to reflect updated historical information for the more recent actual market sales?
I'm not sure if you're asking me if you're asking me to do that, or if you're asking if it's possible. I'm not.
Is it possible?
Could you repeat the specific request?
To rerun the power sim model reflecting updated historical information for recent market sales?
Again, I believe at some point that could be done, assuming you mean market prices. The market sales, I don't think would be an input exactly, but we're talking about power sim modeling. At some point, I think recent prices will be included in our models, but that would occur on the kind of time frame that we update those models regularly, which is not my area.
And I know Dr. Mock has already been permanently excused from this case, but would you say he would have been best witness to answer that type of question?
I think certainly he understands the power sim model better than anybody else in this proceeding. So yes, I think so.
Can you tell me if there are any cost or time limitations to rerunning Power Sim?
Not involved in the specifics of running that modeling. I do know that it takes some time to run, takes some time to change the assumptions and incorporate new data. And I know that there are other uses that Northwestern has for that modeling, including our resource planning. So I don't know exactly how it would fit into that timing. So I can't say specifically what those limitations might be.
Okay, thank you for your answers. My last and final line of questioning is regarding the sharing component of the PCAM. On page 4 of your direct testimony, you state that the purpose of estimating a PCAM base is to serve as a baseline for sharing, and that absent sharing, there would be no need for a base. Do you recall that? And is it accurate?
Sorry, could you give me that page reference again?
I believe it's page 4 of your direct testimony. I believe you also might have discussed this in response to President Molnar's questioning.
I believe it's page 4 of your rebuttal testimony.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks for the correction.
I recall that discussion and I see it here in my testimony. Yes.
Are you familiar with Northwestern's historic supply rate tracking and treatment of deferrals prior to implementation of the PCAM?
I'm generally familiar with the process, not specifically how deferrals were treated. That wasn't really in my area. That's again more finance and regulatory affairs who handles that portion, but I'm generally familiar with the process.
Could you briefly tell me your general understanding of how the prior tracking worked before the PCAM?
As I recall, there was an annual tracker docket similar to how there is a current annual PCAM docket. And I believe that under collections or over collections were calculated at that time and then included in rates in the following tracker year. But beyond that, I don't know the details of how that worked.
Do you believe that the current PCAM sharing mechanism provides Northwestern with a greater incentive to control its electricity supply costs?
No, I don't.
Overall, do you believe the sharing mechanism is useful in the electricity supply cost tracking and recovery process?
I don't, and the reason I don't, and also going back to your previous question, most of the impacts in the power costs and credits are far beyond the control of Northwestern, regardless of any transactions that we may or may not do. The prices of electricity and natural gas are impacted by many other factors, from supply and demand to political. And so I don't think that, I don't think it's useful as a mechanism to provide us incentive to keep costs down. I think we have that incentive already in order to try to provide the best value we can for customers. And certainly we have, many pressures on bills, and we try to keep the power cost and the power cost part of that as low as we can.
Well, thank you for your time and explanations, Mr. Steinmetz. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Commissioners and staff have had their chance at cross-examination. Would any of the interveners care to recross?
President Molnar, the joint parties have recross.
Please.
And thank you for bearing with us here. You've been on the stand for quite a while, and I appreciate your candor. Do you recall, did you review joint parties witness Chelsea Hodeling's testimony in this docket? Addressing specifically the power sim modeling to establish the PCAM?
I read that testimony some time ago. I don't remember much detail.
Okay. And she might be another witness who could speak to the operation of power sim and that power sim modeling to develop the PCAM base. Do you agree?
I don't know that that's the case.
Okay. Commissioner Molnar was asking you about the additions of wind and solar on your system, and you mentioned that Northwestern has added some QFs recently. Can you name what those are?
I can specifically recall the two solar projects, Apex and MT Sun or Montana Sun, 280 megawatt projects, or roughly 80 megawatts. I don't recall the names of the other projects that have been added in that period. Just, if I'm recalling correctly, when we did the initial studies in the FERC rate review in 2019, I believe we had between 200 and 300 megawatts of wind on the system at that time, and now we have about 450 megawatts. I don't recall which projects they are.
Okay, thank you. And then you had a discussion with President Molnar about ancillary services. Are ancillary services generally FERC jurisdictional services?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And are the ancillary services provided by YCGS, FERC jurisdictional services?
Yes, to the extent that they are charged to OAT customers using those rates approved by FERC. The resources, YCGS and other of our resources, are also used to provide ancillary services for Northwestern load and Northwestern generation. So in that aspect, they are not FERC jurisdictional.
And does your FERC rate for ancillary services currently account for YCGS?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, I think you testified, and I'll give you a partial sentence. If we propose to update FERC rates to include YCGS, are you saying that you may not update your FERC rates to include YCGS?
Yes, I believe what I said in my pre-filed testimony is that we don't have a current plan to update, to do a FERC rate review.
How will Northwestern ensure that FERC jurisdictional costs of ancillary services from YCGS aren't borne by retail customers?
I think that you're right. That is the topic that I was discussing earlier with President Molnar. I think there are a few challenges with that. One, we can't file a FERC rate case just for ancillary services. It would be for our entire transmission rates. And we don't know what the outcome of that would be. So maybe the rates we proposed, likely they would be lower after intervention by other parties and so on. So we would look at the whole picture and determine if it makes sense to file a FERC rate case or not.
Okay, setting aside then proceeding to update your FERC rates, does Northwestern have a plan to ensure that Northwestern's retail customers don't bear the costs of FERC jurisdictional ancillary services provided by YCGS?
Again, our customers are getting a revenue credit based on the current rates. Those are the rates that they are getting based on our last FERC rate case. And just like every other rate in whatever the context, those rates are in place until they're changed. And over time, there are changes to the actual underlying costs. They only get reflected in the rates when you make that filing. As I talked about in this case, we're talking about a relatively small amount of money, and Glenda Gibson can talk in more detail about the calculation of that.
Okay, so you referenced credit methodology based on current FERC revenues. Is that right?
I did, yes.
Okay. And Northwestern uses a 3-year average of historical FERC revenues to establish that revenue credit?
I'm not the right person to answer that.
Okay, that's fair enough. But to be clear, when you use FERC revenues, whatever period you account for, those FERC revenues don't currently include YCGS ancillary services, correct?
That's correct. And if they do include the costs of other resources. If in the future we include YCGS, then the rates will reflect that. But currently, if we're using our YCGS to provide any ancillary services, that means that we are using a little bit less of the other resources to do that. So
okay.
The total quantity of ancillary services that we're providing doesn't change because we're adding Yellowstone.
Okay.
Just the ratio and what is being provided by each resource.
Okay, and that's notwithstanding the value that Northwestern touts from an ancillary services perspective that YCGS brings to the system.
It definitely does bring that value to the system.
Okay. You also talked with the commissioners about economic dispatch of YCGS and how that works on your system. Where does YCGS sit in Northwestern's resource stack?
So it's a gas-fired resource. We have two other gas-fired resources in the portfolio, Dave Gates and Basin Creek, which we have under long-term PPA. Yellowstone is, I believe its variable cost is around, in the PCAM base, around $35 per megawatt hour on average. And that's primarily because it's supplied by gas from the Rockies, just where it sits on our system. Basin Creek and Dave Yates are a little cheaper than that on a variable basis because they use primarily gas from Alberta. And our other thermal resources, Colstrip, that's typically a lower price than any of the gas-fired generation.
Okay, so assuming economic dispatch, YCGS is dispatched last because it's the most costly resource on Northwestern system. Is that accurate?
Its variable cost is typically the highest of the thermals, yes.
Okay. And you mentioned Colstrip is lower on the resource stack. Are there operational limits on Colstrip that require you to run it even when it's not economic to dispatch?
I think I talked about that a bit earlier. We're able to ramp the generation from Colstrip back to a minimum level based on prices.
What is the must-run level for Colstrip?
I believe it's about 60 megawatts for our current share.
60 megawatts for your 15% share of both units?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's fair to say that Colstrip is operating except when it's down entirely at that level, even in conditions when it's not economic to dispatch?
That's right. As I talked about earlier, there are times when the market might dip below the dispatch price for a few hours when we have to operate it at the minimum level. And that's a characteristic of many generators, that they have a minimum downturn, and it's not a quick start resource, so it would take some time to take it offline and bring it back on. Most of the time that doesn't make sense to do that because the lower prices are relatively short term in most cases.
Okay. Do you have a way in PowerSim or otherwise to estimate the amount of time that Colstrip is running at its must-run level, even when it's not economic to dispatch?
I don't know if there's a way to do that in PowerSim or not.
Okay. Do you have access to that data? Or does Northwestern have access to that data?
Specifically, which data?
The data regarding either projections or historical data about the amount of time that Colstrip is running at its must-run level, yet it's not economic to dispatch.
Objection to the extent that that wouldn't be data, but would be an analysis.
You can replace analysis for data in my question. Thank you.
I don't believe I've done that analysis. I don't know if anybody else has.
Okay, fair enough. President Molnar was asking you about the accuracy of your PCAM projections, and you explained, I think helpfully, that the projections aren't what flowed to customers. Instead, customers pay actual costs. Do you recall that?
Ultimately, yes.
Okay, and I think there's been a little bit of confusion about kind of the basis for those projections and how they relate to actual costs. So I'm going to ask you to pull up JMS 1 again, and I will attempt to screen share to do that as well. Mr. English, may I have access to screen sharing? Thank you. No, I had far too many tabs open. So in JMS 1, this is the PCAM base as proposed by Northwestern in July 2024 that was prepared by you, correct?
Yes.
And it was based on computer modeled projections?
As I described in my testimony, it's partially based on power sim modeling, and then there's some external items as well.
Okay. And can you tell me the total? Let's see, the total there is 119 million, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so that's the total proposed PCAM base.
Yes.
Okay. I want to look at we now have actuals for July 24 through March 25th, as you testified earlier, correct?
Yes.
And a pretty good estimate for April 2025, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you were to project out your actuals through the end of the year, would it make sense to use these estimates from JMS 1 for May and June?
I mean, you could certainly do it that way. Yes.
It would be conservative though, right? Because as we've seen in every other month of the year, Northwestern has the JMS 1 under predicts the PCAM base on a monthly basis, correct?
I know in total it certainly has done that. I'm not sure if it was every single month, but
Okay.
yes.
Okay, well, let's do this conservative exercise. So projected on my screen here, and I'm not going to be able to show you because it's covered by well, let me see. Let's see if I can get here. All right. This value, can you see the formula that I used for that value? I attempted to sum the estimates for May and June of 2025. And I actually do need you to check my formula and make sure I've used Excel appropriately.
I can see that formula. It looks like it's summing L48 and M to M49. So what you're,
it's attempting to sum the estimates there in row 48. I think I included, and I included so it includes M48 and M49, but let me do this just so we make sure it's. Okay. Does that look correct? Sorry.
Sorry, I can't see the formula anymore. Oh, there we go.
It's about 22.5 million, the estimates for May and June.
Okay, I see that.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to hold that number in mind, and I've written it down because that's the way I have to work. I want to turn now to your exhibit or your response to data request as updated last evening, MEIC 265. So if you could pull that back up, I'd appreciate it. I've got it. And this has actuals plus a pretty good estimate through April 2025. But the total column here is empty. I'm just going to sum. You can check my formula there. Does that look right? B50 through M50 to get us to the sum of actuals through April 2025.
I think you're doing what you said you're doing there, I think.
Okay, and so we're already at 181.2 million. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then let's add to that our 22.5 million. Oh, shoot, I didn't do that. And what is the total there?
That looks like 203.7 million.
Okay, and would you say that's a pretty conservative estimate of what we can expect the actual PCAM to be over the period of July 2024 to June 2025?
I don't know that I'd say that exactly, but I think that's an estimate using the PCAM base for May and June and the actuals through April.
Okay. You wouldn't expect it to be lower than this, though, would you?
I don't have a view on whether it'll be higher or lower than that.
Okay.
Haven't done that forecast.
Okay. If you were to forecast out through the end of this year, what methodology would you use to establish that? Is this a reasonable methodology?
I think it's a reasonable methodology. There could be others, but that's a reasonable one.
Okay. So can you tell us what the difference is between this reasonable estimate of actuals, this reasonable estimate of the PCAM using a combination of actuals and an estimate for 2 months, the difference between that and the PCAM base that Northwestern proposes?
My head, it looks like around 80 million, 85 million.
Around 85 million, I think is my calculation as well. 84.7 roughly. Okay. I am going to stop sharing my screen here, I think. And Ms. Hill or Ms. Norca, can you please pull up your demonstrative that we've discussed throughout this hearing showing the $94 million decrease in the PCAM? Oh, am I still sharing? Yeah, I am. Sorry. Mr. Nelson is suggesting I use the foam core board, which I will. That's the one. Thank you very much. Do you see the light green there showing the decrease in the power cost and credit mechanism of $94.5 million?
I do, and this is a different chart than what I looked at with Commissioner Bukacek earlier, right?
I don't recall because that wasn't provided to us, but is this is the chart that your council put forward summarizing Exhibit A to, oh, this reflects the settlement. Yeah. Yeah, I think I want to look at the total PCAM base because those are the numbers we were just discussing here. This depiction shows a $94.5 million reduction in the PCAM based on the modeled projections for the PCAM base. If we subtract the $84.7 million difference that reflects the actuals plus an estimate for 2 months, we end up with an actual decrease of just 9.8 million. Is that correct?
That looks like you've done that math right to me, yes.
Okay. And so that green bar might be much closer to the top here. Wouldn't you agree with me on that?
If it showed the 10 million.
Mr. Chairman, can I just ask council to clarify why is she speculating on the outcome of this contested issue in this case as to why that would be at the top?
Sure, go ahead and ask her.
I guess I'm just trying to understand the question, but concerned that
I got lost 20 minutes ago. Don't ask me to clarify. Go ahead and ask her to clarify.
I guess I just say it is a contested issue, so it could be anywhere in that range, right?
It is a contested issue. I'm talking about the PCAM. The effect of the PCAM as proposed by Northwestern has been repeatedly discussed as generating an offsetting benefit to the more significant increases in base rates in this case. And as a result, repeatedly Northwestern has claimed that its proposal would result in a 4.2% increase. But I'll pose a question to Mr. Steinmetz. Would that 4.2% look a heck of a lot different if we were using the actual numbers that are, or the actual costs that customers will be paying through the PCAM?
So I'm not sure I talked about a 4.2% increase.
I can ask you a different question. Would the offsetting benefit as depicted here and elsewhere in Northwestern's testimony look a lot different based on what we're seeing as a 9.8% decrease in the $9.8 million decrease in the PCAM versus a $94.5 million decrease in the PCAM.
So I think you're crossing up a few issues here. One issue in the case and in my testimony is setting the PCAM base. And what we're trying to do with that is set it at a reasonable level to approximate what our costs will be. That will be in place for a few years. And as we talked about earlier, that actuals are going to vary from year to year. Sometimes costs will be higher, sometimes they might be lower. But Yellowstone is a resource that's going to be around for 30 years. It's not a one-year analysis on what happens in actually the last 7 months since Yellowstone came online. So I think we're talking about apples and oranges here. And I guess the other thing that I'm not clear about is, it seems like you're indicating that the PCAM base should have been higher. I know the Consumer Council argues that it should have been lower. What I'm saying is I think it's a pretty good approximation of what's going to happen over time.
I'm not saying anything about where the PCAM base should or shouldn't be. My question is related to your testimony earlier today that customers don't pay the PCAM base. Customers pay for the actual costs and credits that are incurred by Northwestern. My question is, as we look at the impact on what customers pay, is it fair to look at the projections or the much higher costs that customers will actually pay through the PCAM? And I'm seeking your agreement that they're actually paying much higher costs than the PCAM base reflects.
I think the chart we were looking at reflects the proposed PCAM base. As we talked about, actuals turn out to be something different than that. Market prices change, our expenses change, our market sales change, and those are going to vary over time. And those changes are reflected in rates, and those actuals do get reflected in rates on a quarterly basis. But the chart was showing the proposed change in the PCAM base.
And then let me refer you to the language there on the far right of this demonstrative exhibit that says approximately a 4.2% residential increase. It sounds like your testimony is that that's apples to the PCAM base oranges. Is that correct?
No, the PCAM base is what this is reflective of as it is.
And how about the residential increase of 4.2%?
The bill impacts are out of my realm. I don't know how that was calculated or how it's depicted here.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
I'm sorry, Renewable Northwest has just a tiny bit of recross. I'm so sorry, Mr. Steinmetz. I must feel like you've been up there for days.
I think it's my record.
Okay, I'm glad I can help you solidify that. I just wanted to clarify or ask a follow-up question about Colstrip's must-run capacity that you discussed with Ms. Harbine. So you testified in response to a question from joint parties that the must-run capacity of Northwestern's current share of Colstrip is 60 megawatts. Is that right?
Yes.
And then so for the entire plant, do you know what that must-run capacity is, not just for Northwestern's share?
I don't, and that one is a little beyond my ability to do the math in my head right now.
Okay. Northwestern is set to acquire a larger share of Colstrip in the near future, right?
Yes.
And after that acquisition, what would the must-run capacity be then? I assume it'll be much higher than 60 megawatts. Is that right?
It will be higher. It will be the same proportion, essentially the same percentage applied to the new new shares.
But
Okay.
don't make him do the math right now.
It would be awesome if you could do the math. We have a calculator if that would be helpful.
I'm gonna just object as this is getting a little outside of what we're talking about with the commission.
And I promise it's my last question if you let him do the math.
So the objection is on this question. CU3 and the 592 have been brought in a lot. If this witness understands the percentage that they're asking about, I believe I'll let him answer.
Yeah, I'm ready to move on.
I think FERC called and the witness has qualified for combat pay, so I think everybody agrees. But in the meantime, I think I'd like to hear the answer if you sure know how to do the math.
It's a lot of pressure. I definitely know how to do the math. Let's see if I can do it right.
You can borrow my abacus if you so desire.
I want to give a shout out to Jenny for doing the math herself.
Okay, I believe it'd be about 220 megawatts.
Okay. Thank you so much for doing that math and not making me do it. So it sounds like after Northwestern acquires its additional shares of Colstrip, the most run capacity would be how much?
About 220.
About 220 megawatts, which would mean Northwestern will be required to keep Colstrip online and dispatch those 220 megawatts of more expensive electricity even when market prices are lower?
Not exactly, and that's for both units, I should say, combined. So to the extent that it makes sense to take one of those units offline, and that's something that the owners can do that we could do. We want to take it off for if we have an extended period of low prices. That's possible. I think it's something we have seen occasionally when prices get down that low that long, but it's not typically the case. So we might see a few hours in a day, but it's not typical for that to happen for extended periods.
Thank you very much. I have no more questions.
Sure.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just have a few briefly. Don't want to beat a dead horse, but I think it's still twitching. I want to revisit and a lot of these topics have been covered, but I want to revisit the price differential I think you talked about with Commissioner Fielder, where you generate a megawatt hour for $35 and then you sell it for $40 in the market. So there's $5 of revenue there. Do you recall that?
Yeah, $40 of revenue, $35 of fuel cost, and the net is $5 of credit.
Okay.
Between the two. Yes.
Okay. So that $5 of credit, when you were talking with Commissioner Fielder, you put the sharing aside. My question is, would the full $5 be credited to customers through the ongoing PCAM, or would it be $4.50?
I think the way I understand that mechanism to work, if our overall costs and credits for the year are right on the base, there would be no sharing of that.
Okay,
so in that case, it would be the full $5.
Okay, so up to the base, whatever sales credits or revenues you've built into that base, up to that point, customers would get 100% of those credits, the But beyond, once you pass the base, that's where the sharing kicks in, and customers would only get $4.50 out of that 5. Is that right?
So that sharing would be happening in the direction you're talking about if costs were lower than the base. Right. So the sharing would be that if costs come in lower than the base, then Northwestern shareholders get 10% of that benefit.
And
so costs
to be clear, Mr., I'm not talking about costs here. I'm talking about credits. So I would call it sales revenues from sales that exceed the cost of generating that power. So it'd be a credit. And so I guess I think the point's clear, but once whatever's built into the base for market revenues would be fully passed on to customers. But once you have sales revenues in excess of whatever you've assumed in the base, then customers would only get credited 90% of those. Is that your understanding?
No, I don't think that it's based on the individual line item in the PCAM. I think it's overall, if costs exceed the base, that Northwestern shareholders pay 10% of that difference.
Okay. Yeah.
If overall costs, and actually that's overall net between the costs and the credits,
right,
come in lower than the base, in that case, Northwestern shareholders would keep 10% of that difference.
Okay, fair enough. And that's a good point, that it's all kind of netted annually. But what I'm getting at is, just if you're looking at excess generation that you have to sell into the market, or that you sell into the market because it's economical to do so, all else equal, there's an aggregate number built into the base, you could say, and if sales revenues and credits from sales revenues exceed that assumption in the PCAM base, then customers only get 90% of the credits. Is that fair to say?
That's right. You use the word exceeds because you're talking about a credit, but the way that works in the PCAM is that means that the cost would be lower than the base in the situation you're describing.
Sure. Okay. And I guess what I'm really getting at is whether the additional megawatt hours that you will presumably sell into the market and generate some revenue from YCGS, are any of those included? Are there any sales revenues from YCGS excess sales to market included in the PCAM base proposal in this case?
Well, the modeling in the PCAM base is on a portfolio basis, essentially. So the resources are all dispatched to the market price.
Sure. But let me just stop you. Sorry. And I apologize for interrupting, but is YCGS in that modeling?
Yes.
Okay. So there are the model Power Sim estimated what YCGS might generate in terms of PCAM credits.
Almost. So Power Sim estimates the dispatch of all the dispatchable resources along with all the production from non-dispatchable resources. Lines that up with the load, and then any excess then is sold in the market. So certainly some of that would be from Yellowstone, some of it would be from other resources. But there isn't a direct calculation of the amount from Yellowstone that is sold in the market.
Okay, fair enough. But those assumptions, the way it was modeled was as though YCGS was fully online, all 18 units over the course of a year, both
Correct.
Costs and credits?
Correct.
And the hours of the year when you might be selling power from somewhere into the market. perhaps from Yellowstone, if it were economical, let's say. In other words, the situation I'm thinking of is where the market price is high enough and it exceeds the marginal cost at Yellowstone. So under economic dispatch, you choose to dispatch Yellowstone and sell those hours into the market. You're saying that Power Sim included some of those hours?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's included.
Oh.
And I should say, a moment ago, you said all 18 units available for the whole year. I think you understand that, but just to be clear, the resources are also modeled with forced outage rates, so wouldn't necessarily show availability for every single day of the year.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you. And do you happen to know why the last 2 units are now not expected to be online until late summer?
No, that's not really my area. I think Mr. Fulman or Mr. Clotfelter could have spoken in more detail about that.
So you haven't heard about additional delays, or was that unexpected, or?
I'm gonna object his asked and answer.
Well, just that I suppose I'll not disagree with Ms. Hill, but I just guess I want to confirm that the answer is he doesn't know.
I don't know how the current estimate compares with other estimates that might have been talked about earlier.
Okay.
Or the reasons for that.
Okay. And then I want to be really careful asking questions about the wholesale revenue credit. It's a settled issue. And my intention is not to cross-examine the witness on this issue. But I do think it's important for the commission to understand one aspect of this, because if the commission approves the settlement, this is how it'll work. This would be what you're approving. So I'll go ahead and ask you.
And I'm going to object and say if he wants to educate the commission, perhaps he could do that in post-hearing brief.
Mr. Chairman, again, the witness, I believe, misstated the wholesale revenue credit, and to go through this hearing and make a decision on the settlement with a misunderstanding, I think is not in anybody's interest.
Was it a misunderstanding per your rationale in striking the deal?
No, Mr. Chairman, it's what we agreed to in the settlement, and it's how this has worked for years now. And the witness made some statements about the wholesale revenue credit that I believe are not reflective of what's been agreed to in the settlement. So I don't think there's a disagreement here. I just think it's frankly just a clarifying question as to how those revenues, how customers get compensated for the wholesale use of those plants.
Mr. President, I'm going to ask maybe we take a short break so I can confer with Mr. Brown about this issue, because I'm unclear.
I mean, Mr. Chairman, maybe I could just ask the question and they could object to the question, because no one's even heard it yet.
Exactly correct. Overruled. You may ask your question, and the witness can rely on advice of counsel.
And thank you. And if we need to take a break, is it true that for retail rates, the revenue credit from FERC tariffs and from wholesale services is fixed in these rate cases and does not change until the next rate case, and that is, if the settlement is approved, that's what will happen here?
Mr. Brown, that's not my area. That reflects what you just described reflects my general understanding, but that's not my area of expertise.
Can we defer this to Ms. Gibson to clean up if Mr. Brown has?
You're a little hard to understand. Could you
Can we defer this question to Ms. Gibson if Mr. Brown wants to clarify it?
Yeah, especially if there won't be, an objection. Again, my question is just, isn't the wholesale revenue credit fixed at a specific number, which is in the settlement? That's the question. So I think that's important for the commission to understand. And at this point, I don't even know if I need to ask her, but
would you care to defer to her?
Mr. Chairman, I hope what I've said already clarifies this for the commission. If not, I'd encourage, I guess, the commission to look closely at it. But I thought that was important enough aspect of this issue, which is settled and, part of a full settlement. But I thought that was important enough for the commission to understand because there was a lengthy back and forth. And so it...
Mr. Brown, I'm
happy
in the spirit of collegiality to ask Ms. Gibson that
Okay.
question when she's on the stand.
Now, in the interest of time, that sounds like a deal, Ms. Harbine. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Is there further cross-examination amongst the interveners? Seeing none, is there any amongst the commission? Ms. Norcott, would you like to redirect the witness?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Steinmetz, will capacity contracts be available to address the capacity needs that the Yellowstone plant addresses?
So it's difficult to know if short-term capacity contracts will be available, and that's one of the challenges of trying to use short-term contracts. That's why it's important to use long-term, either owned resources or long-term PPAs. Because in the region, we're seeing a very tight capacity position, and many entities are either short or very close to short of the amount of capacity they need to serve their loads. And so if we don't have long-term contracts and we just look to go to the market for a 1-year or 2-year contract, when we go to renew that, it may or may not be there because those parties might need that capacity for their own load, or they might have sold it to somebody else at that point. And that's why longer-term agreements or owned resources are important.
You did a back of the envelope calculation of Colstrip must run for the joint parties earlier today, correct?
I did.
Did you provide any documents in this case to support that analysis?
I don't recall doing that.
Did I accurately describe it as back of the envelope?
Yes.
I have no further questions. May this witness be permanently excused?
Ms. Hill, there's been a lot of interest in this witness. Is there any reason we couldn't temporarily excuse this witness?
Can he appear via Zoom if you need him again?
Where are you from, sir?
I'm from Butte.
It's 60 miles.
He
Yes,
just
sir, you may, if somebody has questions, they will contact you. We'll make sure you have a Zoom link and you may testify via Zoom.
I'd be happy to do that if needed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Can we take a 10-minute break before you call your next witness?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I don't even know if I said it was 10 minutes or just said we're taking a break, but things how we're all here. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just real quick clarification question for process. Just for understanding, is recross limited to questions from commissioners and staff?
Okay, it's been clarified to me that we do limit it to questions raised by questioning by commissioners and staff because everybody's already had their bite at the apple.
Thank you very much. Northwestern calls Charles Lane.
Charles, were you sworn in on day one? Thank you.
Mr. Lane, would you please state your name, spelling your last name and your business address for the record?
Thank you. Charles Lane, last name Lane. Business address is 208 North Montana Avenue, Helena, Montana.
And by whom are you employed?
Northwestern Energy.
And would you please provide the commission with your title at Northwestern?
I am the Director of Regulatory Affairs for Montana.
And Mr. Lane, I'm going to try to do this efficiently because you have 9 exhibits to be admitted. So let's start with testimonies. And did you submit direct testimony in this docket?
I did.
And are you adopting the direct testimony of Cynthia Fang regarding regulatory priorities in this docket?
I am.
And are you also adopting Ms. Fang's direct testimony regarding rate design?
I am.
Mr. Lane, did you submit additional issue testimony in this docket?
I did.
Mr. Lane, did you submit rebuttal testimony in this docket?
I did.
And finally, did you submit settlement testimony concerning natural gas and the standby charge?
That is correct.
Did you submit settlement testimony on electric issues?
That is correct.
Do you have any corrections to any of those testimonies just mentioned?
I do. To Ms. Fang's regulatory priorities testimony, CSF 8, lines 13 through 15 should be stricken.
And why?
And I believe those are referring to the Sleepy Hollow and small natural gas acquisitions, and it's a misstatement in Ms. Fang's testimony.
Thank you. Do you have any other corrections to any of your other testimonies?
I do not.
If I were to ask you here today under oath the same questions that are set forth in those testimonies, would your answers be the same except for the change to Ms. Fang's regulatory priorities testimony?
That is correct.
Mr. Chairman, I would move for the admission of Exhibit NWE 24, which is Mr. Lane's direct testimony.
Without exception, it's admitted.
Mr. President, I would next move for the admission of Exhibit NWE 25, which is Ms. Cindy Fang's direct testimony on rate design.
Without exception, admitted.
I would then move for the admission of Ms. Fang's direct testimony on rate design, which is Exhibit NWE 26.
Without exception, admitted.
I would move for the admission of Mr. Lane's additional issue testimony that has been marked as Exhibit NWE 29.
Without exception, admitted.
I would move for the admission of Mr. Lane's rebuttal testimony, which is marked as Exhibit NWE 30.
Without exception, admitted.
I would move for the admission of Mr. Lane's settlement testimony on the natural gas and standby charge, marked as Exhibit NWE 31.
Without exception, admitted.
And finally, I would move for the admission of Mr. Lane's settlement testimony on electric issues marked as Exhibit NWE 32.
Without exception, admitted.
So, Mr. Lane, there's a couple more exhibits I want to talk to you about. Do you have a document in front of you labeled Exhibit NWE 27?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Can you please identify for the commission what this document is?
These are the proposed tariff rates. Electric rates comparison.
Is it your understanding these were attached to the application filed by Northwestern in this docket?
That is correct.
Does this document appear to be a true and accurate copy of the document that was previously filed with the commission?
I believe so. I haven't reviewed it carefully, but I do believe so.
Mr. Chairman, I move for the admission of Exhibit NWE 27.
Without exception, admitted.
Okay, Mr. Lane, do you also have a document in front of you labeled Exhibit NWE 28?
I do.
Do you recognize this document?
I do. This is a bill impact statement. I believe it was also submitted with the application.
And does this document appear to be a true and accurate copy of the document previously filed with the commission?
Yes, it does.
Mr. Chairman, I move for the admission of Exhibit NWE 28.
Without exception, NWE 28 is admitted.
I believe that is all of Mr. Lane's exhibits. So with that, I would tender him for cross-examination and questioning.
Do any interveners have any questions of this witness?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. Lane.
Good afternoon. I might have to position myself to see you here.
Slide around, Ms. Norcott.
There we go.
There we go. All right. Mr. Lane, I want to speak with you this afternoon to get an understanding of an issue that was has not been resolved through the course of the settlement in particular, but which relates to the process that Northwestern would use if at the end of this proceeding it becomes appropriate to provide refunds to customers in the event that the commission ultimate decision on the level of rates from this case results in a level of rates that is lower than the rates that were put into effect through the course of this proceeding. Okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, first, I just want to lay a little bit of a foundation for what we're talking about and why this is necessary. Would you agree with me that under Montana law, if you understand it, that Northwestern has the ability to ask and the commission has the ability to implement what are called interim rates that take effect during the pendency of a rate case?
That
is
is
that fair?
correct.
Okay. Would you agree with me that the way the interim rate process works in Montana is that if the interim rates are higher than the rates the commission ultimately approves, that the utility is required to provide a refund back to customers? Fair?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, secondly, because this has also been implicated in this case, are you aware that under Montana law, if a certain amount of time passes from the point in which a utility makes its rate filing, and the commission has not yet ruled on that rate filing, that the utility has the ability to put the as-filed rates into effect? Do you recall that?
That is correct, yes. After the passage of 9 months from the filing, the utility does have that authority under statute.
Okay. And then similarly to the interim rate process, that if that occurs and the ultimate commission decision results in a level of rates that is lower than the amount that the utility put into effect, there's an obligation to refund that to customers, correct?
That's right. My understanding is to the extent that the rates that would have been in place had that commission order been implemented at that time, the revenues collected above those that had been, or to the extent it would result in revenues lower than the revenues collected would be refunded, yes.
Okay, so I just want to take a moment here and walk through how these different pieces might be implicated given how this case has unfolded, so that hopefully when we get to the end of this process, there's no disagreement about how those refunds might be executed upon. And we'll start with the easy one, and we'll start with the natural gas portion of this case. Would you agree with me that Northwestern requested that the commission put into effect interim rates for your natural gas service?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that by commission order, Northwestern was permitted to put interim rates into effect for your natural gas service of an increase of an amount approximately $17.4 million effective December 1st, 2024?
Subject to check, that sounds correct to me.
Okay. So, subsequent to that, Northwestern entered into a stipulation with a number of parties, including my client, which calls for, would you accept subject to check, a natural gas revenue increase of approximately $18.1 million.
That does sound correct, yes.
Okay. Now, and here's where it gets slightly complicated. Subsequent to the filing of that stipulation, would you agree with me that Northwestern made a filing on or about May 2nd to put into effect new or revised interim rates for your natural gas service? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, following that, would you agree with me that let me back up one piece. That filing, do you recall, requested that the interim rates be put into effect on May 23rd? Do you recall that?
Yes, the tariff letter requested, which one are you referring to? I apologize.
Okay, and this is fair because these dates are semi-important, so we're going to go through and make sure we get this right. Maybe I'll take a step back. Under the stipulation, do you agree that the parties had agreed not to oppose a filing by Northwestern to amend the interim rates? Do you recall that?
That is correct.
And the stipulation contemplated that filing would put those revised interim rates into effect on May 1st.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, that wasn't acted upon by the commission prior to May 1st, fair?
That is correct.
Okay, so May 2nd, Northwestern made a filing to put interim rates into effect, again, focusing on the gas side, and asked that those rates be put into effect on May 23rd.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, that request, would you agree with me, was also not acted upon before May 19th when Northwestern withdrew that request for interim rates, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So, importantly, the filings that were made and unmade through the course of May, none of those are going to implicate how any refunds are done.
For the natural gas side, I would agree. Yes.
Okay. Now, having said all of that, ultimately, Northwestern did make a new filing, though, to put into effect your as-filed natural gas rate increase, and that as-filed rate increase was put into effect on June 1st, 2025, correct?
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time? I wasn't following you.
Sure. So after Northwestern withdrew the request for the settlement-based interim rates, Northwestern subsequently made a filing to put into effect your as-filed rates, and those went into effect on June 1st, 2025, correct?
Subject check, yes.
Okay. And the as-filed rates, would you agree with me, subject to check, that the as-filed natural gas rate increase was about $28.6 million?
So just to clarify here, we're talking about the natural gas.
Yes.
Okay. No, Northwestern withdrew the natural gas request, and we are currently charging under the interim that was granted back in December.
Okay. I apologize. And this is
yeah.
why we're going through this, and this is why it's important.
Okay.
So you never implemented your as-filed natural gas rates.
That is correct. Yeah, there's the confusion.
Then I am completely wrong on the front end. Okay, so appreciate the clarification.
Thank you, Bobby. I apologize, Mr. Nelson. I got a little lost in the conversation there.
Okay, so now I have to... if I could have just one moment, please.
Perhaps I could provide some clarification.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
I think I'm on the little Zoom thing. And I was wondering if I could be permitted to share my screen.
If you can share your screen, go ahead.
I'm sorry, asking to be permitted to do so. Oh. Did I don't know. I'm seeing this. I'm on there. I don't know. So I might be on the wrong Zoom link. Okay, so let me see if I can try this without pulling this up, because maybe your Crackerjack team has already dealt with this. How do I get out of this view? Go away. Okay. So here's my question, and here's the source of my confusion, and maybe this is just clearly sort of on May 1st, 2025. Make sure I've got the date correct. I'm sorry. Hold on just one second. Sorry. On May 21st, 2025, Northwestern filed tariff lever 419G.
That is correct. And that is our, do you want to ask your question?
And my question was, I had thought, but maybe clearly incorrectly, that 419G was putting into effect your as-filed rates in a manner sort of consistent with what you were doing on the electric side, but maybe I'm completely wrong about that. So can you tell me what was happening in tariff letter 419G?
Absolutely. That was a tariff letter to revise the natural gas rates for the natural gas tracker.
Got it. Okay. My apologies for that confusion. I appreciate you clearing that up. So, relative to the natural gas portion of this case, if the commission approves the stipulation that was reached between Northwestern and the other parties, because that stipulation contemplates a revenue requirement increase greater than the interim increase that was implemented in December 1st, would I be correct, now having been corrected, that there will be no need under that scenario for any refunds for the natural gas service?
That is correct.
Wonderful. Okay, let's go to the electric side, which perhaps is more complicated. On the electric side, first, let me just lay this foundation to make sure I haven't screwed this one up. On December 1st, 2024, am I correct that you did implement interim rates for your electric service following the commission's order.
That is correct.
Okay. But for the electric side, make sure I've got this straight, that you made a filing on May 22nd, 2025, to implement revised electric rates effective May 23rd, 2025, and that filing put into effect your as originally filed electric rates, correct?
Just to correct some of the dates, but
okay.
On May 1st, I believe, we made the filing with the commission with the tariff letter expressing that under that provision of statute 693302, we would be implementing the as filed rates on on or after May 23rd. The commission's order from that was May 22nd.
Got it. Yep. Okay, appreciate that. All right. So in the context of the electric side, would you agree with me that part of the complexity as we look at the refunds, if refunds will ultimately be necessary, is we have to look at two different time periods. The time period when the interim rates were first put into effect between December 1st, 2024, and the time when the as filed rates were put into effect on May 23rd, 2025, one. And then secondly, a refund calculation has to be done from May 23rd, 2025 until the date occurs when rates are ultimately implemented following the commission decision, correct?
Yes, I would agree. There are two distinct time periods. One, that initial implementation under the commission's order for those interim rates, and then that second time period after May 23rd with the rates as filed rates. That is correct.
Okay. So with that, let me just now break down, because the further complexity on the electric side is we have to figure out what's happening with the PCAM, what's happening with property taxes, and what's happening with base rates. Would you agree with me?
I would agree with you, and I would agree that rate making is complicated.
Okay, fair enough. But in fairness, that's why you get the big bucks, right?
Ooh. I hope my boss heard that.
Excellent. All right. So first, on the PCAM side, on December 1st, 2024, when you implemented the interim rates approved by the commission, do I understand correctly that part of that rate change implemented the decrease to the PCAM base that was ordered by the commission in its interim rate order?
That is correct. There was a balance, there were two components to that. There was the decrease in the PCAM that the commission granted with that exclusion for two of those generating units. So from 119 up to 125 for that base revision. And then included in that was a revenue requirement increase.
Okay. Focusing on the PCAM part, now second question. As part of the filing that was made that went into effect on May 23rd, does that filing also change the PCAM base in the rates that you're being charged, presumably implementing the PCAM base that was part of the company's initial rate filing?
That's correct. With the understanding that the as filed rates needed to be implemented as they were filed, that PCAM base rates were implemented at that 119 base.
Okay. So while the base rates have changed, would I understand correctly, though, that the company's intention at the conclusion of this case, sort of regardless of what the commission does in that context, but any true up for the PCAM part of this process, would I understand correctly, the company would envision being done through the PCAM mechanism itself and not through some separate refund mechanism?
That is correct. Consistent with how the PCAM was adjusted after the last rate review, those adjustments are done within that PCAM tracker.
Okay. Same set of questions on the property tax component of this case. The property tax calculation and rates was reset effective January 1st as part of the initial interim order that was issued by the commission, correct?
That is correct.
And presumably, am I also correct that that was then reset on May 23rd as part of the as filed case?
I would have to double check that off the top of my head. I'm not sure, but to the ultimate point, those adjustments would be tracked and then adjusted through that property tax tracker.
Okay. So it's possible the base changed, it's possible it stayed the same. Either way, the property tax tracker from Northwestern's perspective will take care of any refund that might be necessary.
That is correct.
Okay. So then let's talk to what it sounds like where the refunds are going to kick in, which is potentially applicable to the electric base rates. Okay. So on December 1st, 2024, would you agree with me, subject to check, that the interim base rate changes that were approved by the commission were put into effect by Northwestern for electric service?
Correct.
And that, would you agree with me, has two components. There was a $42.4 million increase approximately for the non-YCGS costs and a $18.4 million increase approximately for the YCGS costs. Does that sound right?
That does not sound right. So we're talking about the interim rates that were implemented on December 1st?
Yes.
Okay. My understanding is that that was an $18 million increase to the base rates. And in the commission's interim order, that was to represent the O&M costs for the YCGS. There was no base rate revenue increase associated with the transmission or distribution revenue components that we were asking for.
Okay. Oh, my apologies. The other one was what you had requested, not what was ordered.
Perfect. Yes.
I apologize. I misspoke. Okay. So on an interim basis, what the commission ordered and what was put into effect in conjunction with the PCAM change was the YCGS amount of, and let me make sure I get this right, some 18 million and change.
Correct.
Okay. Very good. Now, ultimately, so as we move forward in time, well, here, let me do this. But before we get to the May 23rd issue, let's talk about then between December 31st and May 23rd. Would you agree with me that if the commission approves the settlement on the issue of YCGS, would you agree with me that the range of revenue requirement increases for that issue that are recommended by Northwestern, the MCC, and the LCG, for example, range between a increase of about 43.9 million to about 31.5 million, depending upon how the disputed issues are resolved? Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right. Those are the without property tax, but yes.
Right. Now, would I be correct that because all of those are above the 18.4 million that was put into effect on an interim basis, if the commission approves a number in that range, there would be no need for a refund from May 22nd back to December 1st when that $18 million interim was put into effect. Is that fair?
I'm not sure I would isolate the YCGS component of that. I would say of the revenue requirement settled upon in the stipulated settlement agreement, the range, the high end of that is that $109 million, which does include the YCGS base revenue and expenses as well as the property tax. And I'm not sure what the low range is of that, but it's around $98 million. That is a larger number that would then go into rates as compared to that $18 million.
Okay, fair enough. So under either, whether you look at it in isolation or in totality, because the interim number is lower than what the settlement would suggest the ultimate answer should be, we don't need to worry ourselves about refunds if the commission were to approve the settlement during that time period, December 1 through May 22nd, right?
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, now now we're finally to the excitement here. May 23rd, the company put into effect, as we've discussed, your as filed revenue requirements for the electric side.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, would you accept, subject to check, and please do make sure I've got my math right on this. As I was looking it up, it looked to me like the revenue requirement on an as filed basis for the electric side was something in the order of 156.5 million, not including the PCAM changes.
That is correct.
Okay. So ultimately, when the commission goes through and makes its decision, if it adopts the stipulation, and you just mentioned these, that the stipulation would contemplate a revenue increase of, call it somewhere between 95 to 110 million, give or take, because all of those numbers are lower than the 156. Now we have to concern ourselves with refunds. Would you agree?
There is a high likelihood that the ultimate rates decided upon by the commission, if applied to the loads that are currently in place, yes, would result in a higher or a lower revenue than what we are currently collecting.
Okay. And that calculation on the time frame will run from May 23rd, like I said, to the date that rates go into effect following a commission order in this case. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, has Northwestern considered how you would intend to calculate the amount of refund that would be appropriately returned to different customer classes that you serve, as you look at comparing a lot of different rates that you put into effect on May 23rd versus a variety of different rates that will ultimately be approved by the commission?
I have.
Okay.
Yes.
And could you describe for me how it is that you propose to implement or calculate, the appropriate refunds for each of the customer classes that you serve on the electric side? Again, assuming, as we are, that either the settlement is accepted or some decision is reached that reaches a revenue requirement that is lesser than the amount that was put into effect on May 23rd.
Yes. Some initial research was done of how this was done historically. There has been some precedence for the refunding of revenue that was collected either under the interim provision that Mr. Nelson referenced earlier. And in those cases, the interim that was granted on a percentage increase. It was a percentage across the board to the rates increase, which is typically how this commission has done interim rate increases. The refund for those periods, or the refund resulting from that period where the ultimate rates would result in revenue that was lower, the refund was then symmetrically granted back using that same logic of a percentage decrease across the board to those rates. This situation presents a slightly different problem in which the rates that were implemented weren't done on those May 23rd as filed rates weren't done on a across the board percentage increase. They were done with rate design in mind. So in order to balance how they were collected, Northwestern would propose that what we would do is track the rates as they are in place on the May 23rd, the loads of each rate class going forward, and then when that ultimate decision of the final rates is granted by this commission, we would take those final rates, put them as if they were in place on May 23rd, and by rate class and rate by rate, look at what that revenue over collection is, and then refund it using the same method in which it was collected. So rate by rate.
Okay. And so when you say refunded in the same method in which it was collected, meaning if the over collection occurred on a demand charge element, you would refund it on a demand basis. If it was done on an energy basis, you would refund it on an energy basis, et cetera.
That is correct.
Okay. And would you agree with me that it is important as we look at how this refund is done, given the fact of the way that the interim was put into effect, that it's important to sort of essentially place customers back in the position in which they would have been had the commission's order been put into effect essentially on May 23rd?
I agree. My interpretation of the intent of that statute and that provision where if rates result in revenue that is less than, it implies that we are putting customers back in the position as if the commission's final order had been implemented and put into place on that May 23rd date with all of the rates that are part of the commission's final order.
Okay. Now, just to add another layer of complexity to this, earlier in the hearing, did you hear Mr. Byrd speak to the fact that Northwestern would be open to the idea of essentially creating a new version of the interim rates predicated on the numbers that were discussed in the settlement, for example?
I did hear that.
Okay, so would you agree with me that if that happens, do I understand your proposal correctly that you would do the same thing, but you would then evaluate two different sets of numbers in two different periods? An analysis from May 23rd to the date that new interim rate was put into effect as compared to the final order, and then an analysis from the date you have the new interim rates to when rates go into effect, again compared against the final order, but the underlying methodology in both those periods would be comparable. Is that fair?
The underlying methodology absolutely would be comparable. I do think the stipulated settlement amount of rates is that high end of the stipulate. So I believe the math would work out the same whether it was broken down or not. But yes, that is the intent, to make customers whole as if the commission's final order with all of those rates would have been put into place on May 23rd.
Okay. So once you've done that math, that will then give you a bucket of dollars in each of these rate classes and each of these rate elements that's necessary to manage as comparing the ultimate decision to the interim rates. Over what period of time would Northwestern recommend that bucket of dollars be returned to customers in order to accomplish the refund?
Again, historically, I believe this has been done over a 12-month period, which has some symmetry with kind of the seasonality. However, given the short time frame of this, I would recommend that the same duration of the overcollection be used for the refund period.
So do I understand that to mean that if the time period between May 23rd and the date that rates are put into effect based on the commission's order is, for example, 5 months, that you would then suggest that that refund would be flowed back to customers over a 5-month period, commencing with the date that new rates went into effect?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate your patience in walking through that. I have no further questions of this witness.
Is there further cross-examination of this witness?
Yes, President Molnar, joint parties have cross.
Please.
Okay. Yeah, no, sorry, Mr. No, we'll get through this.
Okay.
And I have an eye on the clock and we'll try to be succinct.
I will endeavor to get you your answers.
I had some prefatory questions here, prefatory questions about the difference between base rates and PCAM, but I think I can summarize to say base rates don't fluctuate between rate cases, right?
The rates themselves do not fluctuate. They're set during the rate case. And then there are a set of pass-through costs, which are tracked either through or whichever tracker is appropriate for them, but those would then adjust. Yes.
Okay. And so base rates decrease only due to plant retirement or depreciation at the end of in the next rate case, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But subject to those exceptions, we wouldn't expect that costs added to the base revenue requirement, or we would expect that costs added to the base revenue requirement are carried over into the next base rates throughout time.
That is one of the kind of fundamental concepts of the rate making, and the reason for the regulatory lag that exists is that those capital expenditures and expenses that adjust over time aren't accounted for until the next rate review, at which case they can be accounted for and then run through and worked into the next rates.
Okay, but unlike the PCAM component of rates that we've been discussing today, which fluctuate over time, base rates tend to be generally increase, but for depreciation and plant retirement.
Well, the base rates stay the same between the rate cases. Am I answering the?
Yes, you've done your best with my muddled question, and I appreciate it. I want to start with discussing the settlement revenue requirement and the base revenue component of that requirement. And I'm going to try to share with you the settlement exhibit CRL-16. I'll share it on Zoom so we have it, but if you could have it in front of you, that'd be helpful. And actually, I'm sorry for doing this to you, Bobby. I'm looking at Exhibit D instead. But we can start with what I've shared on the screen here.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, what are we looking at?
Exhibit D to the settlement. The partial electric stipulation.
Just to clarify, is this Exhibit D to my testimony?
Exhibit D to the settlement. Let me zoom in a little. Okay. I'm looking at the proportion of total base revenues at proposed rates that residential customers pay. And you and I have discussed this a little bit. Do you know approximately what percentage of total base revenues the residential customer class pays at current rates?
Are you asking with the stipulated settlement agreement, the base revenue amount for the residential class as compared to the total of base revenue?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know that percentage off the top of my head, but it looks like you could derive that using this.
Okay, and I think it's about 47.1%. Does that sound right to you?
Looking at the 293 million over the 622, that would sound approximately correct.
Okay. And sorry, I should clarify that this is Northwestern's proposed revenue requirement under the electric stipulation.
That is correct.
Okay. Under Northwestern's proposed settlement requirement under the settlement, do you know what percentage of the base revenue increase the customer class would bear? Oops.
Are you directing me?
Ambiguous, which class? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. The residential customer class.
Okay, so the base revenue increase for the residential class would be 59 million.
Okay, and do you know what percentage that is of the total increase?
I'll trust you to give me that number based on 59 over 109.
Okay, and my math is 54.2% of the base revenue increase allocated to the residential customer class under Northwestern's proposed settlement position.
Subject to check, that would be correct, yes.
Okay. So while the residential customer class currently is allocated 47.1% of base revenues, they would bear 54.2% of the proposed base revenue increase.
That is correct.
Okay. Do you recall from your settlement testimony the total base revenue increase that Northwestern proposes under the settlement?
I believe it's 109.
Okay, and that's 17.5%?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall the percentage increase to the residential customer class base rates?
I believe it's about 20.1.
Okay, and it's in your settlement testimony in table 1, which confirms 20.15%.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And so then there's some offsetting. Let's see. That is reflected in table 2 due to the PCAM revenue decrease. Is that right?
I apologize. Can you help direct me to, are we still looking at this chart here? Is that what?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right. The PCAM revenue decrease column there.
Yes,
Okay.
I see that.
And that looks like a $42.2 million decrease to the residential customer class. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that's based on Northwestern's proposed PCAM base, which I was just discussing with Mr. Steinmetz. It reflects a decrease of $94.5 million. Is that correct?
That's correct. That represents the PCAM base. I think to say it in the affirmative of 119 million.
Okay. And that decrease, were you here for Mr. Steinmetz's testimony in which we walked through the actuals that corrected this PCAM base decrease to reflect the actuals plus a reasonable estimate for the remaining 2 months of the period?
I was present for that. I would disagree with the characterization that it corrected the base.
Understood. Okay. So that the math that Mr. Steinmetz and I went through identified the actuals that customers are paying through the PCAM.
I was present for that. It's a complicated analysis and discussion, as evidenced by the conversation with Mr. Steinmetz. The reduction to the base, the resetting of the base at $119 million represents, as Mr. Steinmetz discussed, a approximation over that test period that would then carry forward. That is that base that carries forward as for the level setting. I understand you probably want me to stop, so I'll make my point very quickly. There's been a lot of fluctuation in that PCAM as recently as our true up, which was filed back in September of last year and then went into rates October 1st. Because of that PCAM deferral, residential class rates actually dropped $7 at that time. And so there has been natural fluctuation of that PCAM deferred rate. So I do agree that to the extent looking at the actuals and the actual impacts to customers is important for the purposes of representing the impacts of this rate case. I would tend to focus a little bit, personally, I would focus on the reductions to that base.
Okay, and you're Northwestern's witness testifying to customer bill impacts. Is that right?
Yeah, the calculated impacts, yes.
Okay, And so would you agree with me that the appropriate metric to use to calculate those impacts is the amount that customers are paying?
I think what the bill impact for a typical residential customer is absolutely an appropriate metric.
Okay. And you talked about the fluctuation in the supply charges reflected in the PCAM rate. Do you recall what Northwestern's quarterly adjustment, the percentage increase that adjustment makes to the prior April 1st rate?
I think I know what your number you're getting at, which is in the latest PCAM filing, the percentage increase.
Yes.
To the customer. Yes. I think a better way to look at it is in that filing, the impact to a customer's bill from that deferral rate was approximately.
Okay. Or 287%.
To the rate itself, yes.
Okay.
There have been larger percentage-wise increases to that rate just because it's a relative increase to our rate. So there have been larger percentage increases.
Okay. But you agree that the amount that customers actually pay, like what's reflected when they open the envelope that includes their bill, is relevant to representing the customer bill impacts of this rate case, correct?
Objection, that misstates his testimony.
Do you believe it's relevant to the customer? I'll rephrase the question. Do you believe it's relevant to the customer bill impacts, the actual amounts that customers will end up paying?
I believe that the actual amounts that customers end up paying is important to the customers, yes.
Okay. So turning back to Exhibit D here, this $42.1 million revenue decrease for the residential customer class due to a PCAM reduction does not reflect what customers are actually paying currently, correct?
No, the representations made throughout this case hold constant that deferred amount so that the impacts of this rate review and the decisions by this commission in this docket can be viewed in isolation and outside of the fluctuating impacts of that deferred supply charges.
Okay. But the residential customer share of this PCAM decrease reflected here in the PCAM revenue decrease column is around 44.6%. Does that look right to you?
Yes. Again, if we're looking at the 42 over the 94, is that correct? Okay, then yes.
I still have the calculator. You're welcome to it, but okay.
I was looking at the calculator, and I don't think calculators have been used to do rate design since Mr. Duncan is back with the question.
This is his calculator.
Is it really?
Yes.
Oh my God.
I asked him to bring it. In fact, I think it's probably the oldest calculator that still turns on. So
I apologize for that. I couldn't resist.
It was on the nose. In my discussion with Mr. Steinmetz, when we did this alternative calculation that reflects actuals plus a reasonable estimate for the current PCAM period, we came up with an actual decrease to the PCAM of 9.8 million in lieu of the 94.5 million reflected here. Do you recall that?
I recall the conversation with Mr. Steinmetz.
Okay. And if I take, and I apologize for more numbers.
It's my job.
If I take 44.6% of that 9.8 million and replace it, I need to stop sharing and reshare. That was my Matlock moment and I missed it. So if I replace that 42 some million with the 44.6% of actuals, I get a decrease for the residential customer class of a mere 4.37 million, which has a much smaller offsetting impact on the base revenue increase. Would you agree with that?
I'm not quite sure is this one of my exhibits?
I'll explain what I did here and you can tell me if it was reasonable.
Okay.
I replaced the formulas that reflected the PCAM revenue decrease of 94.5 million with the same residential customer allocation of that 94.5, but applied to the smaller PCAM revenue decrease of 9.8 million.
So again, I would disagree with the methodology and the approach to make this representation. The decrease associated with what was in Exhibit D to the stipulated settlement agreement is the decrease to the PCAM base. And I understand there was a conversation with Mr. Steinmetz comparing that base decrease, which is that estimated calculated decrease or resetting of that base to represent the forecasted, which would stay in place between rate cases. So for multiple years, with a conversation about the immediate impacts of the PCAM deferral amounts. So for the purposes of representing to the commission what the impacts of this rate review do, I would disagree with kind of blending those two analyses.
Okay, and I agree with you. And I'm just going to pull up this demonstrative one more time. Do you see on the far right there where it says 4.2% customer bill increase?
I do.
It seems like that you're saying that bill increase label is not the right label.
That is not what I'm saying.
Okay. What is the customer bill increase? So I'm a residential customer. I am. And I will open my bill. Just say I'm an average residential customer. Will I see a 4.2% increase or will I see something closer to a 14.1% increase?
Well, it depends on when you open your bill. If we're looking at the impacts from this rate review, which I do believe is the purpose of this rate review, is to evaluate the resetting of the PCAM base and then an appropriate revenue requirement for Northwestern based on its prudent investments, then isolating that PCAM decrease and the revenue increase that Northwestern is asking for the transmission, distribution, and all of the investments made, that would result in a customer at the stipulated high end of that stipulated settlement agreement. That would result in a typical customer bill impact of 4.2%. Now, you are correct that given the other dockets that are currently before this commission, which are subject to the commission review prior to being implemented, that those may have other impacts on a typical residential bill.
You agree with me that no resident is going to see the benefit of the PCAM base revenue decrease of $42.1 million because it's not reflected in the actual costs that customers pay.
I disagree with that. I think by the time there is a final decision in this order, that the deferred PCAM amount could change dramatically.
Okay. I do want to let you get home. So I want to just try to get on the same page here. Customers pay the deferred supply rate through the PCAM, correct?
That is correct.
And those deferrals are significantly above the PCAM base.
For this time period, they are.
And for this time period,
Objection ambiguous. Can we?
For the current PCAM year of July 1, 2024 through June 30th, 2025, the PCAM base is not reflective of the much higher supply charges that customers pay, correct?
I would say if you look back at the PCAM dockets And prior to the implementation of this quarterly adjustments and look back at past years and the deferral amounts that have been in place in prior dockets, there have been much larger numbers than the current number that is in that PCAM docket. And the rates associated with that have actually been lower just because of kind of the quirkiness of how this PCAM docket quarterly updates have resulted here at the end of this fourth quarter submittal in that docket. The current amount of the PCAM deferred is projected to be collected over 3 months, which does result in a $8 increase to a typical residential bill in that docket.
Okay. And you agree with me that the typical residential bill is not going to see the offsetting impact of a $94.5 million decrease to the PCAM for the current period?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
I would again disagree. Just by the time that the final settlements rates are put into place, I do not know what that PCAM deferral.
Has Northwestern calculated the annual cost of the Yellowstone County generating station to the average residential customer under Northwestern settlement position?
No, I have not.
Let's look at Northwestern Settlement Exhibit A. I want to let him go. You know, Mr. Lane, all of these numbers are in the record, and I can do the math. I'm not going to. We have another witness we need to get on, and I'm not going to ask you to come back tomorrow unless if the commissioners have questions, they can ask them now. If there's still time for me to ask you my remaining questions, I will. Otherwise, I'm happy to let you go.
I am happy to walk through this.
We have another witness that needs to get on, so let's turn to the commissioners or any other intervener questions.
Well, if I might, Mr. President, because we need to call Kyle Unruh, or well, Renewable Northwest needs to call Kyle Unruh today, I would ask that you temporarily excuse Mr. Lane and we can come back with him tomorrow or Monday and when he's available.
Do you think you'll be available tomorrow or Monday? What's the best for you?
I will be available tomorrow.
Okay. You are temporarily excused. We'll see you in the morning.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, and I really appreciate the accommodation.
Has Mr. Unruh filed testimony?
Yes, Mr. President. It would be exhibits RNW1 and RNW2.
I do. very accurate. Three. Make me get out of this chair. Mr. Unruh, are you online?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
Please raise your right hand. And I don't believe you've been here before, so Mr. Unruh, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and to do so without purpose of aversion?
I do.
Thank you. Your witness.
Good afternoon, Mr. Unruh.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Kyle Unruh, Kyleuunruh.
And what is your business address?
421 Southwest 6th Avenue, number 1400, Portland, Oregon, 97204.
By whom are you employed?
Renewable Northwest.
And what is your role at Renewable Northwest?
I am Deputy Director, where I focus on Montana and Idaho's energy systems, as well as Westwide transmission planning.
And on whose behalf are you testifying today?
On behalf of Renewable Northwest.
Mr. Unruh, did you pre-file direct testimony in this docket?
Yes.
And do you have that testimony in front of you, which has been marked as Exhibit RNW1?
I do.
And is Exhibit RNW1 a true and correct copy of your pre-filed direct testimony?
It is.
And do you have any corrections to your testimony?
I do not.
If you were asked the same questions today under oath that you were asked in your pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And I would, Mr. President, I would move to have RNW1 admitted into evidence.
The exception, RNW1, is admitted.
Mr. Unruh, did you also file non-settling party testimony in this docket?
Yes, I did.
And do you have that testimony in front of you, which has been marked as Exhibit RNW2?
Yes.
And is it Exhibit RNW2 a true and correct copy of your non-settling party testimony?
It is.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony?
I do not.
And if you were asked the same questions today under oath that you were asked in your non-settling party testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And Mr. President, I move to have RNW2 admitted into evidence.
That exception, RNW2, is admitted.
And I tender this witness for cross-examination.
Do any interveners have questions of this witness?
Well, Mr. President, Northwestern's not an intervener, so I don't know if you're going to come to us next.
What did I just say?
You asked if any intervener had any cross-examination.
And your question was?
Oh, we're not an intervener, so I was waiting.
Northwestern, do you have any cross of this witness?
I do, thank you. Mr. Unruh, nice to see you. Sarah Norcott, counsel for Northwestern. I just want to talk briefly about your resume, which is fascinating. Am I understanding correctly that your bachelor's degree is in music, violin, performance?
It is.
That's amazing. It also looks like you worked at the University of Colorado Boulder concerning, you worked on growing revenue for the university, is that right?
Yes.
And then you worked for the University of Montana where you worked to grow research programs for the university, is that right?
Yes, I was director of sponsored programs and research development, where we drove research growth in a number of areas.
Okay. And then you transitioned to Northwestern, is that right?
Yes.
And you were part of the transmission department under Mike Cashel, correct?
I was.
And it looked like you worked for Northwestern for less than a year, is that right?
Yes.
How long exactly did you work for Northwestern?
Just under a year, over 11 months, less than 12.
Okay. And then finally, after Northwestern, you began work with Renewable Northwest since 2023, correct?
That is correct.
Was that in December of 2023?
November 2023.
And so you've been with Renewable Northwest for about a year and a half?
Yes, just over, right?
Have you published any articles?
That's a broad question, not on this topic, if that's the thrust of your question.
Okay, so on transmission planning, you have not published any articles?
No, Renewable Northwest has been party to articles that I have supported, but they have not been in my name. They have rather been under the name of our organization.
And finally, Mr. Unruh, you are a registered lobbyist, correct?
I am.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Are there any other? Are there any interveners that would like to cross-examine this witness? Seeing none. Are there any commissioners that would like to ask questions or cross-examine this witness? Commissioner Bukacek.
Hi, Mr. Unruh. Exhibit KU9, it mentions Lazar's levelized cost of energy analysis and levelized cost of electricity analysis. And I was wondering if you were familiar with multiple limitations, refutations of this type of analysis that have been published for quite a few years.
I am familiar with the limitations of LCOE generally as they apply to certain applications and deliberations, but I'd have to see reference to the specific documents you're referring to.
Well, for instance, those that speak to the lack of inclusion of reliability in the equations, various equations used.
I would agree that Lazard's LCOE or any calculation of LCOE speaks only to the levelized cost of energy and does not speak to the cost of capacity, if that's what you're referring to. Beyond that, I wouldn't have a comment.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fielder, do you have any questions of this witness?
I do not. Thank you.
I have one, I guess. Throughout your testimony here, and I've got some sketchy notes here. I meant to get my own book. I can't believe. You discuss availability. You discuss outages of various thermal. Let's take, for example, 2024 January. Cold Strip 4 went down during that. We lost 222 megawatts. But 222 megawatts of that 111 was replaced. It was dispatched from, I think, CU3 or the other half of CU4. Wind did not show up. Solar barely showed up. There was no dispatch. So in the discussion on reliability, as you promote more and more renewable based on cost, which I don't think I'll get into too much right now, but just based on the reliability factors that are required for the second half of the clean and healthful environment, which is, and to provide life's basic necessities. Shouldn't there be a moderation in your proposals, the same as you request moderation in those that promote thermals?
Mr. Commissioner, I would agree that a robust discussion around reliability, capacity needs, resource adequacy is absolutely advised when it comes to system planning in Montana or any other state. It's my representation in this case that the ways in which Northwestern has modeled its need for capacity are not industry standard, and they prefer thermal generation and discount renewable generation and storage. I would, of course, refer to my testimony and exhibits. Specifically with respect to January 2024, I would refer you to our exhibit submitted along with my direct pre-filed testimony named KU 20. This was actually a filing to the Commission under docket 2024 05053, oh, sorry, 2022 09087, the resource adequacy docket, in which I speak at length about our analysis of the January 2024 event, what wind did show up and when it showed, how Colstrip performed, how gas generators performed, and I'm happy to speak to that exhibit if helpful.
Question, this is in your direct, would investment in transmission connectivity, which has come up a lot in this hearing, have a positive impact on Northwestern's ability to cost effectively achieve resource adequacy? And then the answer was yes. Transmission connectivity can alleviate the concerns regarding wind and solar generation. Two aspects to this. The January 2024 event was not a Montana event. It covered a large area of the Intermountain West. If we had been relying on this advice and had taken the advantage you talk about in the 2020 supplement and the 2019 electricity supply resource procurement plan, our deficit created by wind shutting down and solar barely showing up would have greatly increased. And therefore, our needs for market would have gone up. It may not have been able to handle the additional deficit. If we were out of energy for one day, at 35 below, 40 below, people would have died. Is it possible that by not doing as you just said was necessary to take a more holistic approach, that if people follow what you're advising, that great damage could be done and human life lost?
Oh, Mr. Commissioner, I disagree. What I'm advocating for in my testimony and all other exhibits and statements in this case is for adequate consideration of the potential contributions that transmission capacity can bring to Montana for resource adequacy. I would, and specifically in the context again of January 2024, I do also state in my testimony and particularly in Exhibit KU7 as filed with my pre-filed direct testimony that as market prices would indicate, there was, I don't know if ample is the right word, but sufficient energy available in states proximate to Montana, namely Idaho and Wyoming, which allowed their customers to achieve much lower cost of service in this same period during this same event. And had Montana had more robust transmission connectivity, transfer capability to those areas, it could have as well saved significant money and had significant benefits for reliability through its transmission system in the context of that event. I am not, just to be clear, I'm not advocating for closing out all thermal generation in Montana and leaning only on wind, solar, and storage and transmission. I'm simply advocating for a proper consideration of transmission capacity along with wind, solar, and storage in the course of Northwestern's resource planning and procurement.
Thank you for that. Are you at all familiar with the ongoing struggle around FERC Order 1920 that Montana and 29 other states intervened and asked FERC to reconsider? They did. They came down on Montana's side. And however, it's being challenged and back in the courts. Are you familiar with FERC 1920?
I am familiar with the order, Commissioner.
Can you tell us what the rationale was for the protest by Montana and other states?
No, I cannot provide the commission's or the state's rationale for protesting the order.
I really can't do, well, then I can't fill you in without testifying. Have you heard anything about it at all? I'm not saying you have to be an expert at it. I am heavily involved in these discussions weekly, and I'm not an expert at it, and I haven't found one. So have you heard anything at all?
The extent of my knowledge of Montana's petition regarding the order was the petition that the PSC sent itself a number of months ago now. I am not up to speed on the current state or the current arguments that are being made.
Do you have anything that you can offer on the cost of delivered renewables through transmission connectivity compared to costs sticking with local generation, be it renewable or thermal or hydro?
Mr. Commissioner, the cost of renewables as delivered, including the cost of transmission, would be something determined through Northwestern's resource modeling and transmission planning activities, and then subsequent contracting and energization and use of those resources. Again, what I'm advocating for in this case is proper planning for added transmission capacity that can bring resource adequacy benefits and many other benefits to Montana, which we do not see in Northwestern's current resource planning, and we do see in virtually every other major utilities resource planning in the West. It's my belief that the omission of transmission capacity as a consideration in resource planning has made it in this case so that we do not see a reasoned comparison of alternatives for resources. And I would argue that as soon as Northwestern is able to consider transmission capacity as both a resource alternative and a means of increasing its transfer capability to the rest of the region, it will be able to identify both the costs you speak of and also the benefits that those costs will deliver. Until it does that, neither you or I will have the means to understand those costs and those benefits.
Thank you. Does staff have any questions?
No questions.
Would is this Northwest Renewable? Yeah, but who am I thought we determined that. Is there any recross from interveners or Northwestern on anything that was brought up by the commission or staff?
Yes, Northwestern has a few questions.
Please.
Mr. Unruh, in your conversation with President Molnar and talking about the January 2024 event, did I hear you testify that if there had been more robust transmission, it would have saved money? Was that your testimony?
My testimony, to clarify, as insofar as clarification is needed, is that more robust transmission connectivity, specifically down paths 18 and 80, would have delivered cheaper power to Montanans. This is evidenced by the fact that non-firm transmission capacity on those paths during this event reached zero, which prevented the transfer of economic power into Montana during that event.
And you would agree with me that those paths that you mentioned would require upgrades in order to have more capacity on them, correct?
I'd have to defer to other experts at Northwestern Energy who can speak to that.
Okay, so you don't know what those paths have as far as capabilities for transferring?
I do in a general sense, but in terms of operations in the moment, all I can say is there were a number of hours during that event where their non-firm transfer capability or available transfer capacity reached zero. you'd have to ask the internal experts at Northwestern as to what upgrades or operational changes would be needed to alleviate that constraint.
Okay. And I'm not asking about the specific upgrades, but to be clear, if the ATC or available transfer capability was 0, there would need to be upgrades to those facilities in order to move additional power.
I'd say as a general matter, that's true. That's not to say there aren't other mechanisms to make additional ATC available. But as a general matter, yes, that's true.
Would you agree with me that building new transmission lines or increasing capacity on existing transmission lines can be expensive and time consuming?
It depends on our definition of expensive. If we weigh the cost against the benefits, we're finding now that many transmission lines are penciling with benefit ratios of 1.2 or higher, in which case I would not characterize them as expensive, but rather a net benefit to customers.
And you talked about proper planning for transmission capacity. Do you sit on Northwestern's stakeholder group for its resource planning?
Yes, Northwestern offered a stakeholder group to a number of stakeholders, including Renewable Northwest, within the last 5 months. We have subscribed to that group, and I do sit on that committee.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Are there any interveners that would like to recross this witness? Seeing does Renewable Northwest have redirect of this witness?
Yes, President Molnar, just briefly. Mr. Unruh, could you please describe for the commission kind of what you do in your role currently at Renewable Northwest?
Yes, gladly. Among other things, as I mentioned, I focus on Montana and Idaho's energy systems. That includes working closely with all utilities in these states on their resource planning, on their transmission planning, and their procurement practices. That also includes filling our steering committee seat on the Western Transmission Expansion Coalition, on which Northwestern Energy is also a steering committee member. This organization endeavors to model and select transmission capacity upgrades that are very likely to be net benefits to customers in the Western states. Beyond that, I do a number of other things such as was mentioned earlier, lobby with the legislature on energy policy in both Montana and Idaho, and contribute to, just to keep this succinct, contribute to a number of other advocacy efforts around energy policy and energy system investment.
Thank you. And Mr. Unruh, you were asked by Commissioner Bukacek to look at your exhibit KU9, which is the Lazard's report for Lazard. Could you please describe for the commission how that report is commonly used in the industry?
Yes, thank you for the question. Lazard's LCOE report is issued typically annually, and it helps track the cost of technology, both unsubsidized and subsidized over time. It helps give us a directional sense of which technologies have costs which are and would be expected to continue declining, and which technologies have costs which are not declining or which are even rising. And I would agree with the, for what it's worth, the Commissioner Bukacek's implied characterization, if that's what it is, that LCOE does not consider the capacity benefit or necessarily the reliability benefits of those technologies.
And so do you know if that resource is widely used by utilities regionally?
I do not. Lazard's LCOE tends to be a tool that's most widely used, as I said, as a manner of characterizing the ways in which the costs of technology are changing over time. Utilities tend to lean on other resources such as NREL's annual technology baseline and, of course, historical bids they've received in their RFPs to gauge the cost of technology.
Okay, thanks. What does the LCOE tell us about relative cost of renewables versus thermal energy?
The LCOE shows that the costs of wind and solar have declined in a very large way over the last 15 years and now sit at the bottom of the resource stack, meaning that their cost is 1/2 to 1/3 the cost of either combined cycle turbines or reciprocating engine or peaker turbines. So they are substantially less expensive for their energy. This is widely accepted and evidenced in the market where we see the production cost of renewables so low that it is always dispatched before thermal generation.
Okay, thanks. Do you have also exhibit KU20 in front of you, Mr. Unruh?
I do, yes.
Could you just describe briefly what that exhibit is for the commission?
Yes, exhibit KU20 was Renewable Northwest comments concerning the events of, well, really both January 2024 and December 2022. It characterizes the performance of wind and thermal generation on Northwestern's system during those events, as well as speaks to what the industry anticipates for cost declines in battery technology specifically, which is significant for a number of reasons that I won't get in here today for sake of time, but and then also speaks to the value we might expect from expanding transmission capacity to neighboring areas, as I described before.
Okay, thanks. And could you just turn to the second page of those comments? And there are two graphs there. Could you just please summarize briefly what those two graphs, what information those provide?
Yes. To be fair, there's a lot of information on these graphs, but again, in the interest of time, I'll try to be succinct. These graphs show that over the course of two peak periods in December 22 and January 24, wind generation was present during peak times in that event. It also shows that wind generation declined for a number of hours or up to a day and a half or so during those events. It also shows that natural gas generation during both events was significantly diminished throughout the majority of the events. I would also point on that specific point for a more consolidated representation. I would point to a subsequent chart, figure 5, which shows the average generation of natural gas resources during both events was 73% of its winter accredited capacity.
Thank you. You were asked by Northwestern Council about your testimony regarding the need or the ability perhaps to bring energy from the market during the January 2024 peak event. And you were asked about your understanding of the need for upgrades for those WEC paths that you identified, right?
Yes.
Isn't one of the points of your testimony that Northwestern Energy didn't look at necessary upgrades to these paths and should have as part of an industry standard planning process?
Yes. To rephrase it slightly, I would say that a consideration of capacity upgrades to these paths would likely have significant bearing on Northwestern's resource planning if it should choose to do that transmission capacity planning alongside or with its resource planning.
A last question, I think, Mr. Unruh. So just to clarify and to summarize, what Renewable Northwest is asking for in this docket and going forward is that Northwestern comply with industry standard planning practices that don't result in an artificial preference for thermal resources over renewables. Is that what your testimony has been?
Yes.
And I can just ask what your the Renewable Northwest's main position in this docket, if you would mind sharing that.
Mr. President, I'm going to object because this seems to be outside the scope of the commissioner's questions and my questions on cross or recross.
If I may, I would, I guess, disagree and assert that this kind of question gets to your questions, President Molnar, of this witness, and just to kind of clarify some of the answers that he provided.
It does seem to go. It does seem to go to where I was going. I'm going to allow it, but I'd ask that you re-ask the question and have it highly focused on exactly what we were talking about as a commission and staff.
Mr. Unruh, what is Renewable Northwest asking of the commission in this docket?
We are asking the commission to condition any approval in this docket on Northwestern addressing the following actions in the context of this rate case and then incorporating them into its resource planning and procurement processes. We asked Northwestern should study and incorporate into its resource planning the cost of capacity brought by new transmission capacity on WEC paths 8, 18, and 80 in a manner which considers the multiple values of new transmission capacity consistent with best practice among other utilities in the region and West. We asked Northwestern should only constrain energy in its resource modeling insofar as necessary to match transmission constraints after first incorporating efficient transmission capacity expansion solutions. Northwestern should stick to industry standard 1 in 10 LOLE resource modeling in its IRPs and to guide resource selection. This specifically speaks to Northwestern's use of duration tiers in the 2020 RFP, which are not industry standard and have no precedent in industry. Northwestern should procure clean resources when selected in its RFP process, and Northwestern should adequately account for the evident, substantial economic, reliability, regulatory, and legal risk associated with thermal resources through a company 100% clean energy goal and serious treatment of such a goal in its IRP process, consistent with utility best practice in the West.
Thank you, Mr. Unruh, and thank you to the parties for accommodating our need to go today. And I do ask that Mr. Unruh be permanently excused.
Mr. President, may I request a brief clarification based on Renewable Northwest Direct? It'll be very brief.
I think we would all appreciate that.
Okay. So in answer to Renewable Northwest Council, you said that it's based on Lazard's levelized cost of energy and electricity that you say intermittent. In answer to Renewable Northwest Renewables Council, you said that it is based on Lazard's levelized cost of energy and electricity that you state that intermittent wind and solar are substantially less expensive. Is that correct?
The cost of energy for wind and solar is significantly lower than the cost of energy from any other utility scale resource.
And that's based on Lazard's levelized cost of energy and electricity. That was implied in her questioning. Is that correct? You base it on that?
Well, if you're asking me as an expert, I would base it on both that and NREL ATV.
Okay. And in answer to my question earlier, you admitted that Lazard's LCOE does not incorporate reliability in its equations, including assessing costs of intermittent energy sources. Is that correct?
I would have to clarify in the report and follow up if that's helpful. I would say that in the headline graphs in the LCOE report, those are, again, only reporting the levelized cost of energy and, again, not the cost of capacity or any consideration of resource adequacy needs on a particular system.
Thank you.
Under advice of council, we will allow all parties to have a round of questioning. Does anybody, well, relevant to that question, does anybody have anything relevant to that question that they'd like to follow up on? Seeing none.
Thank you, President Molnar. We do, again, ask that Mr. Unruh be permanently excused.
Without exception, did Mr. Is there any objection to Mr. Unruh being permanently excused? Seeing none, sir, you are permanently excused. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you.
President Molnar?
Yeah.
But before we adjourn for the day, I have a procedural request for the commission and the parties. So the LCG has two witnesses here that we were hoping we're going to get done today, but clearly not, and that's okay. But both of these witnesses have flights tomorrow at 1 o'clock. And so I was, given the way the week has gone and given the way that public comment has gone, I was wondering if the commission and the parties might be amenable to starting tomorrow at 8:30 instead of 9 o'clock, assuming the public comment has been completed, so as to allow some additional wiggle room for these witnesses to be completed in time for their flight.
And Mr. Chairman, while you're thinking about that, John Kraske is here and has a flight tomorrow, I believe late afternoon. And so we would request that he be allowed to testify tomorrow after LCG's witnesses.
And Mr. President, I don't know if Mr. Kraske can testify after LCG's witnesses, because Northwestern also has witnesses per an agreement before this case started with Renewable Northwest that certain witnesses need to be called this week. And so we need to look at the overall schedule, but I don't disagree with Mr. Nelson's request to start earlier if possible.
Can you specify how many and who you're talking about?
I'm sure we can do this off the record.
Sure.
But yeah, I was going to ask if the parties can work out the order of witnesses in the morning. Right. I see one. Okie dokie. I see two. Okay. So based on the admission that all of the parties can work out their scheduling for their witnesses for the morning, so everybody can be catching airplanes, how does this affect Charlie Lane?
I guess we can talk with council whether or not we start the morning and finish with him, or we just start. Yeah, it's kind of going to be dependent on how much the commission and staff have for Mr. Lane, I guess.
I think unless I'm missing something here, it's important that people have to catch planes, and Mr. Lane can be here tomorrow or Monday.
Yeah, and I think we might need to do him Monday based on what I was.
Well, we can work that out tomorrow.
Perfect.
Okay, so wiggle room being a new legal term for the day. Tomorrow we will have public comment at 8 o'clock in the morning, and we will start the proceedings immediately upon the end of public comment. So, seeing nothing else today, we are adjourned.